Yeah, it's a fun rematch. Both these teams had an incredible record in spring. Fish 7-1 for U of Ottawa, 8-0 for Juniata. Right, just came down to that final series, and 3-1 is definitely a convincing win. I think Juniata would be pretty happy with it, but it's obviously not perfect, right? So we know U Ottawa can strike back. We know U Ottawa has a couple of very good carry players that can kind of win the day, and it should be an absolutely thrilling matchup on our patch 12.9 here. Maybe our last normal patch in League of Legends for a while, Fish, after this 12.10 does come in. So I am very thrilled to see how this rematch does go and who can claim what I would assume they would look at for the NECC as the ultimate prize of this season. Yeah, it's always nice to have two of your kind of players in these roles. Be your carries, right? Jungle sets the tempo so often in the early game for a lot of these teams. And then, of course, the AD carries who you want to bring it home. I mean, we watch our MSI representative, EG, right, have relied very heavily on a very young AD carry to take them to their wins, both in the playoffs and even in MSI. So you can understand how important that can be to a team. So, of course, we'll be looking at Zhao M to be the carry later on, but we'll be looking at O'Kyler to try to set the tempo against the Juniata Eagles, and that's something you're going to need to do. It's a lead you're probably going to need to get against a team that has already taken you apart once in a series, that has a jungler to match, and of course has talent like One Han as well to call upon to win this finals. Yeah, so I do agree with you, Fish. I think unfortunately it's a little hard for chat to hear you right now, so I will try to encapsulate what just went down. We are talking about the solo lanes in particular for Juniata versus U Ottawa here, and I think the one that Fish was highlighting is this mid lane matchup for Juniata versus Ottawa. And I already highlighted the name, right? One Han is someone who has played in the Proving Ground circuit, who is one of these one of the highest rated players we have here in NECC, and he's going up against a player that does not have quite the experience that he would have, the rank that he has as well over on the other side for Fatasi. That doesn't mean you can't win. I mean, rank is it's kind of just a number. It depends a lot on how much you play, right? Too. So definitely is something you can take with a grain of salt. But if I am developing a strategy, as you kind of asked, Fish, if I am O'Kyler, one of these carry players that we highlighted for you, Ottawa, I'm looking to play a bot-centric game, right? We talked about Zhao being a late-game win condition. We talked about him being a big carry for the team. So I would try to take that pressure and see if you can just pick a counter matchup for Feitasi, something where he can clear waves, where he can get any kind of priority, or at least keep one Han locked in the lane. That way, he can't roam to the play. You can then take your jungler, try to outpath their jungler, try to outplay their jungler in the bot lane, and use that to get yourself into an unwinnable, or I guess an unassailable position as the game progresses. So that's what I would be initially looking to do in draft, and as the jungler, as O'Kyler, to set the tempo of this series. Then if things go wrong in game one, then you can adjust your strategy, but that's kind of how I would be looking at it.
I'm glad. I think I should be back now, DJ. I'm glad you summarized everything that I was basically just whispering into your ear for the audience there, so I do appreciate that, but it should be good to go. And it looks like I think we're ready to start this game number one any second now here. Again, this is for the Challenger Division Championship for the NECC for the past year. Again, these teams matched up in the Yellow Conference Finals just about a month ago, where Juniata beat Ottawa 3-1 in that one. So a bit of a rematch as we've talked about. Looks like we are going to be potentially ready here to jump in at any moment. And I'm curious because we talked about how it was a 3-1, DJ, but Juniata, or U Ottawa Grey, won game number one of those conference finals, and then Juniata won the next three. So I'm curious if U Ottawa maybe has a strategy that Juniata wasn't ready for. Maybe they have some sort of cheese strat they could pull out in game one, and then as the lane matchups develop, I'm very curious to see, because on paper this looks like Juniata should take it home, but U Ottawa Grey didn't go 15-1 in the NECC in the last 12 calendar months for nothing. So I'm excited to see game one. I really want to see how these teams match up when there's so much at stake here in this division final.
Yeah, we'll be interesting to see who does get off on the brighter foot. Of course, if U Ottawa did take that first win in the last series, could be a way back in for them. They didn't actually, one of the interesting things is they didn't actually have to show anything in their semifinal series. They actually won by forfeit over Sacramento State Gold. So Juniata actually had to play the full slate of games in the semis. They went to a full 3 against Mount Union, so they probably had to show a lot more. U of Ottawa just got to hold whatever they were doing. Maybe they could have practiced something new since the last series. So I again would think that U of Ottawa actually has a little bit of an advantage right going into this draft. There's just a lot that could still be hidden. There's a lot they could have been working on if they, even just a couple of practice days are things you could have kind of used to formulate a strategy to take on this juggernaut on the other side of things and really disrupt Juniata's. Looks like we're finally ready to go through the rosters here, so take us through it, Fish.
Yeah, and this is for Juniata. Some of the players we highlighted. One, Ohan, Leo in that bot lane on the AD carry. Did it be your two players to kind of match the players we'll take a look at here in a second for U Ottawa Grey. We've also got Valentis, Krillium, and Crimson Corvus as well. I assume Crimson Corvus in that support role. You see the only upperclassman, DJ. I know it's more of a traditional sports thing, but I like to highlight the upperclassman, the senior, kind of coaching the two freshmen and the two sophomores. If this series starts to go awry for whatever reason, I assume Crimson Corvus is the player that Juniata will lean on as sort of their senior leadership to get this team back on track, get the young guns ready to go for the rest of the series. But I'm excited because Juniata, this could be a team that could dominate for a while potentially, DJ, when you look at how young the rest of this lineup is.
Certainly could, right? Yeah, sophomore, freshman. It's definitely a dominant roster already. They are super young. They should only have time to get better. And I think this kind of, you're being a little too harsh on yourself, Fish, right? Highlighting the seniors. I do think it is important to highlight the seniors, particularly because, I mean, we're in collegiate, right? This is a collegiate team, and it makes sense. This is their last chance, their last split. But also, this is how pro rosters are building quite a bit, right? You have to have a little bit of veteran presence somewhere in your roster. Usually 2 players. One is even a little light maybe in terms of how these rosters are being constructed, but you can look across anywhere, right? It's important to have members who have gone through these wins, these losses, who have gone through changes, arguments, right? Fixes, all these kind of experiences, and impart that on younger players. Even if those younger players are more talented than them, it is part of the learning experience and part of the growth process in any sport that you're going to play, in any sort of competition. So I think it is very important to highlight Crimson Corvus, and I'm certain that he will be an important place of reference, someone to look to for these younger players if things are going wrong.
Let's take a look at the lineup of the challenger today. I would say the underdog, if you're a betting person here, and you Ottawa Gray. Again, Juniata took care of this team 3-1 just about a month ago here, and those are some of the players that we talked about. And this is kind of the inverse, DJ. You see junior, and then a grad student for Dark Utopia there. This is a more mature lineup, I would say, a more veteran lineup, so they have probably been in situations like this. They'll know how to respond if the going gets tough. Again, Kyler 1 and Zhao M are the players I think that you have to watch if you want to see a carry. I think a lot of other fans are going to be watching Faye to see in that mid lane, not as talented on paper as his opponent will be, so he's definitely got to carry his weight. But I do love kind of the difference we get, the young guns with one old guru versus really 3 old gurus and then an even older one in the grad student in Dark Utopia.
Yeah, and do want to highlight, of course, we're looking at a little bit of an error here. We have 4 players. There are 5, of course, on this roster. We are missing Eteroy the Goat in the top lane, so all these positions would be shifted down by one. Dark Utopia be your support. Zhao is the AD carry. Fatasi the mid laner. Kyler is the jungler. We're missing Eteroy the Goat there, so we'll be able to see him in game. And I'm not sure if you. I can actually check it here. Let's see how quick your hands are, Fish. Tell me if he is a sophomore, junior on our player sheet. Maybe we have that information to add to what you mentioned. Is that grand difference in experience here between these two squads? One of freshmen and sophomores, one of juniors and super seniors on the other end of things. And we'll be excited to see if these older hands, I wouldn't say old hands, right? Nobody's here. I'm 27. I'm like 5 years out of college, right? I'm the old hand in the room. But we'll see if these older hands have something clever up their sleeves in this final series. See if they can figure out a way to flip that series score from last time around, Fish.
It should be an absolute fantastic series. Again, as you kind of mentioned, one of these teams made it through on a forfeit where Juniata had to work to get here. But at the end of the day, one of these teams will be crowned our Challenger Division champions for the past year in the NECC in Ottawa Gray. Look, they're saying you can take the Challenger's yellow title, Juniata, from April. We want the overall Challenger's title here. And hopefully 3 games. It will be a best of 5. Excited to see what's happening. The pro draft has already taken place off screen, so when we hop into our game 1 draft, they will just be drafting in LCS order, so don't get confused if you see a mid laner picked and then a mid laner banned in phase 2, but they've already done the pro draft. I'm excited to see here. I'm really curious, honestly. I know we've talked a lot about Kyler 1 and Zhao M and their counterparts on the side of Juniata. I'm really curious, DJ, to see this mid lane matchup. Mid lane always feels like a swing lane. If you get bullied in the mid, your team is going to have such a hard time, especially if you lose that tier 1 turret very early on. That opens up a majority of your side of the map for the other team to push into. I'm very curious to see what Fantasy will pick in the mid lane, if it'll be something safe, if it'll be something he's comfortable on, or if it'll be a matchup dependent pick, because he has a very big role in not losing that lane too hard to his opponent for Juniata.
Yeah, we'll be interested to see what they do prioritize. There's a lot of things you can pick in mid lane at the moment, though. So I think the gauntlet should be wide open for Fatasian. Fortunately, at the very least, he does have a pretty wide champion pool, what he's playing, last year, this season as well. So I don't think, banning him out will be that easy. And maybe it is just an avenue, again, where if you can get him a counter pick, you can get him into something comfortable. It looks like he plays plenty of champions, so should be able to find a little bit of extra comfort in that, in kind of that vein through the draft.
Going against Krillium, I'm curious if that'll maybe be the last pick for Juniata. If they'll try and set that up, they'll be on the blue side. You Ottawa Gray will be on the red side, so you do have a chance to maybe counter pick your mid if you're Ottawa Gray. I'm curious to see what they will do with that final pick slot. And in game 1, the interesting thing to me about this whole series, DJ, is usually in collegiate, you maybe have a video or 2 or a VOD or 2 or a past stream or 2 from a team. These 2 teams are the last time, they played a month ago. They're going to know a lot more about each other than you might have known for your semifinal matchup or another matchup in this NECC national phase. So I'm curious how much they'll base it on those grand finals that we were talking about from a month ago, if any of that will come through, or if they're just going to say, look, we know we won or we know we lost, depending on which side you're viewing this matchup from, but that series is irrelevant, because that's a lot more information than I think these teams are potentially used to having on their opponents, because they have 4 games of information on their opponents several patches ago still, but very interesting to see if that will influence the draft at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, what patch was that on? Let's hold our horses here before we say they know each other really well. What patch was that on again? Because it can change quite a bit. I don't think it's changed that much since like 12.7, 12.6 ish. Obviously, I think it's gonna change quite a bit in 12.10. So definitely is a possibility. That things are a little different, but I think the meta should be similar enough that we won't see too many changes. Big things that we have kind of noticed recently, Jinx no longer really a thing. That has not been being picked at the higher levels, so I don't expect to see that picked up here. It was we had the perma Aphelios Jinx swaps going on, right, in the first kind of 5-6 patches of this year. I don't think we'll see that today. I think we'll see more, potentially comfort out of a couple of these players, but also maybe just a different look entirely from these bottom lanes. I know there's a couple of things that have been rumored to be cropping back up. I'll hold on to those before the draft has come to not to spoil the surprise, Fish, but I've been sitting in on a couple of proving ground scrims for some teams, and there's a couple of bot lanes that are fairly interesting that I think we might be seeing.
I assume game one, I always like game one just being like, just go standard, go your normal comp, and then after that, you kind of make the adjustment. If you get rolled in game one, then maybe you bring out some of the things you're hinting at, or you bring out something that is a bit more cheese, or maybe just a hard win condition. But I would assume maybe Zhao M probably goes to Vayne. It's something he plays a lot. I feel like we're going to get very standard bot lanes. I think the bans will probably be the most interesting part. What do you want to take off of the table? Are you taking off the power champs? Are you taking off what you base off the OPGG? Or are you maybe taking off what dominated you again in that series that took place a month ago? But it does sound like we're just getting ready to go with game number one. Had a bit of a lobby error, so we're rebuilding that, getting ready to go again. The pro draft's already done, so that is already set in stone, but I don't think DJ and I want to spoil that for you guys too much here. You'll just have to take it in as we do here to see how this lineup will go. Again, Juniata, I would say, coming in as the favorite. They won last month, but Ottawa Gray, again, has only lost one game in the NECC in both the fall and spring combined. 15-1. And you don't get 15-1 for no reason, DJ. This is clearly a very talented team. Maybe Juniata just had the better day. Maybe it was in the middle of finals in April for Ottawa Gray. I'm excited to get this series going and see how these two teams face off on the Rift with all of our hypothetical situations we've been trying to paint so far.
Yeah, same here. It should be a pretty thrilling occasion. I think to kind of answer your question about some of the draft things, I could offer a little bit of insight into how I think draft will go. Obviously, we know kind of what happened in game number one, but knowing the players and the league, I definitely expect it to be a bit of a blend between favorite picks and the power picks, but I definitely expect phase one to be pretty stock standard for what you would see in Diamond Plus leagues. I expect it to be power picks mostly taken off the board, common facilitating picks taken off the board, and then I expect we can see phase two be a little more targeted at things that players play or particular counter matchups that would be a little unfortunate. I full on know right now that I can expect like Lucian is just pick ban 100% like at all times. I've not seen a single game in like scrims, in like conversation, in anything where Lucian is not just 100% pick ban. So you can expect that to be taken off the table. There's a couple other things that might be pulled away as well. Wukong, of course, is incredibly strong right now after the changes. Can jungle, can still solo lane. Even seen him cropping up in mid lane, which is usually my warning symbol to tell you that a champion is too strong when it's playing in a lane that it's not designed to be in. So we'll have to see if those do come up. And okay, we're getting a transition. And here we go. It's draft time.
Here we go. We'll hop into the draft. Again, pro draft already done, so they'll just power through this. Everything else has been taken care of. So if you get some weird ban where there's a mid laner ban and there's already one pick, don't worry. These teams aren't trolling. They're just drafting in LCS order for us. I think this is kind of what you expected, DJ. These are just power picks. There's the Lucian being taken care of that you highlighted, so clearly neither team favoring that. And now we get the Gnar in the top lane. And we'll see what the matchup is. It's going to actually be that Kennen, which was the R5 pick for Ottawa Gray. So they got a bit of a counter pick there with that Kennen versus the Gnar.
Yeah, it is kind of a classic counter matchup in Gnar. It's a bit of a softer one, I would say. It just allows you to fight a little bit of the range and have your laning phase go pretty well for Kennen. That sets you up for later in the game. But this one, I think anyone who's played the game for a while knows this matchup. What is much more interesting to me, of course, is this now newer jungle matchup. Viego still as strong as he ever was, and Wukong on the other side. There is that powerful jungler, mid laner, top laner, can do whatever he wants now because he can hop over walls. Why Riot Games? I'm an AD carry. I hate this. It is really, really scary. And now he's got an Ahri to pair with it, which is a very strong mid 2v2, particularly at level 6. And I have to say, I like the Ahri pick a lot here because this Viego actually did come early in the draft. This was the B1 for Juniata to get this onto Wonhan. And one thing that I still think is pretty illegal, even after some slight nerfs, is allowing Viego and Ahri to be on the same team because it just gives you way too easy reset comp. Just dominate mid-game skirmishes.
I think it's interesting that, mid lane was a lane that I definitely thought that Juniata would have a big advantage, and Acrylium ends up going for the Seraphine. So more of that supporty mid lane. Of course, can build it with some burst, but very interesting to see how that Seraphine will turn out. We do get the Senna Tom Kench lane on the bottom side for Juniata, and Zhao M gets the Vayne, something that he's very comfortable on, plus going to be paired with that Nautilus. These are two very interesting comps, and it feels like Ottawa Grey maybe came out on top. They got the counter pick on the top side of the map. They got that Wukong that you were highlighting that is sort of trending into that alarm red flag territory in terms of very, very strong. And then they got their AD carry on his staple on the Vayne. I think Ottawa Grey did a very good job in this Game 1 draft, getting everything they needed to set themselves up for success.
I do think they got a lot of comfort here, and they do have a lot of circles for this team. Well, they have 2 circles for this team fight, right, to overlap on top of one another. However, I am actually in the other camp here. I think the draft on the left side went quite a bit better, Fish. This bottom lane is the one that a lot of people have been talking about. It's very popular in the past, hasn't been around in a while. Now it is cropping back up that Jinx Aphelios is gone. I think this lane will easily neutralize what you want to do in the bottom lane. Makes it really hard to play Vayne in the later stages when you have the range of Senna Seraphine to bother you. The one thing I see on the left side here for Juniata that I'm not 100% thrilled with is there's no real other dive buddy for Wonhan for this Viego. You usually want another champion to go in with him. It will probably have to be Volantis in this case to partner up, but I still think they have agency in the early game. They have a neutralizing, scaling bot lane, and they have tools to disrupt what they see on the other side, which is later game team fighting with an exhaust and range to disrupt Zhao M on the Vayne. So while I think there's a lot of comfort and there's a lot of tools on the side of U of Ottawa, I actually like this draft quite a bit on the left side of the screen.
My one concern for Juniata is that mid lane. Just looking at Krillium, he was the target in the draft phase, right? The Vygar, which is something you look back the last 3 seasons, he has basically been a Vygar one-trick, and he's slowly adding champions in. That was banned away. His Syndra, which is usually his backup in solo queue, that was banned away, and then the Ahri was taken away in the first pick of round 2, sort of like a pseudo-another ban to give it over to Fantasy to take it away from Krillium. So I'm sure the Seraphine is something he's practiced, but then you look when a guy's on his 4th or maybe 5th most comfortable champion, that's sort of when I say, okay, this could be a bit concerning. How is he going to play this? So that's the one where I'm looking and saying, okay, how do you play Krillium in the mid lane? They basically said, we don't want you to pop off. How do you respond to all those challenges?
That is a fair point. There were a lot of bans thrown his way. Again, it looks like they wanted to get Fatasi a decent matchup. I do think they've gotten exactly what they want. Again, their skirmish is going to be really strong in the mid game. I think their 2v2 in the early game is winning between the Seraphine Viego and this Wukong versus Ahri. I do think you win that out, particularly if the Charm does land. Of course, if you get unlucky and Viego gets a kill, you just hard lose it. That's kind of how the champion works. However, it's Seraphine, Fish. How hard can it be? Ceruleum's a good player, man. He's got hands. I'm pretty sure any mid laner with hands can play this champion. You're going to sit there, you're going to throw Qs and E's, you're going to power your own champions, and when Vayne tries to engage in the fight, you're going to hit the R button. So I think the pick, if you were worried about going deep into your champion pool, this is one to take, right? It's very linear. It's very easy to play. It enables other parts of your comp, and it disrupts what they want to do. So I think it's a good answer, and I think it should do just fine later on in this game.
I'm a big mid lane fan. I love the pop off mid lane. So anytime there's a Seraphine, I'm like, oh, it's gonna be one of these games.
Yeah, it's gonna be one of these games. Yes,
and they're not gonna kill each other.
Nothing is gonna happen until level 6. They're gonna clear from 1,000 miles away. Yep. Right? All you're looking for is to try to move Ahri, if you can get wave control, out of the lane and roam. But that in and of itself is hard, right? Seraphine's got pretty good wave clear, even after some nerfs last year. So, again, that's kind of why I like the pick here for Krillium. It's neutering what I think would be a winning part of the early game on the side of U of Ottawa, and also disrupting Zhao in the late game.
Should be exciting to see here, just a minute or so away from hopping in to game number 1 here with the Challengers Division title on the line between Juniata and U Ottawa Gray here. Fish and DJ getting ready for the call in this best of 5. Everybody seems pretty excited. I'm more Ottawa Gray at game 1. We've got DJ more Juniata, which I think is the best way to have it. We don't want to have both casters rooting for the same team. That makes it no fun. I'm curious, in the bot lane, I know when you have the center Tom Kench, if it will be the feast, if it'll be the normal center, or if it'll be famine center where Tom Kench is getting more CS. I'm very curious to see how that will play out for the side of Juniata, because if you're just going for soul center, you're okay extending the game longer and longer with your basically infinite scaling. But that can also be very scary if that Vayne gets ahead on Jiao M, because Vayne will just start obliterating the team. So I'm curious to see how that bot lane will go, what center they want to put Lilo on, and how he will handle it. But we'll find all of that out here in the next few seconds once we hop onto the Rift for game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I can predict a little bit of how this lane will go if it's played properly. It should be Famine Senna, I would imagine, when you're pairing with Tom Kench. It's usually pretty easy to farm on that TK, and most supports are pretty experienced at it. You can see in chat here a lot of support for our support here for Dark Utopia, so I imagine he'll be able to play that one. And when you have a Senna Tom lane, what you're really doing is you are neutralizing bottom lane. You are making bottom lane not a concern, because you really can't force on the lane. Like, you can't kill Tom Kench. He gets shielding, he gets the E escape, right? And so they just kind of sit there in lane and absorb pressure. There's really no way to force on them, even with the hook. So you're going to see on the other end, you of Ottawa, you're going to want that Nautilus to roam out of lane. You're going to want Vayne to farm safely and just accept that this lane is going to scale, because there's no real way to kill this, which makes it not a problem for Juniata.
Our junglers have to just be kicking themselves at this point, DJ. We basically said bot lane's unkillable. We know mid lane's unkillable with Ari Seraphine. I mean, I guess Kennen and Narsh, for the first time probably in their League of Legends careers, should expect assistance in the top lane, because usually that's the lane the junglers never want a part of. So I'm very curious how Ohan and O'Kyler do here, if it's going to be 1v1s in the jungle, or if, because it would kind of be very hard to gank some of these lanes, as you pointed out. This is very curious, because those are the two best players, and they've kind of been neutralized, at least in their early ganking potential.
Yeah, it will be interesting. It'll be a lot about timers, right? About when you can get push in these lanes. Because I think, as we've highlighted, right, a pure, simple gank, right, is going to... It's not impossible. It's never impossible. Well, the reason we say this is just because it's difficult, right? If you're trying to gank Corki, right, he's got a W. He can dash away, flash away. If flashes are up, it's really hard to make plays. And, you know, with something like Tom Senna, it can get turned around, which makes it even riskier if you do go all the way into that Tom Kench, get stunned up. So that's why these things are difficult. It doesn't become impossible, though. So we'll have to see if Han and his counterpart can do something creative, find a little window, and get one of those lanes ahead. Otherwise, yes, it might just be actually a little bit of a top lane gank angle.
Looks like we did hop into game, and everything is frozen in time here, DJ. But we do finally get to take a chance to look at the runes for these champions. Here we go. Game 1, ready to go. O'Kyler 1 will throw down the ward, and I think that's all of the excitement we will get in the early game.
Woo! Vision! Let's go! No, nobody for Vision? Nobody likes... You don't like seeing things, everybody? Come on.
I prefer to clap when the wards die. Give me Season 2 League of Legends, where that was the most exciting thing happening for the first 30 minutes of the game, DJ, where we cheer when wards get taken out.
That is fair. That's a callback to a darker time, literally and figuratively. Well, I guess there was more Vision since the wards, the Sightstone was a thing, and you could just place it all over the map, and multiple Korean teams won entire world championships off of it. That's why Vision's important, everybody. So we get a little bit of it here. It is a little bit early, but it will, of course, spot any clever pathing for a level 2 gank. That's really what this is protecting against on this side of the jungle, and that will keep, again, their boy here, Fatasi, nice and safe in this lane.
And I'm a big fan of Game 1, take it slow. You don't want to throw away Game 1 for no reason. You just want to make sure you play it nice and safe, play it nice and slow, not even an attempt at an invade. Both junglers even going to start on the same side of the map. Very calm and collected game number 1. Now we'll kind of get to see how this bot lane looks for the side of Juniata. What will the Senna and Tom Kench do? You can see with the support item there, that's already answered the question, so it will be the Famine Senna. So Souls will be the name of the game. We'll try and keep an eye on that counter as much as we can, and we'll see if Leo can get some decent soul luck on some of these minion kills.
Starting off pretty standard here, I would say. Fish just cleared, going to be matched, headed up towards the top side for both of these junglers, and let the auto trading begin in this lane. A lot of farming going to be happening. A little bit of a hiccup here from some of the pauses I think we were having, but keep your eyes, I would say, around kind of the level 3 timer to see if anything happens. Unfortunately, if we don't see a gank after kind of this first full clear, might not see one again for a while. Again, we highlighted how these lanes are very defensively sound and can be quite hard to gank.
It really feels like maybe you're looking top lane, maybe you're hoping for a good sort of CC chain here. We do get the ward, so that is going to be harder for Okyler 1 to come in. Both junglers basically on the same pathing right now. Maybe we get a River Scuttle duel. I mean, that looks like potentially our most sense of action here.
The honorable jungle duel.
Yeah, they both kind of look at it.
No mid laners allowed.
They both think about who's going to smite first to break the shield, who's going to save their smite. I mean, that maybe is what we're going to see here. We do see a ping up from Okyler 1. He is looking to look a play here onto Valentis, onto Gnar. Mega Gnar did just get proc, so there's no range. Flash forward from Etroy the Goat. Stun's not quite able to land, though. Here comes Ohan 1 on the counter. There's no flash on this Kennen, but it looks like Wukong going to be the target. He will flash away, going to get stunned up. Valentis now going to get in range. Okyler 1 dash to the minion, but it's not going to matter. First blood picked up from Juniata with Ohan 1 getting that counter gank.
Yeah, Ohan has got the right timing, and it's just very well played by Valantis, right? We talked about why these things are difficult. Yeah, Gnar didn't have Mega Gnar, but he has a hop and a flash, and so you dash in at level 3. When we said there could have been a play, you can't quite collect it, and Ohan doing the right thing, covering his lane, knowing, having the information that the pathing was matched in a perfect spot to get first blood.
Now, Etroy the Goat tried to flash forward with the Lightning Rush, and I would assume the play was Lightning Rush into Electrical Surge into Thundering Shuriken to get that stun, but I don't think the Thundering Shuriken landed, so there was never a stun onto that Gnar. As you said, DJ, he just simply hops away. And Okyler 1, who I thought would be the more superior jungle, kind of gets forced to make an early play, and he gets countered up on here by Ohan. And so now, this really puts things in Juniata's favor, and they're just content to CS across the map. They don't have the feeling that they need to make a play, because with that Senna, they're going to be infinitely scaling in that bot lane, and we already talked, as long as Curlium has hands, Seraphine should be able to do what she does in team fights. Yeah,
the scaling conversation is a bit of an interesting one, considering both teams do have scaling options, right? I mean, Wukong is devastating later in a team fight. If you can get your wombo combo together for you, Ottawa, that's really the big question about how they scale. It's about how they connect those two ultimates in the top side to allow Zhao to auto-attack. That's the real win condition. On the other side, it is a little bit simpler, right? It is just kind of, Senna, right? You just outscale a lot of things as you get range that no one can match, damage that no one can match passively. But it does take quite a bit of time, and there aren't a whole lot of other, huge damage threats, and more is about the setup and the CC that would come through from these topside champions for Juniata College in a late game situation. But early games, what we have to talk about with Juniata already with this 900 gold lead. And remember, we mentioned that this should be a winning 2v2 mid-jungle for the side of Ottawa, and it looks like it could be trouble for Kyler. I don't know, Ohan's just fine. He's like, whatever. Okay, yeah, I'm ahead. It's fine. We're chilling.
Those are very
just don't touch my
play.
wolves. Just don't touch my wolves. They're my wolves.
I don't have flash. You don't have flash. We'll just agree to walk away. Kyler 1, he did get a bit of revenge. He did end up double scuttling on Ohan, but again, I think he'll trade first blood for 2 scuttles and a quite a big lead. We do have the Hextech Dragon up. I do believe the bot lane for Juniata kind of flirted in that direction, but then they saw the River Scuttle ward was there, didn't really have an option to make a play, and now top lane seems to be the name of the game. We got level 6 here on Gnar. The junglers are going to collide, actually, in this top tri-brush. You see the pings go out. Ohan still not making a play, and Lightning Rush to safety. Everyone, just walk away.
Yeah, there's really just nothing else for these junglers to do at the moment. You can see on the minimap, there's nothing for them to clear, right? All their camps are gone. They both path the same way. The pathing's been very trackable to this point. So they're both just going to sit there and cover while this wave is in a good spot for Valantis. You can see held right outside of his turret, making this precarious for Eteroy the Goat. And that is why Darkatopia is all the way up here from bot lane. Remember, hard for Senatom. They can, but it's not the easiest thing for them to engage. They want to make sure this wave state gets back into a good spot for Eteroy the Goat, and it looks like they've managed to do so.
Dark Utopia is going to reset. There wasn't a ping towards Dragon from Juniata. Don't know if they'll end up following up on that one as Leo gets some nice poke. Already up to 23 souls here 7 minutes into the game. So a couple more and he'll hit that first benchmark. There is one in the lane, but he'll end up leaving it alone. And they do have a sandwich here onto Dark Utopia in the river. Dark Utopia is going to get that root onto Lilo. He's going to end up getting rooted himself. One Han will take down the Dragon solo, and now they're chasing after this Nautilus. Going to get knocked up in the air, flashes right into the Encore, and that is a free kill for One Han. Dark Utopia just got way too careless pathing in the jungle. Now, Kyler 1 didn't see any of this happening. He does smite the red buff. Or the blue buff, excuse me, trying to get away, knocked up in the air, now going to get caught right on top of that blast cone. Looks to hit it to safety, but he is simply dead. Has the flash potentially. Leo's going to flash over the wall and pick it up. Walks away from the kill, and that is 2 more in Juniata's bag here.
Oh, it's just so clean from Juniata, and an overstep by Ottawa gets super punished. He's dead again. Yeah, he's just dead again. Goodbye. One Han is having a field day right now.
Is Ottawa Gray doing the mini-map op challenge? Like, Kyler 1 watches his support die, doesn't run away, and then Dark Utopia just ran into 4 of them here, DJ. I'm not sure what that last 30 seconds was for you, Ottawa Gray. That was just a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I don't know if it's... I don't think it's quite map-off challenge. I think it's just disrespect right now. Well, hold on here. See if Zhao can get out of this one. Nice tumble.
Nice tumble away. They still might take a chance on it. Last Embrace did land. Ult's going to be popped here by Zhao M. He does have the level advantage on Senna, but no mana. He's got to be very careful here. They're going to use the Curse of the Black Mist to potentially get back at range, but Dark Utopia will arrive. And he will just simply disengage, and everything should go back to normal here in the bot lane, though there are quite a bit of souls being picked up.
Okay, good. I was really worried that Dark Utopia was going to hook Crimson Corvus there, which is exactly why this is a neutralizing lane. You just don't do that. You'll probably die if you do that. I think a lot of this goes back to disrespect for you of Ottawa, not necessarily lack of awareness. Speaking of awareness...
Curlium, nice flash, does get hit by the charm. Kyler 1 is in range. Can he get there for the kill? Fantasy will pick it up. Here comes the Senna ult. It's not in the right direction, though. One Han looking to make a play. Not able to find it. That Senna ult might have saved him, but I don't think Leo was 6. Valentance is roaming down, was trying the Rift Herald, and finally, Ottawa Gray gets on the board.
Yep, finally they do find a window. No ultimate available just yet with that Encore gone. Ceruleum doesn't have any protection, and Fade to see very nice patience on that charm to pick up their first kill of the game. And boy, is it needed, because the last 3 minutes that we just saw, again, a lot of disrespect. One Han got the first blood, and from that moment on, he has been a level above Kyler. That's why that top lane wave was such a problem. That's why that dragon play was so confusing to me from Ottawa, because he was 6. One Han was level 6, and Kyler was level 5. There's no reason you should ever poke your face in there, because you can't win the fight. Unfortunately, Dark Utopia not on the same page. He gets picked off first, and from that point on, when you have a Viego who is level 6, you just start picking members off, right? They just go one by one through the members who continually disrespect that they could still be there, that they can still kill them. That's really the name of the game for this early stage, which is why I'm happy that U of Ottawa finally found a window, maybe settle the nerves a little bit, get themselves back into the game plan.
Ottawa does pick up the first mythic item of the game. We do get that Everfrost on Fantasy just to add to the amount of CC that Ari can provide once we get into team fights with the Charm, with the Everfrost. So curious to keep our eyes on if we'll be able to land some nice roots onto potentially Krillium or Leo or One Han. I'm very curious who the target will be when we get to that team fight stage for Ottawa Gray, DJ, because I mean, Krillium, he provides support, but it's not a mid laner that's going to just 100 to 0 you in one combo. I know the Viego is very strong, but he's also very slippery. I'm curious who they're going to focus when we get to these more 5v5 team fights in the next 8 or so minutes.
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I think you need to kill One Han. I really think you need to kill One Han. If you don't kill him and he gets a kill at this point, 3-0-0, he'll certainly have a mythic item very, very soon. He'll just probably pop off on you at this point. So that probably has to be the target for me. But boy, does that feel bad when you're also playing against the Senna. We'll see what they can do, right? If they can get that big wombo combo onto both of them, that's your ideal condition. Hold on here. Nice side
rush.
step.
Everfrost did miss. It's not going to matter. Krillium gets the kill with the charm. And this is what we talked about. Kyler 1, he sees mid, sees an easy kill, and this Ari As you said, it's illegal for it to be with the Viego, and it's a good thing because Ottawa Gray, it's basically their only positive point right now.
Oh, they're trying to invade here. They still do have Wukong up, but they don't really have support from Ari at this point with the Spirit Rush down. Glad they pull out of that one, just clear the ward, move back, get some plates, try to reduce this gold leak. See 1.5k there at the top of your map, not too bad. Oh, here we go though.
Fight is going to break out. One Hot is the target. The Cyclone's going to come out. Leo picks up the first kill. Dark Utopia is going to go down as well. I've seen this story before, DJ. It's Dark Utopia and it's O'Kyler 1 just not respecting the 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, you heard me say it, right? I was worried about them kind of, dancing around the enemy jungle here with a 3-0 Viego, still had ultimate, actually had gone back and picked up his mythic item right before this. Even in that kind of oddish man scenario with Ceruleum not on the map, you don't win that fight, you don't have Spirit Rush or Fantasy nearby, and they do get punished for overstepping once again. Look at how effective Juniata is at punishing them. Look at this!
No, Dark! Oh, the tongue lash!
They don't have ultimate, they don't have Wukong ult. I don't think they can win this fight.
Oh, Dredgeline is going to miss. Fantasy's coming in. It's a 4-on-4.
They have Encore.
They're going to land the root.
They have Encore.
This would mean Encore. One hand's going to go in. First kill picked up, but it's immediately traded out. Here comes the resets for the side of One Hand, but he misses the Dredgeline. And Ottawa Gray's able to escape, and just a 1-for-1 post support's going down. See,
again, the fish is just disrespectful over and over again, right? I know you don't want to get punished in that jungle. You can see Juniata is being so ruthless every time they get a kill, taking camps, taking gold, taking resources. You don't want to give it up, but it's just disrespect again. You know that Ceruleum is back by this point. You know he didn't use Encore when you killed him the last time, and you still don't have Spirit Rush. How are you going to win that fight without Spirit Rush, without Cyclone? The answer is you're not. One Han's going to get a reset, and if that Dredgeline didn't miss, there would have been more kills going over to Juniata.
Very thankful the Dredgeline missed, as you said. They do end up using that Rift Herald. They pick up a couple of plates. All that gold did go solo to One Han. Leo decided not to move in range for that plate gold, so that was solo plate handed over to this now 5-0-1 Viego. Has the Immortal Shield, though. The Senna at 2-0-4. Probably hovering around that 50 soul or so stack mark. We'll have to see next time we focus in on her where she exactly sits. But I think Juniata is happy with this game plan. Again, mid has been the one surprise. I thought this would be Krillium's to lose, but Fantasy on the Ari has basically held this Ottawa Gray side together. 100% kill participation for him, and it's mostly been landing charms, and he's going to have to do more and more of that as this game goes on.
Yep, he's been the one finding the plays, right? Finding the slight missteps from Ceruleum. It is very hard, right? Ari is a very punishing champion when you step out of position. It doesn't take a whole lot when 3 dashes and a charm are coming your way, and then, if you die, 3 more. So I like what we've seen from Fantasy, but again, it hasn't been enough to get a gold lead. They are still 2k down, and do have to remind you of this bottom lane just kind of free scaling up. Top lane's untouched, and still a very nice position with One Han, as fed as he is, being this important member in the team fights, where we talked about this, Seraphine being a concern of damage. It's not going to be a concern if One Han is this fed and can get a reset.
Another jungle invade here for Juniata. They've had a lot of success right by where this blue buff corridor is. This time, no such luck. It's also even more wide open, as we did get an Infernal Soul or Infernal Dragon on the map. So that will be in play here in about 10 minutes, especially if Juniata can pick this up. Everfrost's going to land. This time, though, Fantasy doesn't realize One Han is there. The Encore will miss. They'll trade Spirit Rush for Encore. Fantasy thought he had the 1v1. He did not. Oh, Valentis. No, he'll just get away.
Bot side, though, we're going to have more.
Oh, a nice knock-up onto O'Kyler 1. Going to pop the Cyclone to try and be able to move. Gets swallowed whole. Dodges the Senna ult, but still goes down to One Hand. Fantasy coming top corner of your screen. Leo's got to be careful. He's all alone. Dark Utopia will get the kill. The last embrace will fall into a charm. Dodges the Q, though. It's a triple kill for One Han and Fantasy. Unfortunately, the CC just was not there to be able to pick up a revenge kill.
Apparently, one man is all you need, and his name is One Hand. Okay, that's a bad rhyme. I'm sorry, Fish, but this is just a One Han gap at this point, man. He's 8-0-1. He's got 90% KP. Good sidestep from Ceruleum. He doesn't have Encore, so I don't think he can chase this down, but it just It doesn't matter, man. One Han has just snowballed this game to perfection with Crimson Corvus and Leo in his back pocket. Beautiful skirmishing once again, and it's just out of control now for Ottawa. How do you kill this man? He's on 2 items. They're going to get another kill on Ceruleum, but is it worth anything?
Ooh, Ceruleum actually might get away. Has the flash. There's no Spirit Rush. You get nothing for that. Yeah, I don't know how you kill one Han, and I'm worried, DJ, if you do kill one Han, Leo just kills you. He's, I think, up above 60 souls at this point in the game, so 3 stacks of that passive. He gains bonus AD and AD range every 20, and one Han's just going to get to the point where he's going to kill you or Senna's going to kill you.
Yeah, this is getting very frightful for you, Ottawa. Trailing by 5k gold. Second Rift Herald goes over. This one will be dropped in the mid lane to clear out this turret when they do get the opportunity. Still plenty of turrets remaining for the side of U of Ottawa, but the one thing they also have to fear is this third Drake is coming up, and they need to defend it. All of their ults are available. All of their flashes are up. Eteroy just TP'd down to try to contest this. This will be their best chance, but again, one Han is on 2 items. If you do not blow him up, he will win this fight on his own.
Everything should be up for basically everybody here, outside a couple of ignites for the supports. As Ceruleum just gets jumped on by Atroy, the GOAT. Nice flash away. He's going to pick up the kill. Valence is going to try and turn it around. Meanwhile, we get a fight right on top of Dragon. One Han is the target. You're going to get swallowed up by Crimson Corvus.
They got him.
Dawning Shadow going to get one. There's the shutdown, but can the Senate turn it around? The damage being pumped out is absolutely insane. Here's Kennen, though, on the back line. Slicing Maelstrom does not land on the Senate, but they pick up the kill. Nice triple Nard from Valentis. Can he finish off the low health bars? No, he cannot. Zhao M barely lives, and finally Ottawa Grey has life.
Yeah, we said it would be their best opportunity. All their flashes available, all their ultimates they saved up. They invested fish for this Drake, and they do win the fight. A lot of credit to Eteroy, who takes out Ceruleum right from the start. Doesn't have to use his ultimate for it critically, which allows him to come and clean up that fight. But a biggest part of the 4v4 happening on the top side was that they got CC down onto one Han early on. They didn't have a low health member for him to bounce back onto, for him to get the reset on, and that allowed them to use the rest of their tools to win the fight with the mega fed member off of the Rift. But boy, oh boy, did that take absolutely everything they had, Fish, to turn that one in their favor. Blinking health bars, nearly a quadra at the end of that for Volantis on the cleanup. And this will come down. This is going to get real close now. 2k gold lead. Zhao picked up 2 kills. He's on 2 items, so suddenly things will become more difficult for Juniata, and the onus might have to start shifting from one Han onto Leo as these fights progress.
And the big thing for Juniata is they need to find a way for Ceruleum to be able to contribute to these fights. I mean, I know we joked about the Seraphine. All you really do is find an encore, but as you highlighted, getting soloed down under the turret, I mean, you look at the gold. Ceruleum only has a 300 gold lead on their own bottom lane there. The Tahm Kench is actually chasing them down. This Seraphine really brings not a lot to the table besides an encore. So if that doesn't hit, it's almost like a 4v5, DJ. I want to see if they're able to get tower pressure, if they're able to get anything. They are going to jump onto Dark Utopia, who once again will just die for nothing. Great stun there by one Han, cancel the dredge line.
That could just... Okay, they're not going to do it. It is still a little early. That was right in front of the Baron. That is a scary moment, but instead with the turret still standing, they will respect the earliness of the game. They will drop the Rift Herald. This is probably the better play. So good call from one hand. They should be able to get 2 turrets out of this as well, and they're fighting.
They're gonna jump onto Fantasy. Spirit Rush. Luckily, 3 charges. Stays alive. Herald should get a second charge here at least. They'll take that for a kill on the support as well. That's a nice chunk of tower damage for Juniata.
Yep, good respect. They don't quite get the pick. If they'd gotten that pick, they could have gotten a heck of a lot more without the Spirit Rush on the table. But they're going to respect the fact that the flanks could have come in. They get what they wanted, the full turret, the second charge as well off of that pick. The next one, though, of course, at 21 minutes now, right? Any pick now becomes the threat of Baron at this point, Fish. And it still is Juniata's game to control. They have the map state. They have 2 turrets on this bottom side down. They're about to get the third one. Their mid lane turret still stands, so the onus is still in their hands to make the play that could win them the game through this Baron.
Fantasy's going to try and make a play here. Everything is used. As soon as the tower goes down, Fantasy just gets stabbed to death. I have no idea what he was looking for there. Everything was blown. And they pick up a kill. They do lose their mid turret, though, just Juniata. But Fantasy giving that kill back. We get a teleport. They want to try and sandwich him. Kyler 1's going to jump on top of the AD carry. Senna gets cycloned and then swallowed up. Spit away. Slicing Maelstrom, though. Going to get multiple stuns. Leo is just dead. But now what can they do? Ohan's the target. He will fall. Valentis this time not going to leave them alive at low health bars. But Zhao M is here. The Gnar going to get cleansed up. This Vayne is ready to play. And Ottawa Gray picks up another huge team fight win.
Yeah, it's a great fight from Ottawa. Juniata calls for the flank TP, but it's a little bit of disrespectful positioning from Leo. He gets caught out, he gets hooked up, and the shield from Tom Kench does not buy enough time. Eteroy hits a big slicing Maelstrom, and there's too much damage for One to survive through. Again, these members are staying topped up. They need to go low for One to get these resets, and with the damage, your main damage in Leo, off of the table for the entirety of the beginning of that fight, there was no one for One to target. It's a big win. It's a Baron into U of Ottawa's hands, and just as we were talking about the control being for Juniata, it suddenly flips in favor of Ottawa.
And Ottawa has played these team fights so well, as you pointed out, DJ, because the Cyclone gets popped by Kyler 1, and Crimson Corvus immediately has to devour Lilo to try and save him from the positioning. As soon as that devour ends, it's a slicing Maelstrom, and that Senna is immediately stunned. It's a great job by Ichiro, the GOAT, and Kyler 1 layering their ultimates instead of, all right, Cyclone, slicing Maelstrom, this is big damage, but the Senna would be invulnerable. It's a great job of patience displayed by Kennen, and that is why Ottawa Gray is back in command. They do have the gold lead. Zhao M flirting with danger here. Here comes the full team. Ult will be popped, as well as a tumble for a brief invisibility, and that will get Vayne to safety.
Nicely done. Good respect from Zhao. Just going to get on out of there, knowing that the dragon is coming up in 19 seconds. He has to be alive. This is not a soul, of course, because they won the last dragon fight, but still, they don't really want to give up soul point. And with the Baron already shoving mid-wave, they're just winning out right now. They can hover around this Drake.
How long does Juniata want to play this dance? Keep your eye on Interoy the GOAT, looking for this flank with that slicing Maelstrom. Does have the flash. You can see him bottom hand of your screen. He's going to come around for the long play. As soon as he goes in, here it is. Flash, slicing Maelstrom. Lejoy is going to be the first one to go down. They do get the revenge kill onto Kennen. That is a reset for Ohan 1. Krillium's going to go down to Kyler 1 with the Cyclone. And now the fight's kind of divided. And this time, Juniata will pick up the win. Ohan going to go over the wall, jump right onto Kyler 1. He will get stunned up by the Mega Gnar. There's the shutdown. And that's what you've been talking about, DJ. If Viego's allowed to live and get a reset, it's GG, because Juniata's going to win that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a tale of two team fights, right? The ones in which One gets a reset and the ones in which he doesn't at this point, Fish. This one, they just don't have enough. They can't quite grind him down. The flank was very good from Eteroy, but he didn't get onto One. Enough damage got down onto the front line, and once that first reset comes through, it's basically GG unless Zhao does something absolutely magical with One. Still 12, well, he was 9 and 2 before that one. On 3 items, he's still the strongest member in the game, although again, Zhao is closing in on that, and that's a huge win for Juniata to stop the bleeding, to slow the Baron push, and to put themselves onto Soul Point.
Balance is going to go in a 1v2.
Waiting for Mega.
Going to try and get away. Here's the Dawning Shadow. Here comes the rest of the team. Crimson Corvus going to try and spit One on top of Zhao M. Teleport coming in from Fantasy. Teleport from behind for Etroy the GOAT as well. Going to get Nord into the wall right off the teleport, though. There's one reset, but it's not going to matter. They trade 2 for 2.
Yeah.
This should just be a retreat here. One more Spirit Rash for Fantasy. Can he get in range to make a charm play? Flash forward. Charm misses. Nice double stun from Krillium. Cyclone going to land on the 2 for Kyler 1, though. Encore will get a charm. Valantis going to go in, try and pick up a kill, but both will go down. Now it's only Ceralium who's left alive. And Juniata just bit off more than they could chew there. They're going to lose 4 for 2 in this fight.
Yeah, you can see Zhao has pretty much reached critical mass here. They literally used everything they possibly could to try to get on top of him, to try to take him down, but he flashes, he cleanses at the right time. That commits to the overextension. Eteroy with the TP punishes it very well, and it's once again U of Ottawa asserting control. We are just flip-flopping back and forth now, Fish, in these fights, depending on who's got summoners, who's got positioning. Critically speaking of summoners, though, that flash for Zhao is now down, and it will be down when the Soul Drake comes up in 2 minutes and 55 seconds. That is a cooldown that will be absolutely massive because he needs to carry these fights for Ottawa.
That was, I will say, a fantastic gnar into the wall from Volantis, stopping Atsoca the Goat for basically repeating that. Very curious, yeah, as you pointed out, the flash is going to be on cooldown for Zhao M. I'm interested to see the position, because that time, there even was a reset for Wonhan. He did get the Nautilus on the reset, which is probably one of the less helpful for his team, and that's how he ends up getting taken down. And I'm curious to see, because basically, as you pointed out, DJ, if Wonhan gets a reset, most of the fight's going to go in Juniata's favor. If he doesn't, his team just crumbles around him. How can he stay alive and how can he position himself is going to be very key. And 2 minutes from now is Atsoca the Goat's going to face check this. Wonhan is there. Oh, Kyler does stop his back, though. It does not matter. Kennen is dead. This is a 14-3 Viego, and it's not even fair in a 1v1.
Oh my god, that was just disgusting. Wonhan finding a nice little angle. That'll be critical for them because that guarantees setup around this Drake. They can freely take this mid wave. Look at all the wards. This is exactly what I would love to see, right? Perfect comms. Decision making from Juniata. They get the pick. It doesn't mean anything in terms of the objective, right? Nothing is up. But what it means is you can set up, you can clear all the vision, you can force them to now come to you and make sure that there's no pesky Kennen flank ward. There's no way to get collapsed on by Kyler. They will see everything coming straight at them, which is what Senna absolutely loves in a team fight.
And the interesting thing here for Atsoca the Goat is he's not opting for a stopwatch. He opted for the Void Staff as his fourth item, and
I dig it. I'm with him, man. I'm with him.
But then he gets the potion over a stopwatch. I feel like you've got to have a stopwatch on Kennen because last Dragon he went in and then died in his slicing maelstrom.
Did he have? I guess he. If he only had 500 gold, then you probably can't wait to get out on the Rift is potentially the answer. So if he only had 500 gold, this is the right decision. I do think a stopwatch would have been useful here, but I'm definitely in favor of the full damage Kennen builds to say, I'm going in to blow you up, not to survive. They're actually going to try and preempt the Drake, though, by going for Baron. This is pretty clever, but will it pay off?
Keep your eye on Fantasy on the top of the pit right now. Here comes the rest of the team. Fantasy looking for a charm over the wall. Everything's up for everybody. And we just walk away and disengage. Everything except the flash, of course, on Zhao M. The cleanse will even be up on the dragon, potentially, as everyone's still just hovering around. Atsoca the Goat looking for another flank. Probably looking for a flash over the wall. He is on a ward. He's going to get jumped on. You need a stopwatch for that reason, my man. He is dead. And now the fight is all Juniata. A nice two-man gnar into the wall. Soralium knocked up by the cyclone. Zhao M is just dead. Kyler 1 wants to hop on to Leo. It's not going to matter. They are going to fall to Juniata, and it is their Rift to decide what they want to do. Fantasy can't even get away, can he? It looks like at least Fantasy will survive. Kyler 1, he will not be as lucky. He will eventually be just poked down by the bot lane and top lane. I'm going to say that's why we buy stopwatches, DJ.
Yes, I would say the results-based analysis would say a stopwatch would have potentially been nice there. I don't know how much of a difference it potentially makes because the situation was already really bad for U of Ottawa. I like what they tried to do there, Fish, right? They know that they were going to be walking into a field of vision around that Soul Drake, so they say, okay, let's go to better turf to take this fight. We'll walk over to Baron. We'll force them to walk away from all of their setup. We'll force them to come to us. Yeah, it'll still be a front-to-back team fight, but at least we're not walking into them. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to set up, so they didn't clear the one ward over that wall where Atsoca was trying to set up. Everyone on Juniata saw it coming, and Wonhan sprung the trap. So even with a stopwatch, it would have been really tricky for U of Ottawa to get out of that one, and it's well punished by Juniata. They get their soul. Yeah, that is that ward. They get their soul, they get their Baron, and now they are set up for a victory in game number 1 if they can cleanly execute one more fight.
I think the only concern you look at for Juniata is if Wonhan goes down, where does the damage come from? I mean, 15, 3, and 5 on the Viego. Not quite sure how many souls this Senna has, as she is about 2 items done. As we do see here, Charm is going to land. Crimson Corvus most likely dead. They are going to get a root, though, onto Dark Utopia. He will simply go down. Volantis going to join the fight. Fantasy gets picked up and goes down. And just what it looked like Ottawa Grey had a way in, this could be game potential with the Baron buff slamming down the mid lane.
I need a replay on that because whoever hit that blast cone is a literal god on Juniata College to knock Fantasy back into the team. They secure the second kill. They bust open the base. They will not hard force with a lot of ultimates down, but this is critical damage to the base of U of Ottawa. They are hanging on by a thread now, Fish.
Still have 24 seconds on Fantasy. This is probably top inhibitor as well, unless Eteroid the GOAT wants to make a play. And you can see by the retreating, that is not the case. So 2 inhibitors will go down. The respawns will come through. There's still 10 seconds left on this Ahri. But Juniata not going to risk it with the Baron empowered backs. They'll sort of try and line them up, though. There is a pick on Australium if they could have got there in time. But a reset for Juniata, and now they're truly back in command.
Yeah, really are in command. They do still have to be a little bit concerned about Zhao, right? He's still the main target. He does now have Flash again on 4 items with the GA. So there is still outplay potential here for Ottawa. No doubt about that. But yeah, I mean, with their base wide open, with 2 inhibitors down, they are on their last vestiges, right? One more punch in the side. This is like Rocky 1, right? Where he's like on his last legs. He's gonna throw that. He's got that one last punch, and if he doesn't hit Apollo Creed just right, he's going down. No problemo. The rest of the 4 movies never happened, and honestly, we probably would be better off for that in this modern society of ours.
At this point, I feel like if you're Ottawa, I don't even know if you're trying to throw the Rocky punch. You're just trying to stay in the ring till Elder spawns, right? Because these dragon fights have been coin flippy. It really depends if Eteroid the GOAT has been able to get in range for a good slicing Maelstrom. But you get Elder, all this advantage just disappears because you get that execute that the Elder buff provides. So you stay alive for a couple more minutes here if you're Ottawa Grey. You still have a chance.
Are we frozen? We might be frozen.
Do believe we are frozen.
Let's give it a second here. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh no. Technology, don't fail us now. We're at the critical moments of the game.
The bell has rung. The fighters are in their corner getting, water squirted in their face, DJ, to keep your Rocky reference going, I would assume. As it does look like
we see motion. We see motion. Whoa, we see motion. Okay. Whew.
Nothing happens. I think a tower went down on the bottom side of the map is all we missed, so nothing too exciting in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, well, it was just a round break. That's all it was. The gray screen was a little scary. You know, most of us are desensitized to the green screen at this point in our league careers, but it can still be scary. Eteroid.
Here we go. They want to make a play. Slicing Maelstrom going to be popped. There's no Viego in this fight. He was solo pushing mid. Encore does come out. A nice Gnar does pick up 1, but the Viego left his team, and when your damage is gone, you have no chance. Han's the only one to survive, but a huge misplay, DJ, trying to win the game, cost Juniata that fight.
Yeah, I mean, similar to Han seizing onto Eteroid. Eteroid gives it right back to Juniata. Just a beautiful moment, right? He sees Han on the wave. They recognize we can go, right? The reset's gone. Most of their power is gone. We can make this play. I will flash it. It doesn't matter if I'm exhausted. And it's a beautiful timer for the side of U of Ottawa to keep themselves alive, to hit that Rocky punch again. Zhao, level 17, is just so powerful now. If you do not get CC onto him, he will just shred you down. So that is a nice fight back with the Elder Drake coming up in 44 seconds. They're going to have priority. They're going to have the setup. Ceruleum does have TP, though. Volantis does as well, so they can get here. And critically, once again, Zhao's Flash and Cleanse will not be available for this fight.
That's the biggest bummer, really, if you're an Ottawa Grey fan, is you win that fight, but Zhao M had to flash, so it won't be up in this fight. And I'm curious now, with the way Han was playing, if this is potentially more of a bait for the Elder Dragon if you decide to Juniata. There's only 2 Nexus turrets alive, and there's a giant wave pushing topside if you can stall for time. Those teleports from Volantis and Ceruleum might be used to win the game as opposed to get in the fight, DJ. That top wave, keep your eyes on it. The top Nexus turret is about at 50%. This could be a huge problem for Ottawa Gray. This could be win the fight, lose the game territory unless they win quickly.
Yeah, you're definitely right, Fish. You highlight it brilliantly. You can see they're setting up at defensive angles. Dark Utopia's taking a ton of damage. There are 2 super waves pushing in. They might even need to wait for the Elder. They just might need to stop bases. And you can see U of Ottawa recognizes they are looking to engage the fight. But the longer Juniata baits this, the better it is. These minions are literally on the Nexus turrets.
Back. Fantasy has to start channeling it. He does have to teleport. One Nexus turret goes down. Juniata's going to pull the trigger on the Elder. It's a 4v5 as the Ari tries to clear
Kyler's got to be a hero.
Out. You can't contest this at all. Crimson Corvus and Volantis Mega Gnar pop. Gonna Gnar plus the root. Kyler with a great stopwatch, but I don't think it's going to matter. He goes down. Zhao M trying to kite the best he can. Volantis over the wall. Stun's going to land, and that is all for Zhao M. The Guardian Angel will proc, but it is not going to matter. The Winions win the game as Fantasy had to back. It was a 4v5, and Ottawa Gray never stood a chance. Can the Ari make a hero play here, DJ? I think all signs point to no.
No, probably not. Unfortunately, Ari usually needs a little bit more help, but she has 9 tails, but not quite 9 lives. She's a fox, not a cat, ladies and gentlemen, and that's the end of life number 1 for U of Ottawa.
Fantasy survives, but the Nexus does not. Juniata on the back of Wonhan. 17-3-7 on this Viego. Absolutely obliterating everyone, DJ. And Juniata picks up game number 1. But there are some bright spots because as far ahead as Wonhan was, there were several fights where they quickly realized for Ottawa Gray, if we kill the Fed Viego, we can win this. And I'm going to say, mid was quite a bit of a gap from Fantasy to Ceruleum. If they can draft around Fantasy, they might have a combo going here for Ottawa Gray to get back in this series.
Yeah, it is possible. I mean, that was a very, very close game. It definitely could have gone either way, right? It was good recognition from U of Ottawa. We had very back-and-forth fights depending on whether Zhao's flash was up and whether Wonhan could get a reset, right? That's really what a lot of this came down to. Some brilliant plays in between there, right? Wonhan finds that incredible pick onto onto the top laner, right? And that's just brought right back on the other side as they too find their angle on this Kennen for a very, very excellent engage. So really great game 1, and it sets us up for an absolutely thrilling final between both these teams because you can see they are pretty evenly matched, I would say, after looking at that game 1. We'll see what adjustments are made, but I'm excited for what could be a very long series today.
Yeah, I don't think there's much of a gap at all. If Wonhan stays in check, I think this could easily go Ottawa Gray's way. But we will take a break. We'll come back with Game 2 of our Challenger Division Finals. Can Ottawa Gray figure out how to stop Wonhan, or will the jungler for Juniata just snowball his way with his team to a division championship? We'll find out after this break. welcome back into the NECC Nationals. Here it is, the Challenger Division Finals between Juniata and U Ottawa Gray. Game number 1 in the books. A interesting victory, I have to say, for Juniata, DJ. I don't want to say dominant, because for as good as Wonhan was, there were several coin flip moments where if a fight went a different way, we could easily be praising the side of Ottawa Gray for coming back and fighting through a Fed jungler. So while it wasn't the dominant win it looked like it could be, it definitely felt like Juniata has a couple of big advantages, and that jungle matchup, at least early on, very favored in the side of Wonhan. Though I have a feeling Viego might not find his way back onto the Rift for Game 2 or even the rest of this series.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. I think they're going to want to take playmaking out of Wonhan's hands as much as possible. So I would agree with you that I think that could easily be taken off the table, just because it's just so easy to carry on that champion when you do get a reset. And the early game was really well coordinated by Juniata, right? We saw them be super effective at punishing mistakes to the fullest potential, right? They come to a dragon, they shouldn't, 3 kills, right? An extra one on the back of that, 2 jungle camps, right? They transition that into punishing mid, right? They walk back to their camps, and now the mid laner comes back. They shouldn't be there. 2 more kills, right? And then 2 more camps. They were super good in that early game at punishing the side of U of Ottawa. But U of Ottawa was patient, right? We talked about the Senatom being a neutralizing lane. Well, that just gives time for Zhao to scale up on the Vayne. And we saw as 2-3 items got in. Anytime he had flash up and they couldn't get immediate CC on him, it was really, really hard for them to win a fight. So definitely some goods and bads for both sides in game number 1. Just a couple more critical plays that gave that open map state that eventually resulted in the kind of no-win situation presented to Ottawa at the end of that game 1.
And I'm really curious as well how this mid lane will look for the side of both these teams. I came in thinking Cerulean would maybe be the more dominant player, ends up on the Seraphine, and thanks to Kyler, I don't want to say that Cerulean was dominated in lane. It did take, I want to say, 2 or 3 plus ganks from Kyler 1 to put Faye to see far ahead. But once that Ahri got far ahead, there was like a 5-minute gap in that game, BJ, where the Seraphine just kind of felt meh. It didn't really have enough health to stay alive. It got a couple of bad solo kills that opened up the game for Ottawa Gray. I'm curious how they will handle that. Will they get Cerulean on possibly something he's more comfortable with? The Viego ban maybe opens up the Syndra, maybe opens up the Vigar. That is his sort of one-trick favor. I don't think his one trick will get through, but maybe you get the Syndra through. I think he has some Orianna scattered in there as well, but I want to see Cerulean get more support. It felt like hey, pick Seraphine, easy champ, you'll stay alive. That did not go, I think, the way Juniata thought it would in the mid lane in game number 1.
No, it certainly did not, right? We had Wonhan kind of getting the bottom lane ahead, kind of getting himself ahead, and really the resources he spent kind of in the jungle, in those lanes, was definitely turned around by the side of U of Ottawa in that mid lane, where they did get their mid-jungle duo pretty decently ahead, mostly the mid, of course, there for Faye to see. Kyler, obviously always going to be effective on that Wukong with the Cyclone. It's just such a good team fighting tool. So like that they did find their lane to play through, right? That gave them a lot of extra time in the game. It gave them a place to play around that eventually led to, Zhao getting to those kind of item breakpoints that they needed. It just was not quite enough. But as I think you've highlighted, we've seen kind of definitely different points of strength and weakness in game number 1, and I do think those will need to be addressed somewhat in draft. Draft number 1, we saw a lot of targets thrown at the side of the mid laner here for Juniata Eagles in Cerulean. So we'll see if they do switch sides this time around. Let's see if they have. Looks like we're same side, I believe. So no swap of sides. So I would expect that we see pretty similar bans thrown at Cerulean, and he'll have to come up with something a little bit better, or they might have to prioritize his pick in phase number 1.
And the other thing that it just kind of popped up, because of course Itsuroy the GOAT kind of just sprung on us last second. A very heavy Kled player, and the cannon felt strong. I know we could argue till we're blue in the face whether or not a stopwatch was needed late in that game to maybe make the slicing maelstroms work. But I'm curious if they tried to incorporate that Kled in there, put a little bit more of damage on that top side of the map, because they won fights when Itsuroy the GOAT was looking for plays, was sneaking around on flanks. Now, a couple of them did cost him because he stood on top of a nice, cute snowman ward, as we highlighted on the broadcast, and that really started the downfall of the team. But I'm curious how this top laner will sort of play into the whole thing in game number 2. The Kennen was sort of that R5 counter pick, just kind of against the Gnar. It's usually a lane that should win. They really didn't have much action after that first gank, DJ. So there's a lot of ways Ottawa Grey can incorporate their players to get back in. I'm just curious what ways they will go in game number 2, and I think a lot of it will also depend on the picks and bans. Again, I think Viego probably not going to see the Rift. As you pointed out, it's probably Lucian would probably be banned. I don't think either of these AD carries seem to feel very comfortable on the Lucian. None of them have played it at all. So I think the picks and bans will be very interesting for game number 2 of this best of 5.
Lucian better still be banned because you can play him in 3 lanes. So it's not just the 80 carries that know how to play that champion. I'll tell you that much. So we will see what does happen, right? If they do go for Viego in one of their ban slots, we'll see, either probably Veigar. It's Veigar, Udyr, or Karma were their first 3 bans. Something will have to come off the table. So we'll see if that does come to light. I do expect that to be banned away. For U of Ottawa, right? Their kind of point of weakness was it was tough for them to get off and running in the jungle, right? A little bit of that came from top. They weren't really able to join up. Those skirmishes kind of went awry. The bot lane potentially as well. So we'll see if that Senna Tom Kench does come up. But really, I do agree. It's just kind of about setting one Han back and getting one of their critical members that we highlighted, right, Kyler, into a better position in the early game. Again, I think he was fine in that first game. He found his moments. He got his Cyclone up. But that early game was a bit rough for him. He was kind of scampering around, trying to find places to make plays, and was getting forced out by one hand. So that early game, those bans will be very important to setting up a different state of affairs for game 2.
And I assume that they're not going to just throw, I think it ended up being 3 kills over to one Han in the jungle, where they basically just kind of, Dark Utopia walks into him, Kyler doesn't see him, and you kind of talked about just that early game, how bad it was. That will help keep whatever jungler they do get for one Han sort of in check, because outside of that early gank, there wasn't a lot of plays being made until, again, it was a roam down from Dark Utopia that he walks back off spawn into them again. So I think they'll be a little bit more careful this time. As you said, I think what ban they let through, I think Veigar will still stay banned. I just think you can't put Cerulean on something he's very comfortable on. Even though he didn't look great in game 1, I still fear putting him on that. So yeah, as you said, maybe the Udyr gets through, and that's something that one Han transitions into more just being a stun bot and more of a tank role. I'm very curious to see how this jungle matchup plays out, because we were hyping up Kyler 1, and one Han kind of, as you hyped him up as well, DJ, he kind of stole the show. I'm curious if Kyler 1 can help his team draft him a better matchup in that jungle as we get through the, I believe, pro draft going on right now in game 2. So we'll see it here in a few minutes on our screen, what direction these teams want to go in game 2 of these Challenger Division finals.
Yeah, it really should be priority number 1 for U of Ottawa, is to get a better jungle state of affairs. I don't even think the matchup's that bad, right? Jungle matchups are, it's kind of weird to talk about jungle matchups in isolation, right? There's a couple of things where, like, if they're unhealthy clear or they can invade one or the other, win the 1v1, it can be a little problematic. But there was nothing wrong with the matchup, right? It was just an early game played out really well by one Han. So it is important for them to neutralize that, get themselves in a better state. Because if they're not, 5k gold down at that 10-minute mark, we probably see a very different game where it's really hard to deal with Zhao for the side of Juniata. So that's their priority. Priority on the left side, as we kind of talked about. Get a better situation for Krillium, right? See if you can prioritize his pick. Make sure he's on something maybe can't get picked on as much in that lane. Make him feel a little bit more comfortable, because, again, he is a partner technically for one Han in that mid jungle. We'll see what they can do to try to shift that one up. We'll see how seismic it really is as well, because it is the same side. So I would expect to see a lot of the same and maybe just some small adjustments, but you never know, depending on how these two teams look at it. It was a close game 1, though.
Yeah, again, we were maybe one slicing maelstrom landing on the right target, DJ, from praising you Ottawa Grey for their resiliency and their tenacity and their ability to come back. I mean, this game was really determined by, as he pointed out, it was simplified. Does Vayne have flash? Yes, no. Does one Han get reset? Yes, no. Whichever team got the yes was the team that won the team fight. I mean, that was really just a way to simplify it. So I think, again, with Viego off the table, the jungle matchup should be a lot less toxic. It should be a little bit more, I would say, skill-based, honestly, as opposed to, did the Viego just get to take over a body? Okay, the team won the fight. And I'm very curious to see what these picks are, because I think game one, I always like, okay, pick something you're comfortable on. Maybe you let a comfort pick go through for the other team, but that's because you're just banning out something that's super strong against your pick. Now we kind of get the reactionary bans. Does Viego get taken away? Does maybe the Senatom Kenshin some combination get taken away? Maybe even does the Ari get stolen away, because I thought Fantasy played it so well. Now is our first really overreaction game, DJ, where I think we'll get to see what these teams want to do, and it does look like Pro Draft for Game 2 did just end, so we should hopefully see it on our screens here in just a little bit, be able to pick apart if Juniata can go up 2-0 in the series, or if Ottawa Gray has maybe drafted a comp to get them back and make this a 1-1.
Yeah, we got to get a poll in chat. Did we have a poll in Game 1? Did we have a percentage? Where production, help me out here. What did we have in Game 1? How accurate were we? Who lost all their money? That's all we care about. Do we not have... Oh, we don't have betting on this channel. Sad. All of us degenerates are mauling fish.
I know between you and I'm definitely the one who's going to have to start watching in the late hours for some channel points here, because I thought Ottawa Gray had the comp, and it was close. But again, I did not predict, and I don't know if anyone predicted the 17-3 and 7 Viego just running around the rift. I mean, at the end of the game, you saw there was just time to just one-shot somebody. So I'm curious to see. I think without Viego, this will be a very interesting game. And again, talented players across the board, and I think, again, it might come down to just two junglers who are staring at each other like, well, I can't go mid, I can't go bot. You want to meet top lane and just see what happens? Because that's kind of how game 1 went.
Nah, no one wants to meet top lane. Top lane, yeah, no one wants to go top lane. Top lane's like the rundown bar at the end of the street where you're just like, we'll go there if everything else is packed. You know, I'm sorry for all you top laners out there, but I think you all understand that's the reality.
I will argue that these two top laners at least feel like, this bar has some good drink specials, right? These aren't your Ornn into Cho'Gath players where they slap each other around. They at least have some damage on their side. They're a little bit more exciting. They were
playing semi-rage to rage, but you do realize they were both 0-0 at 15 minutes last game with like 150 CS each, right?
I do know that. But at least we got a gank top lane. Usually they don't go top lane until, they lane swap. So at least they looked up in their direction. I'll praise anyone that doesn't lock in Ornn Cho'Gath, and it's just like, that is a matchup. We'll talk about it for 30 minutes.
But why wouldn't you lock in Ornn? That pick's OP, man.
Well, here we go. We do get a chance to hop into the game. We'll see where the picks and bans might differ. The Veigar's still taken away. Yasuo's still taken away as well. Juniata looks like they're going to stick with the same first two bans. And we'll see where any changes might come. And there it is. There's that Viego immediately taken away from one hot.
Yep, it does get taken off the board, so already something will be available, whether it is that Udyr or Karma. We've yet to see it. Wow, they're going to take Wukong, too. So they really want to take this away from Wanhan. They basically say, okay, we don't want to give you Viego, but if we leave Wukong up, you'll take it. So we have to ban it away, and that leaves both Karma and Udyr up. It looks like it won't be the Udyr. It's going to be Karthus in Wanhan's hands alongside a Tryndamere in the mid lane and Gnar in the top lane. It's also an Akshan top for Eteroid. That is something.
Nice, I told you, they're not the rundown bar at the end of the street, DJ. They're having a little bit of fun with it. The new, of course, I think is very interesting. It takes some of the playmaking out of Oakcalor hands, but allows him to dominate the jungle and everything that exists on the map that is consumable into his hands. And I'm really curious about this Tryndamere pick. They picked it into the Victor. The Victor was already revealed. It was actually the R3 for Ottawa Gray. So Rallium's got to have something that he has either seen in a scrim or in solo queue that works, because this is a very risky pick for someone who did not have the lane go at all in his favor in game number 1 for Seralium.
Yeah, Krillium, what I think he's looking at here, this was their B5 pick, right? Number 1, they need something AD. Lucian's already banned away, so you're looking for AD options in the mid lane. Tryndamere can impose himself on Victor, right? You have to play the gravity well correctly to get away from that. And what he also gives you is priority at level 6, right? Really kind of priority in lane. He's not quite the drain tank he once was, but Victor can't really punish him. And so you're going to give Wanhan freedom in these lanes. That's what you want. Right, going up against this Nunu, you can take Exhaust on Karthus if you feel like you're going to get invaded, make sure you can clear. But all you want to do here is clear and let Wanhan carry, and you can do that by having winning lanes. And look at the 3 lanes. They're all winning lanes, right? Like Gnar, actually Gnar against Akshan, I'm not sure if that wins. I think Akshan can do quite a bit of damage to Gnar early on, but it is a risky and volatile lane to say the least coming through from that auction, which was picked on R4. So it was not a counter into Karthus, it was not a counter into Tryndamere. They only saw Gnar, Caitlyn, Karma when they picked that one up for Eteroy. So we'll have to see what he can do against Volantis in that top lane. But I kind of like what the options that Wanhan has. I don't think he can get invaded. He should clear faster than Okyler on this Nunu. And if Okyler doesn't do the classic Nunu things and get, 3-4 ganks off early on, get himself a lead and his team a lead, Karthus is just going to be way better as this game goes on, obviously.
Yeah, I expect Okyler has got to do either, as you said, the early Nunu ganks or forcing early dragons, early Rift Heralds with the consume smite sort of execute power that you do have to be able to get your team stat bonuses in those lanes to keep those lanes even. I think the other big thing is that you pointed out, when you ban that Viego, something has to go through. The Udyr and the Karma actually both went through, but it was that Karma that was B1 by Juniata. So now Crimson Corvus is on something that he clearly is very, very comfortable on. I thought the Tom Kent was played well. There was never a Devourer that had my jaw on the floor. They were usually saved from the Cyclone, died to the Slicing Maelstrom, unfortunately, most of the time for Leo. But now that Karma is available, you have the go power that I think Juniata was missing before. They were wait to be engaged on, and then we'll counter. Now you Mantra Shield the team, you are sprinting down the side of Ottawa Grey, who potentially might not be ready for it. So I'm curious what this Karma will do in Crimson Corvus' hands. It was clearly scary enough that Ottawa Grey took it away in game 1, but at this point they said, we can't be banning supports if Viego is going to be running around the Rift.
Yeah, the Viego took a lot higher priority. I think it will be interesting to see, right? Karma's Shield is nice, but it's not exactly an engage option fish, right? Really, the only engage we have here is Gnar, kind of on a flank from Juniata Eagle, so that is something they might have to deal with. They do, of course, have quite a good siege comp with Karma Caitlyn already in their back pocket, right? Gnar is a good threat on a siege comp Karthus as well, so that's really where I see them doing again, right? Trying to flex these early lanes, these early advantages, take early plates, get a couple early towers, get Wanhan to a place where he's got some items, some Dark Harvest stacks, some damage, and then start moving that power around the map. Kind of try to replicate what happened in game 1 with this early lead. This time around, though, you Ottawa Grey, they have some tools to fight back. This Auction, I think, is going to be interesting for Eteroy. I think that's a place they could try to play around. Nunu, of course, wants to make early plays with his kind of speed of moving around the map, and this bottom lane should be, while I don't think it'll have prio, I think it should be just fine holding off Caitlyn and Karma from hard shoving them and finding some windows to group with the rest of the team to try to mitigate some of what Juniata wants to bring out once again in these early stages.
And Zhao M again picks an 80 carry where he has some sort of mobility when we get to team fights. Of course, he had the tumble for Vayne because that was kind of the big question. Could they catch the Vayne? Now, I know Ezreal doesn't pump out nearly as much damage as easily with the Vayne, but you still have the Arcane Shift. You're going to have that escape ability to try and get away from maybe a Gnar, try and get out of range of that Caitlyn if you can, and sort of just poke down the enemy team, make it a little bit harder to siege turrets as well. That is also kind of where Ottawa Grey fell apart. Anytime there was a turret siege on, it was just a dead turret from the side of Juniata. So very interesting. Again, all of my focus is on that mid lane. If Fantasy plays as well on the Victor and outplays Krillium as well as he did in game number 1, and maybe that's where Okyler looks for those ganks on Nunu, this, at least for Seraphine, you could hit Encore DJ and you still felt like you were helping the team. If Tryndamere falls behind as far as that Seraphine was, I guess you go split push and have some fun there, but you're not going to have as much of a team fight impact as Seraphine had.
No, you're definitely not going to have that team fight impact, but I don't think Juniata are necessarily looking for team fights, right? What they are looking to do is, again, it's kind of turret destruction what they want to do here. They do want Krillium to be in a side lane as this game goes on because he's got, number one, a health bar that can't disappear, and number two, an extra quarter of a health bar on literally anyone in the game because Karthus can affect side lanes from anywhere. That's the beauty of the champion. You just press one button and you're affecting the side lane. So again, it is for them very clearly to me about making early advantages for these lanes so they don't power trough, then moving those advantages around to get these kind of isolated matchups to make sure Wanhan's ultimate is felt. They don't necessarily want this 5v5 in front of a tanky Nunu, right? Victor, who will just be able to, should feel very comfortable into a bunch of champions that need to run right into him, into the gravity well, into the laser. Ezreal and Renata love champions running into them, right? So that is a tricky situation, I would say, for Juniata, and not one that they will want to opt in. I do think 5v5s, while not the tried and true front-to-back composition you've seen, I think Ottawa's comp will be more comfortable in a 5v5, but could have a 5v1 here if Theo's not careful.
You can't stand there, Leo. You can't stand there. He did luckily see them. One of the few times, DJ, someone has not died when just standing in Tribrush.
Yeah, Tribrush. I don't know how I feel carries going to Tribrush. I'll be honest. I think Leo is a little fortunate. Good Montracute as well from Crimson Corvus to get him out of there. But unless you're on like Lucian or something, you just have no mobility. Like on an AD carry, you die instantly. It's a risky place to be. I remember a couple years ago, when I was watching Sneaky pretty consistently, he like refused to go to Tribrush for that exact reason. It's like, dude, every time I go to Tribrush, I just die.
You either gotta just stay away from it, or you gotta at least stand in the river so you have a little bit more advanced vision. I think the Montracute probably is what saved Leo, because they maybe could have flashed on top of him. He did have the exhaust. Maybe potentially even could have, spec into that 90 caliber net for a little bit more of escapability if he was holding on to that point. But everything else starts to slow down. We do see both jungglers actually starting on the top side of the map this time, DJ. So we will not see a meeting top side where the advantage started to go in one Han's favor. And this Karthus, of course, takes a little bit to get going. But once he gets that level 2, level 3, the camp should die with relative ease.
Yeah, they should die very quickly, but again, our eyes have to be on this Nunu, and he's already making a clever path. The classic Nunu going red buff into bot lane, gank Nunu shenanigans, and he will not be spotted.
Here comes biggest snowball ever coming in. Leo, Crimson Corvus, see it, gonna flash right on top of it, unfortunately, and Leo is dead. Dark Utopia will pick up the kill if you want to nitpick that, as Crimson Corvus stays very close to going down, and there's that first Nunu shenanigan. As you said, DJ, he's got to do something in level 2 bot lane, and that game, or that attempted dive early, meant that they had the only vision in that Tribrush. So that dive, even though they didn't kill Leo, ends up resulting in him dying just a few minutes later.
Yeah, it's very nicely done. They play off that vision. They know they can't be spotted there. And again, Nunu needs to get these things done. O'Kyler finds a crazy path all the way from red to the bottom lane. And unfortunately for Leo, I think the panic, right? When Nunu comes into your lane, the panic sets in. If I'm not mistaken, you cannot flash over the full charge of the biggest snowball ever. I believe it covers the full distance if you flash vertically. So a little unlucky there to expend the summoner as well.
One Han makes his semi-first appearance. He'll pick up the River Scuttle. We might get a bit of a jungle dance here, but O'Kyler 1 is a level down and has to be careful. Here comes the snowball, and here we're going to get a full-out brawl. One Han trying to kite in circles, does a great job. Ends up getting knocked up in the air, though. Will go down, but does have the passive. Krillium going to get caught out as well, forced to flash over the wall. Can Zhao M live? Yes, he can. He'll be forced to use the heal and the flash. And Rift Scuttle will easily go over to O'Kyler 1 there in that jungle battle.
Nicely done. Great collapse. They did have a window there where Zhao and Dark Utopia, because of the bot lane play from O'Kyler, they actually had the push, so they arrive first. Fatasi sacrifices. He collapses. This is a great start for Ottawa. Exactly what they wanted and what they needed with O'Kyler, forcing Juan off Viego, moving over this Nunu, and he is not done, baby.
He is going to go over a ward this time, so hopefully Leo and Crimson Corvus are able to get away.
Corvus
Leo
is dead,
Crimson Corvus is not. Kyler 1 going to get hit by the Ignite. Bailout will be used, but there's no one to attack, unfortunately, so Crimson Corvus will get the kill. And now we go right up to the top side, where Ichiroi the GOAT is very low health. One hand going to come in, going to drop the wall to get the slow. Defile will go down. Nice use to try and get away, and the flash burn to dodge that last Skittle. And Akshan will stay alive, not tasting the rainbow today.
Yeah, 2 good plays here for Juniata. They do get the counter kill onto O'Kyler. The flash still available for Crimson Corvus. That allows him to slow the bleeding. That allows more camps to go over to One-On. You can already see he's 10 CS up. And he uses his timer to go get flash from what is a volatile lane in this top side. Akshan right. Going to be a lot like Lucian top. Very feast or famine if he gets ahead or not. Like that he gets the flash, and we'll see if they can punish Eteroy now in the window when he does not have that summoner spell.
Junglers go back. We do have another Hextech Dragon on the Rift. We'll see if either team, probably O'Kyler 1 and company, especially with the priority. They've gone on the bottom side of the map. A Sheen already finished here for Ezreal. The Leah will back and even the gold up there as well with the quiver. But you see Okyler 1 is already at the dragon. He's got Fantasy roaming down as well. This should be a very, very free and very, very easy first dragon for the side of Iwata Gray.
Yep, I think both teams will be very happy with this outcome, right? You're new, just like you said, Fish. You want to make these plays. You want to get the objectives early with Smite Consume, get things stacking. But Wonhan on this Karthus will have no problems about giving up a first Drake to continue his clear, to keep speeding it up, keep getting more damage. Everyone just gets what they want, and we go back to the standard game state. It's like Christmas, right? Not everyone gets what they want on Christmas, I guess, but I would hope that most people get what they want on Christmas. Family.
At least get something that I feel like if you're junior
and a new league skin,
something that you can't complain about what you're getting. At least maybe it wasn't first on your list, but
that's very untrue. If someone gave me, what's the ugliest skin in the game? What's my least favorite skin in the entire game? I'm trying to think here. Like, imagine someone like. You could like insult me with your gift if you got me like, oh, I hate Draven. Yeah, how about like Draven, bobblehead Draven, right? Like if you give me bobblehead Draven on Christmas, then I'll complain. I'll be like, is this you trying to say something? You trying to start a fight?
I don't even play Draven. Why would you do that?
He is the only AD carry I refuse to play. I actually refuse to play the champion.
Oh, speaking of not being able to play, Okyler 1's going to run into a gank here. Krillium and Wonhan are there. The Nunu getting punished in his own jungle. Not a sentence you hear very often, DJ, but a great turnaround there puts Wonhan on the board.
And this goes straight back to draft. This is exactly why Krillium picked this up, right? The AD in the lane. We are at level 6, which means he gets perma-prio on Victor in this lane. That's what the champion does. So he and Wonhan, they can group up. He can either protect Wonhan on his camps, or they can go in for some invades. Yeah, Fatasi, he's nearby, but it's just too slow. And already things starting to crumble a little bit here. The gold is dead even. Okyler's made some good plays, but he's already 20 CS down on Wonhan, and they don't have a big lead. They don't have 2 dragons here, Fish. Starting to get a little concerning when you look over at that massive Karthus.
1-1, the CS leading the game, at least for his team. Only 2 behind Fantasy on that Victor as well. So, as you said, Wonhan getting everything he wants for Christmas. That Requiem is available in case maybe Krillium puts Fantasy at low health here, but the gravity field will go down and everyone will walk away. But it's a simple 1 button, and Trinamir back at full health, and Fantasy does not have that luxury. Going to have to start chain-chugging those potions if he wants to stay healthy in lane.
Yeah, you just gotta sit there and you gotta chug your potions, wait for gravity wall, and oh boy, this is what we're talking about. You don't have a health bar. You don't have half your HP. It's unfair.
Enderoy the Goat, I think, kind of got caught off guard because the Meganar had already been procced. The Rage Bar was put on pause, so he said, "Why are you challenging me as Baby Nar? You're one of the weakest in the game." And then, as you said, you just hit R, and I don't know if it's half your health bar this early in the game, but it's a decent chunk that Volantis gets an assistance from.
Yeah, nicely done by Volantis as well. I believe he actually used his hop to cancel part of the heroic swing, reduce some of that damage coming in. So nicely done by all parties. But yeah, I mean, it seems so simple, but this is something that players at every level just forget when you are playing against Karthus, you're playing against Shen, right? It's so hard to be like, oh, that's right, I have 75% HP right now, and I don't win this fight.
Zhao M, he's caught. He is probably dead. Arcade Shift, flash forward to File. Dark Utopia has to be careful. Wonhan ends up going down. The huge shutdown over to Zhao M. Bailout is proc, but they can't get in range of Crimson Corvus. Teleport coming in here from Fantasy, but there is a blast code to safety. Krillium is there as well. And I don't think Okyler 1 gets in range. Bit of a mistake there from Wonhan. Gives a huge shutdown over to Zhao M, which could be a problem.
Yeah, but it does spread the lead. There was a big wave that's lost into that turret. You can see another one already going in there as he still goes down. So it is a lot of gold still given over to Zhao, but it does benefit your bottom lane, spreads the lead a little bit. And I would have mostly agreed with you, Fish. Hold on here, so they could get a kill here on Krillium.
Stop backing, but he's going to get baited in. I've seen this before. Okyler 1 is there. They will have the Undying Rage.
He's fine, yeah.
And he's fine. Yeah, there's no Karthus on that side. He heals up and... He's just a little bit upset that his shopping was stopped before he could get there. Meanwhile, we go top lane. This time, though, Edward the Goat does get away with that heroic swing. Not going to be stopped.
Yeah, and I think to finish the point, I would have been kind of on your side that this would have been favorable for Yuvado. Hold on, he's fine. Still Kirliov's fine. If that TP had not been expended by Fatasi. Now, he's going to flash in. Now he's flashless.
One Han goes all the way in. Going to get pulled back by Dark Utopia. He will pop the stopwatch to not, unfortunately, dodge the absolute zero. The hostile takeover will come through, but it won't put Kirlium in range. A couple of nice damage chunks going on the Xiao M, but one Han, you're not on Viego anymore, my man. You cannot just ruthlessly dive 1v3 on a Karthus.
Yeah, a little too far at a 1v3. He sees the low health bars. He sees those Dark Harvest procs probably calling his name there, Fish, and goes a little too far. It is too deaths for him. Critically, what it is... Oh,
Requiem's up.
What's the HP? What's
Requiem's
the HP?
up. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. That is the maximum amount of sadness right there. That is brutal.
You live the ace in the hole, you're happy, and then Karthus gets back on the rift and hits hard. There's actually no Dark Harvest, by the way, on this card that he used First Strike, DJ.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about the First Strike tech. I wasn't checking the runes. My bad.
No Dark Harvest decks to be had, though he will get, some bonus gold here and there to help snowball his way potentially to be as scary as he was on that Viego. And Xiao M just ate the first one. True Shot Barrage will come through. Nice chunk of damage, but mainly knock that minion way more.
The same thing stands. Those First Strike procs were calling his name. That's what the siren call was. The extra gold, baby. Yeah.
Tyler won. I don't.
He has Akshan coming, but he does not win this.
The Goat is not very close. He is finally on his way. He makes his appearance on the screen. Heroic scream, but he's still not even in range. Volantis flashing forward. One more auto attack, but the consume keeps him alive. Volantis dies to his own greed.
I think it's the right call from Volantis. He sees the ability to turn. If he does get that kill, he will get Mega Gnar. It does go flash for flash, but it's still the jungler's flash. He has TP, and honestly, he just gives farm to one Han. Like, one Han's going to come up here and be like, yes, nom 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 nom, more for me.
One Han does have to be careful with for the Goat up there now.
This is like one of the scariest things about playing against Karthus. It's like, yes, I got this kill on my solo laner. I feel so good. And then Karthus walks in your lane and takes the full wave, and you're like, did I screw up?
Should I have let him live that situation? Yeah, it's always the worst. As you said, you get the kill, and then you see the jungler, and you're not going to get ganked. It's just Karthus here to drop some Skittles up on the top lane and just get more CS. 109 on this Karthus, basically fighting Fantasy for most CS in the game right now, which is not what you want to see. He's even going to pick up a free Rift Herald. There will not be any plates given over from this Rift Herald, which is usually what I prefer when you have first Rift Herald, but that is still a big chunk of gold nonetheless, because first tower has not gone down. And Kyler won. We've seen this story before, and he runs away.
Yeah, he cannot do this. His mid lane does not have prio. His top laner is still coming back to lane. That is a Rift Herald for just got all day long in that top side. So another objective will be taken down by one Han. He continues to scale up again. He's got those couple of deaths, but it really doesn't matter that much, right? The big thing that is coming up, the one thing going for U of Ottawa is that dragon count right now, Fish. They have the 2. The next one's coming up in 207 for Ocean, which will be very nice against things like the Karthus as this game goes on, and they will need to throw all of their cards at that objective when it spawns.
Look at it. We've seen this event before, and it usually does not go in Ottawa Gray's favor. This is where several kills were handed over to one Han. Dark Utopia is there, and the ult's going to just straight whiff. So there will be no mind control, but there will be a disengage across, or I should say a berserk. The hostile takeover not coming through, and at least this time, no one will go down.
They will not have that for the Drake. That will not be available. And we look over at the other side. Only an ace in the hole will not be available on the side of Juniata here. That is a little unfortunate that it goes wide from Dark Utopia. And again, they need everything they have for this fight. Everyone almost has their flashes up at the very least, but it is another tool that will not be available.
This turret barely hanging on. Here comes Nunu. Leo push forward, but luckily Crimson Corvus actually was able to stop the biggest snowball ever. Otherwise, this Caitlyn might have been dead, and you can see how hard Juniata is pushing for this first turret in the bottom side of the map. They want that gold influx before the dragon spawns. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to get it, as they are going to opt for the reset instead. And so first turret will stay alive. There's still a Rift Herald in One-Han's pocket, but outside of bot lane, there's nowhere to guarantee first tower that he can really drop it.
I would imagine he just drops it mid lane here. He's going to walk right up. He's going to drop it as a distraction. Krillium is already getting the push. He'll put that right on mid lane turret to threaten the take, and then they'll walk over to Drake. That's probably what the plan will be for the second Rift. Kind of that classic divide and conquer strategy. But again, I imagine the turret will just be forfeited by U of Ottawa. They know they need this Drake, right? They absolutely need it, right? Their top laner's not super far ahead. That's going to get harder and harder as the game goes on. Karth is going to get harder and harder. They need this Drake to make up for the stats they just won't have.
Ace in the hole going to get used on a Dark Utopia there. He's potentially in range of a Karth Assault. And speaking of Karth, this One-Han was forced to flash. He did do exactly as you said, DJ. Rift Herald dropped in the mid. He'll escort it. Not quite enough, but one more attack will have net them first turret if they're able to pick it up. Vision mainly in the favor of Ottawa. Gary here around the dragon, but the damage in favor of Juniata. Can they burn it down in time? Here comes Kyler 1, cannot be seen. True Shot Barrage, maybe will find it!
They got it!
Stolen by Fantasy of all people! 2 kills go in their favor as well. Krillium forced to use the Undying Rage. He should go down to the comeuppance as soon as it falls. A disaster for Juniata in the Dragon Pit.
It is an absolute disaster, Fish. It's a slightly missed smite by One-Han. That allows the steal to come through to Fantasy. Even if they lost the fight and took the Drake, you could still potentially call it worth. But the fact that you lose it and 4 kills is an absolute nightmare. Even going to lose the mid turret on the back of this, and everything is now in U of Ottawa's hands. The first time we've really seen them in full control of a game this series.
And anytime there's a Nunu on the field as a jungler, DJ, you are in full panic mode because you know your smite is nothing to the consume smite power that Kyler 1 has. I believe it was about 150 HP too soon, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe a little bit less from One-Han, and the Death Laser picks it up for Fantasy. Because, yeah, now you're basically on a 4-minute timer for Juniata. You have until that next Ocean spawns. If you give Ocean Soul over to Ottawa Gray, especially with how far ahead they are starting to build, about 1,500 gold, that does get reduced a little bit there with First Tower, you're looking at really an unkillable team with Ocean Soul.
That Ocean Soul is not quite what it was in the past, but it is very nice against the siege composition, against some of these champions. Won't really help you against the burst, but if you do get poked out, just going to help you top on up throughout the fight. Can be super, super useful. And even more important, right, 3 kills on that last fight went over to Etiroy. He didn't quite get the lead he wanted in lane. Well, now he's got his mythic item. Now he's a relevant champion again. Krillian trying to take this turret will get forced off by Dark Utopia. So the map not as open as Juniata would want it to be. 3 Drakes in the back pocket of Ottawa and a 1.5k gold lead. They are feeling good about the situation. There is still scaling available for Juniata, but they have a lot of questions to answer in the next 5 minutes, Fish. And I can't imagine we see any action outside of a kind of misposition in these next 245. Everyone knows what's coming. It's just about that Drake.
Is an Undying Rage up for this Tryndamere. Going to use the Gale Force to create some space. Doesn't even have to worry about Flash, Ghost, or his ultimate. And yeah, as you pointed out, with Ederic, the GOAT getting those 3 kills, looks like we will have a pause come through there as Fantasy does have a connection problem. But as you pointed out, Juniata, as you pointed out in the draft, I should say, DJ, Juniata has more of a split push comp. You can put the Tryndamere in the lane by himself. You can maybe put Gnar in the lane by himself. Now the Akshan can match and win those thanks to those kills he got in the Dragon Pit. That Dragon could have not gone worse if you're the side of Juniata, it feels like.
No, it really could not have, right? Again, like, you get the Drake and lose 4 or 3. It's still U of Ottawa favored, but you can be like, okay, you know, we get 8 minutes now, right? We got time. We can go here. We can do this. Losing Drake and 4 kills and mid turret, that's the whole gambit, man. That's going all in and you know, turning up a full house, and they got a royal flush. You know, like, you're absolutely devastated. So really brutal for Juniata. Of course, we know they have the skill to turn this one around. They have the players to do so, but it is going to take a monumental effort, and they're going to get tested again here in 2 minutes when this Drake is spawning.
And for the side of Juniata, I know in game one, when Ottawa Gray was down, as you pointed out, DJ, the win condition was as simple as kill the Viego first, you'll usually win the fight. Now for Juniata, since they have to fight over this Ocean Dragon, even though it's not a team fighting comp, they cannot concede this Ocean Dragon. How can they win a fight in, I believe, 2.5, 240 when this Ocean Dragon does spawn when we resume the game?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit better positioning to start number one, right? They did just kind of get collapsed in that pit, but it really is about... It's about getting people low enough for this card to pop off, right? You've got to start with a little bit of poke. You have a Caitlyn, you have a Karthus, you have a Karma. These are not exactly team fighting champions. They are meant to soften up the enemy before you go in. They are siege champions. They are zone control champions. So you don't really want to take the full 5v5. You can let Krillian take the Nunu engage, and then you got to try and soften them up by your time. The critical thing for that, though, is you got to make sure the waves are in your favor, right? If the waves are going against you and you're just losing gold, it's a little bit more hurtful to buy time with poke. So setup will be super important leading to this Drake to get them into a good wave state so they can just sit there, try to soften up these members, try to soften up this Victor for Fantasy, and then pick their moment to strike with the Requiem.
It does sound like we're back in. As soon as we come back in, we see One-Han ends up going over the wall, eats a true shot barrage to the face. He will stay alive, but a ton of damage. And that's the other thing that I want to point out, DJ, is One-Han has to remember he's on a Karthus now. He's done a lot of face checking on this champion. If he's going to be the one who finishes him off with Requiem, as Dark Utopia does get caught off here by the wall, should be able to go down. Bailout comes through. It should not be enough. It will not. As Crimson Corvus picks up the kill. The hostile takeover not enough. Look out for the snowball. One-Han's got to stay alive long enough for that Karthus to do the finishing blow. He's dying very early as now. Ottawa Gray is getting a little bit reckless here.
Well, I mean, he could just die, right? As long as he gets his damage down is the real thing. You want to soften up, then you can just die. Totally fine as Karthus to guarantee the Requiem goes off, but you just don't want to be the last one dying, right? You want to be you want to get your damage down to be one of the first ones dying so that you can help your team win the fight. If they're all dead, your Requiem's not really gonna do a whole lot for the rest of the squad. So see what they can do here. Minute 19, we're just on this countdown. Volantis should be just fine, but you can see U of Ottawa. They are in this bottom quadrant. They know exactly what they want to do. Take the red buff, take the camps, set down the line of vision, and get themselves ready for their big prize at the end of the tunnel.
And that's exactly what they'll do. They'll steal away the red buff. They'll steal away the chickens. They'll get the vision up. Now, killing Dark Utopia did at least delay the vision that could go down from U Ottawa Gray, but not long enough. And interesting enough, Krillium does not have to teleport on the Trinimir, opting for that Flash Ghost, as we do end up having another pause come through. But Fantasy on the Victor will have that teleport, DJ, which means Krillium has to eventually determine, I believe we're under 60 seconds on that counter now in the top left corner of your screen, for that Trinimir to rotate down. This is not, again, it's just sole point, I'll push again a turret. Every member needs to be there for Juniata to contest this soul.
Yeah, he'll have to walk down, probably have to sack a couple of minions. Should have ghosts, though, so I think it can be... It's not as effective as TP, but it can be fine, especially since you are Tryndamere, and really you do kind of want to operate on a flank in a team fight, right? We highlighted it at the top, right? Not exactly the best team fighting champion. Better than Fiora, for example, potentially, but not the most thrilling. You want to try and pick a single target. You want to try and make their fight miserable by going on top of them, hitting your R button. You know, someone like the Ezreal, force him over a wall or something of that nature. But it is a little bit trickier. So I don't actually mind him coming in from a flank. He just does have to pick the right time, as you mentioned. Make sure he's not late so his team doesn't get kind of collapsed upon in the pit again. They want to set up this line of poke. They want to set up at kind of the right or left side of the dragon pit, and then they can let they can let Krillium come in from the side and try to use what he has in his kit to the maximum potential in a team fight.
Again, sub 60 seconds on the Ocean Soul once we get back into game number 2 here between Juniata College and U Ottawa Gray. It is game 2 of our Challenger Division Finals in the NECC, with Juniata right now sitting up 1-0 in this best of 5. But it looks like Ottawa Gray has everything going their way, and Ocean Soul would really just be the cherry on top. And the worst case is for DJ is, even if you're Juniata, even if you win this fight, you just got to do it again in 4 minutes. You are on a everlasting ticking time bomb of every 4 to 5 minutes. You have to be there for another dragon. And now, if you're the side of the Ottawa Gray, you can simply say, look, we'll concede an Ocean Dragon and we get a free Baron. That is another trade that now Juniata is going to have to keep in the back of their mind, because you can easily just trade Baron for a solo Ocean Drake, and you're still very happy if you're Ottawa Gray.
Yeah, you definitely could. It doesn't really look like that's going to be the case, right? All the setup is around the Drake right now, so I do expect us to get this fight, and this will largely determine kind of the rest of the outcome of the game. If this does get hard turned by Juniata, they'll have their avenue, right? They'll probably get the final outer turret around it. They might get an inner turret as well. They can reestablish that map control that they were looking for, and of course, it's more time for one Han to scale up on this Karthus. But an Ocean Soul at this point in the game just sets U of Ottawa off on such a right foot. It's so hard for that damage to stick, hard for the poke to stick, and then you have an Elder coming up in a position you don't want it to come up in. Also, need to give a shout out here to Soulpan in chat. You could read his message there, but apparently that dragon was stolen by Ludens off of Victor's E.
Hey, you got to make sure you have as much damage as possible. Big shout out to Soulpan for spotting that one for us. And I guess now that's something you got to keep your eye on, right? Because when there's a Nunu in the game, DJ, as we kind of saw, the panic can set in for the junglers. If the Ludens is what stole it, clearly the smite, I think it might have been at 954, so it might have been 54 HP short. So One Han has got to be very, very careful with when he wants to smite this. 27 seconds left on this dragon. The line is already set. Ithroy the Goat going to do a nice bit of chip damage. Here comes the Tryndamere. Phaedacy does have teleport whenever he chooses, so he's going to be able to get potentially this tier 1 top turret. I think that's exactly what he's going to do, and then he will join his team in the fight as finally Juniata can regain the vision wall around this dragon pit.
Yeah, they want to try to force on, but here comes the TP. They do have decent position here, Juniata.
Here comes the biggest snowball ever, though. Nice knock up into the True Shot barrage. Volantis taken low. Does have the Meganarth. There's a time to fight. It's right now. He'll block the comeuppance. Krillium's going to get stuck in the pit. Requiem's going to start the fight, but a great stopwatch by Phaedacy cancels the damage. Going to get Nard, but it won't even land him into a wall. Hostile takeover puts Tryndamere in an awful spot, and this is not the fight you wanted if you're Juniata. 3 down already. One Han will fall. We'll see if the ace in the hole can pick up Etroy the Goat. It cannot. It's a triple kill for Akshan, and it's a free Ocean Soul for Ottawa Gray.
Should be Ocean Soul, and it can just be Baron, too. There's 5 strong still here for U of Ottawa. They're going to walk right up. They're going to take it, and this game is out of control. It is all Ottawa all the time, and you can see the problems with that team fight. You love to see the confidence from Ottawa after game 1. They know how to play out these fights. They know what Juniata wants to do. They know they want to poke. They know they want to wait. They know they want to get into that pit when O'Kyler cannot, and they say absolutely not to that play. They kite out of the Karthus ult. They wait for their moment, and they strike brilliantly. Now they are in full control, and all it will take is a couple more good plays, and they will level this series up.
And unfortunately for One Han, you can't open the fight with Requiem because, as we saw, Phaedacy was out of position, but it's a simple stopwatch. As long as you time it right, which these players are more than capable of, your Requiem damage is completely wasted on the one kill target you thought your team had, and it's that tricky sort of feathering that we talked about with that Karthus, DJ. You can't be the last to die, you can't be the first to die, and you can't start the fight with your ult. It's a very tricky game One Han has to play, much like our game is being a bit tricky with being able to be maintained as another pause does come through. But this just gives you a great chance to see it's a 5.5k gold lead on the side of Ottawa Gray, and it really feels like as long as they manage this game right, this should be an easy game 2 in their back pocket to tie the series.
Yeah, they should be able to wrap this one up at this point. There's not a lot of options left for Juniata here. It is going to be a lot on One Han, as you mentioned. There are ways to counteract it. It is difficult now with Ocean Soul for that damage to stick, so you really want it to be ending the fight, not starting it at this point, right? There's nothing necessarily wrong with starting with Karthus ult if you have actual follow-up to delete a member or get on top of a member, but it's just not there from Juniata. We highlighted it in draft. They don't have a lot of engage. It's a lot about the siege and poke. Well, it's hard to siege and poke against a team that has Soul and has Baron, right? Like you don't get a lot of options there. They're not running into you. You're not really imposing your will upon them, and you don't really have the tools to fight back at this point. So I would say this one is pretty handily in Ottawa's favor. They would have to throw this pretty darn hard for Juniata to turn it around. It would take some big throws and some heroic outplays from the Eagles.
I mean, I guess the simplest one, right, is the biggest part of getting sold does mean Elder is now available for everyone. Elder plus Karth Assault does mean that it's a bit easier to finish off the target. So maybe you're looking at one Han, maybe he steals an Elder, able to get an ult off. Now that Requiem has to only get you to about 20%, then you just die. So there are some very small ways, but against the Nunu, against the team fight and dragon control that Ottawa Grey has had, I mean, that Elder Dragon feels like an impossible, really a heroic task for Juniata to secure, if they can even live that long. But there are minor ways, as you said, major outplays that can happen, and Juniata can keep this sweep potential alive. But I feel like Ottawa Grey, especially with the perseverance they showed in Game 1, as soon as Game 2 gets back, and I know we've always seen one of the pauses caused by a disconnect, which was Fantasy, so you always have to wonder in the back of your head, is there maybe some internet issues? Do we maybe see a team fight where that Victor's just standing still? Could that cost them? But this seems like their game to win, regardless of if their mid laner's having a bit of latency variation.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just get him connected again, and it won't be a problem. I mean, this game, again, is fully in their hands, so hopefully nothing too bad here. I mean, would they? I'm trying to... I think the lead's not quite enough for them to win 4v5 yet, but it's not that far away, honestly.
We are almost 10 minutes through the pause timer, though, right? He disconnects maybe 5 more times. If there is some issues, then all of a sudden you're forced to play in a 4v5. There are some small ways, DJ. We're trying to build the drama, you know. We're not trying to shut the door on game number 2 just yet. Even if it means stalling out a 30-minute pause timer, Juniata can find a way. But, yeah, I assume as soon as this game comes back, you take Baron, you siege, probably maybe a 1-3-1, depending on how confident your Action's feeling, and you're just going to start to slam the door on.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really sad to lose a game on a pause timer. That would be... That would be rough. I would not be a fan of that. That would be unfortunate, especially when the game has been so very well played this time around. Couple of fumbles here by U of Ottawa, right? But in general, the plan has been pretty spotless. They got their first 2 Drakes, right? They got a little luck, of course, with the third one, but they won the fight very handily anyway, and were already in a pretty good position. So would be really sad to see that happen. So come on, internet there. Stay strong. We believe in Fatasi's internet here. Everybody send one out for Fatasi's internet connection. I'm not sure if he's living... I know there were tornado warnings in like St. Louis area recently, so hopefully everything's okay there, and it's nothing dangerous, and his internet can just come back, and he can hopefully help lead his team to this win in game number 2.
I think that says all you need to know if you are just joining us in this game, that we are now basically saying, well, maybe Juniata can win if the pause timer runs out, right? I mean, that tells you the state of this game.
Sag, fish, Sag, big Sag, yep.
Here we go. We're back, though. Everyone's back and connected. And again, to me, it feels like pause timer shenanigans aside, if Juniata can live to get to Elder Dragon and get a miraculous steal, maybe one Han can pentakill and they can start to push. But outside of that, there really feels like the hope is just being drained with every single empowered cannon tower shot that is taking on this mid lane turret right now.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, that was a lot of damage coming through as well, even from Darkotopia. So really difficult at this point for Juniata. See if they can muster anything. It's not as depressingly hopeless as one of the semifinals we cast yesterday, Fish. So I'm glad there's still some optimism, and we can say it's like a 1 to 2% chance, but that is about all there is. Nice shield timing.
Requiem comes through. Ace in the hole's gonna go out.
And Ocean Soul, everybody.
Yeah. You see the power of Ocean Soul. What that Karthus did? What? Nothing. They're full health, everyone.
Yeah, Fatasi's still like quarter, 3/4 HP, but give him 2 more lasers and he'll be fine.
Yeah, this game is just simply going to be how quickly does Ottawa Grey potentially want to end it. Do they step out of line and allow a punish? Krillium on the back line, maybe looking for a play, but again, the health bars are already full except for Fantasy, who's taking a bit of damage on this Victor, but they're just letting the Baron empowered minions do their thing, really not seeming over anxious or over excited to push. They're just going to let this one out of range cannon minion do his job. Yep,
now they'll take their moment, walk on in. First inhibitor will go down. They got 2 turrets to work on the side lanes. I imagine they'll walk up towards top where that wave is crashing in at the moment. They should get one more turret on this Baron push, and then we'll have to recall, get set for the next one. We got Elder in 250, the next Baron in 320. So again, you mentioned that like Baron or that Elder hope, that last prayer, that might be where we see Juniata put up their last stand.
Tier 2 top tower going to go down. Ooh, nice flash from one Han. The Berserk is going to land on the Volantis, though. And the hostile takeover will cause him death. And now it's a 4v5 trying to defend. No Baron left for the side of Ottawa Gray, so it will make the push a little bit harder. But you can see the health bar is in a very, very bad state. One laser nearly eliminates one Han. The snowball might do the trick. No, Zhao M will pick up the kill before Kyler 1 can even get in range. True Shot Barrage just missing, finishing off Crimson Corvus, but this is easily a second inhibitor on the side of Ottawa Gray, and we'll see if they want to just try and end this game right here, right now.
Yeah, it's not a lot of wave clear. Maybe they don't even need the Elder Drake at this point. All 5 members still very healthy. Ocean Soul making it too hard for Juniata to get any damage down. This could just be the end.
Zhao M picks up one. Krillium knows he has to go, and he's got to make a play. Undying Rages pop, but it's not going to matter. He is going to die. Volantis is respawned, but much like Fantasy in game number 1, there's nothing he can do to defend this Nexus, and Ottawa Gray will tie up the series here 1-1 in our Challengers Division Finals.
Love to see the fight back coming through from Ottawa after a game 1 loss that was, again, very close. A lot of it coming from one Han. They take away his playmakers, they put him onto Karthus, and they find a good winning strategy in the early game to come out ahead. A little bit of luck on that third Drake, but they were already in a pretty solid position and had already won that team fight when Fatasi did steal it away by his Ludens once again. So quite a bit of luck there, but I think this one was in Ottawa's favor from kind of that point, or even a little bit before that onwards. A great fight back in game 2, and now we'll have to see Juniata. Remember, the 3-1 winners the last time these teams met, they're going to be the ones who have to make the adjustments.
Yeah, and it really felt like Juniata just said, well, you know, if I go 17-3-7 on Karthus, if I'm one Han, I'll just kill everyone anyway. The plan has got to evolve because it feels like if one Han pops off, we'll win the game kind of draft in game 2. And again, mid lane, it didn't go in Krillium's favor again. They're running out of games for Krillium to find a chance to take down Fatasi. We will take a break here. It's a 1-1 series. Who will put themselves on match point after game 3 in our Challenger Division Finals? You can find out right after this break here on the NECC. Welcome back into the NECC Nationals. It is the Challenger Division Finals. Fish and DJ here calling all of the action. It is you, Ottawa Gray, taking on the Junata Eagles here in game number 3. Ottawa Gray with a great turnaround in game 2, DJ. Really dominant from start to finish. It started in the jungle, much like it did for Junata in game 1, and that Nunu just snowballed to the point where you had a 22-minute soul, and there was nothing you could do after that.
Yeah, literally snowballing around the rift, getting drakes, doing stuff, doing Nunu stuff. It wasn't all perfect, right? There were a couple plays that did get turned around pretty nicely by Juniata, but the biggest problem for Juniata is they were kind of the ones that needed to be ahead, and we talked about them needing to be ahead in map state. They needed to have turrets down. They needed to have some gold leads that then would make it difficult for U of Ottawa to actually kind of pay off the composition that they have drafted for themselves and really highlight Wonhan as being a major threat. Well, that didn't quite happen. They got behind. They got dragged into 5v5s around dragons, and those are 5v5s that we highlighted they didn't really want to take, and we could see why. They pretty much lost every single one of them handedly, had a couple of unfortunate things go against them that made it even more difficult, and they never really got their foot back into that game. So a nice turnaround from U of Ottawa. That will cause a side switch. Juniata headed over to the red side for the first time in this series, so we'll see if they can get back to the game that got them the win in game number 1. More of their own style, hopefully with Wonhan on something that can, I guess Karthus can carry, but, probably playmake, I guess. Have a little more agency. What we would be looking for.
Yeah, I'm really curious how the bans will start to look because Juniata has kept the same bans in game 1 and 2 in the first phase. It's been Yasuo, Jarvan, and Lucian. Will they change that now is going to be the big question. Of course, switching over to that red side, maybe now Ottawa Gray can snipe something in that first phase if maybe a jungler gets through. Because I think the biggest concern that I had after game 1 and looking at game 2 is it felt like if there isn't a Viego, at least from what we saw in the Karthus, Wonhan is going to struggle because, as you said, Karthus can carry. I don't know if it fits Wonhan's style, though, right? He wants to brawl. He wants to be in the team fight doing damage. There were a lot of times that Karthus was in the middle of a 1v3, and it was not a good 1v3. It was just a dead Karthus feeding over kills, maybe picking up some first strike gold here and there. But I want to see Wonhan on something more brawlerly. Maybe they get the Wukong this time. Maybe somehow the Viego sneaks through. But now do you ban Nunu if you're Juniata? There's a lot of questions.
No, you do not ban Nunu.
I mean, Okada kind of he ran circles around your team. I'm just saying.
He ran very fast and he made some plays, but it was not a perfect Nunu game, and a perfect Nunu game is hard to find.
Fair. Maybe it's just my personal hatred playing against Nunu because it feels like the most unfun jungle matchup. Every dragon is a losing battle. As we saw, 3 of the 4 dragons handily Nunus. One of them took some Luden's luck. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to Soulpan for pointing that out to us. The Luden's picking up one of those ocean dragons. But I think there's a lot of curiosity. Maybe we go back to some of their game 1 comps. I'm very curious. Really, Wonhan is my question. Krillium's my backup because he just has not looked comfortable in the mid lane. His Vigar has been perma first ban by Ottawa Gray, and for good reason. The Seraphine was okay. The Tryndamere, his team just got forced to team fighting. As you point out, DJ, it wasn't a team fight comp. Those are my 2 big question marks right now. If Wonhan gets a good jungler, I'm a little more confident, but Krillium has got to be put on something he can at least trade even on into fantasy, because that's just not happening in the mid lane.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'd like to see Krillium on something still a little different. I'm with you that in game 2, right, the pick was made for necessity of the comp and what they wanted to do. And I thought it was okay. It was played out fine during the early game. It got them some of the advantages that they want. It just, at the end of the day, the comp really fell apart for Juniata in game number 2. So we'll see if they can get back to something a little more like game number 1 or a little bit more in their wheelhouse, right? A little more fighting, a little more skirmishing this time around. Almost done with that pro draft, so we'll have to find out. Of course, red side does change up a lot of things. I'm interested to see what they give up and what U of Ottawa does prioritize in this game number 3 as we decide who's really going to get, right? It's just a best of 3 now, Fish, right? We go from that best of 5. We're basically just in a best of 3 now, so we're going to see who's going to get that front foot in this best of 3. U of Ottawa, the ones with the momentum. Remember last time, they won game 1 and then lost 3 straight. Now they've actually got to win in the middle of the series. So we know this is, it feels to me like these are 2 extremely evenly matched teams, regardless of what happened in the last series, right? Game 1 was close. Game 2 was a good strategy from U of Ottawa. I think a little more definitively in their favor, but these 2 teams are very evenly matched, and it's going to come down to the wire.
And I really am curious about Etzeroy the GOAT. He's sort of this wild card to me because he's been playing, I don't want to say your non-standard top lanes because he's been playing Kennen in action, which can for surely go up there, but he's playing more aggressive top laners, and maybe he finally finds a matchup to pop off on. I mean, we saw that Action last time, got very far ahead and was basically untouchable. But yeah, these teams seem fairly evenly matched. I mean, a Game 5 feels more like an inevitable at this point than anything else, unless it seems hard for me that these teams are going to string together 2 or 3 perfect games, because there were windows of hope for Juniata, as bleak as that game looked. As you pointed out, if that Ludens doesn't steal the dragon, who knows what happens? We're going to see the draft. Let's see how these teams pick again. For the first time, we will swap sides, but the Vigar will remain the first champion banned away from the side of Ottawa Grey.
Yeah, no surprise there, of course. As just not going to let Krillian get to play that one. Viego will stick around as well. Think that is pretty intelligent from the side of Ottawa. Now over there on the blue side, there's Solution ban. Do we get a shift here in the third one? That's the question. Jarvan has been the ban thus far. See what they do opt to go for. Karma will come back on that ban table. So just the Viego deemed to be the problem. And okay, Ezreal going to be taken off the board from Zhao. Did play that one pretty well last game. And we will see a different top laner this time around from Etoroid. Third one of this series, up against the third Gnar game this time around as he gets on Camille.
We get Wonhan on the Kayn. That was the R5 versus the B1 Wukong as soon as Wukong made it through. And remember, last time it was actually Ottawa Grey who banned the Wukong, but since they're blue side, they knew they got first pick. They knew they didn't have to deal with it. So Wukong versus Kayn. And now I like this mid lane matchup a bit more for Krillium. I think the Ahri will be able to provide a bit more of damage onto that Victor. The Tryndamere at times, even though he had lane prow, had a problem getting in. And of course, that's why we see the top swap for Etoroy the GOAT. The Akshan was banned away by Juniata in the phase 2.
Yep, didn't want that matchup again. Instead, it will be this Camille picked up. This was the B5 this time around. So we'll see how Etoroy can pilot this very powerful splitting and pick champion alongside a big team fight look for the side of UO Ottawa. It's pretty much the comp they had in game 1 with this Renata kind of filling in for the Nautilus, which I think is a better pick in general. And we do get that Senna Tom Kench lane back. So much more like game 1 this time around. The big changes, I would say, I agree with you. I like this pick for Krillian. It gives them it gives them wave priority in mid lane in the early levels. It gives them a very nice kind of skirmishing ability once this Kayn transforms in this early mid game, and it gives them a setup and pick tool in that mid game as well. But we look over at this left side, and that is a team fight comp right there. That is a strong team fight comp. Primary engage, the Camille can follow up. You've got Zhao M back on the Vayne. You've got Renata to prop him up. That is a scary looking 5v5 comp, and I think Ottawa will win the 5v5s unless this goes, hyper late when Senna's like just basically goddess Senna. You know, you just like, yeah, there's a certain point you can't touch her, but that is way down the line. I think the tools are going to be a lot trickier to work in a 5v5, and it will be more incumbent on Wonhan and Krillium making plays in a bigger skirmish or fight fish this time around if they want to come out on top.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Juniata is Krillium has to remain even with Fantasy. Even if he's not getting kills, if he can stay even. Once he hits 6, he should be ungankable, much like he was on that Tryndamere. It's just surviving to that point. Kyler 1 may really just chop liver of him in game 1, mercifully picking down that Seraphine. So can he stay alive long enough, I think will be the question. Because yeah, these comps, outside of a few minor champion changes, and as you said, for the Renata over the Nautilus, maybe even an upgrade, this feels very similar to game number 1. One on a champion, though not as toxic as the Viego, is still a get in your face, do a ton of damage, potentially have a nice bit of CC as well on the Kayn if he decides to go red form. And it feels like that's how they won game number 1. They just let that Senna kind of feed up on souls. They let Wonhan get a kill here and there. I think really to me it's Etoroy on that Camille. If this Camille dominates Volantis, this is going to be a problem with that Hextech ultimatum that you really cannot get out of unless you Gnar her to break it. Very curious to see if Volantis can have a better Gnar game. He wasn't bad in game number 2, but at least keep this Camille in check as we get into the mid and late game.
Yeah, Camille will just outsplit push Gnar at a certain point, and just a kind of a stronger champion in the side lane. So Etzeroy will have that advantage. Of course, does have the pick tools as well. And again, I really like Camille in this comp because Camille doesn't really like being primary engage. She really wants to be secondary. She wants to pick someone off who's flashing away, who's trying to survive the initial engage, and they have that in the Wukong. So I do really like what they have set up for themselves, but it will be the third different champion for Etzeroy, so we'll have to see if he can pilot this one to good effect as well. Those are really my big 2 question marks. How does Etzeroy pilot this Camille? How does Krillium pilot this Ahri? I think the Ahri is a big tool and a big kind of cog in this Juniata squad for that mid game, for the plays that he and Wonhan are going to want to make. Also interesting to see which way Kane decides to go this game. You got a lot of people that will be in your face for Red Kane, but boy, can Assassin Kane just take over a game, and I get the feeling that's more of a Wonhan angle.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It feels like after watching Wonhan, it's I'm going blue unless we're behind, we need CC. I mean, you can fill in the blank, but it feels like, I think he's going to lean blue Kane 100%. Make it sort of play very similar to that Viego, where you're just trying to snap your fingers and somebody goes bye-bye. And as you pointed out, I think the Camille's a very interesting one because when Juniata struggled in game 1, it's when Crimson Corvus would be forced to devour Leo away from maybe a Cyclone, and then he spit him out into a Slicing Maelstrom. The same thing can happen. If you try and dodge a Cyclone, you might just spit your Senna, and now she's stuck in a Hextech ultimatum from Camille, and your Senna is probably dead. So there's a lot of pressure here on Leo to position very strong, and also on Crimson Corvus to know when he needs to devour his AD carry to put them in a stronger position to maybe survive some seconds of damage. It's all going to be very curious here. I cannot wait. As you said, DJ, we're basically playing a best of 3 to crown our Challenger Division champion. Will it be Juniata? Will it be Ottawa Gray? We should hop onto the Rift here in about a minute or so and see how Game 3 will line up. And I would be curious to see, last time we saw Ottawa Gray, they try to play, actually ended up getting vision that resulted in First Blood 2 minutes later. If either team will invade or if we'll hold the line, stand our ground, and just make it so Game 3 starts with a pretty normal set of circumstances.
They do not have the best invade champions, I will say that. They don't really have a lot of CC at level 1. Most of their CC is level 6 dependent, or at least level 3 for Camille. So I wouldn't put money on that, but hey, you can always have a level 1 plan. It's always a good thing to have, actually. More teams should have level 1 plans, but yeah, maybe not the best comp to execute one with.
I mean, as we saw last game, all it takes is you level 1, you get a ward and Tribrush, and then that's a free kill in a few minutes. Here we go. Game number 3, DJ, is here. Who will put themselves on match point for the first time this series? Will it be you, Ottawa Gray, on the left side, on the blue side, running up the Rift? Or will it be Juniata, the Eagles, looking to come back after a Game 2 loss? And so far, we just draw 2 lines in the stand, and we stare at each other for the next minute.
Yes. The lineup. Everyone just see who wins the staring competition. Okay, we gotta judge this. Okay, who wins the staring competition between Camille and Gnar? There's actually a right answer for this question.
It's gotta be Camille, right? She's a robot.
Good work. She doesn't blink. Excellent. You've got one down. Okay, Victor versus Ahri.
I would assume, once again, I'm gonna go off my robot theory here and say it'll be Victor.
Good work. Okay, now we get to the trickier ones. Okay. Wukong versus Kane. Who blinks first?
I'm going to go with Wukong. I think Kane, a little more demonic in him. I feel like, demons could probably go longer without blinking. And give me Kane.
Okay, we're 3 for 3 in agreement here. Where minions are spawning. We got 2 more. Okay, so Tahm Kench versus Renata.
Oh, I'm going to go with Renata. I feel like, frogs, don't they have, multiple eyelids? I don't know if they'll be able to resist being able to blink. I go with Renata here.
Okay, I'm with you on Renata blinking first because Tahm Kench is also a demon. Okay, finally, Senna versus Vayne.
This is easy. It's Senna who blinks first because Vayne has sunglasses. We can never see when she blinks.
But she did blink, though. Vayne's definitely a Scout's Honor kind of champion, I feel like.
No. Vayne's definitely like, why don't you come up and find out if I blink?
That's only if it's Evelyn. If it's Evelyn.
That is fair. We do have the minions. We do have, again, basically the same bot lane as last time. Dark Utopia not on the Nautilus, our only difference. We'll keep an eye on the souls for Leo. That is the primary goal of his. Get these souls, get far ahead. And now we wait to see where our jungler adventure takes us.
Yeah, if we're looking for gank possibilities, right, Camille's always an option with the level 3. You can try to stun. Of course, Ari landing a charm is one, but a little bit hard to land it on Victor pre-level 6. And also, One really doesn't want to do anything. Any gank he's making, trust me, it's purely for selfish reasons. He just wants those orbs. If he gets a kill, that's just coincidental. That's just like, oh yay, I got this kill. But what I really got were the orbs.
Yeah, he just wants to try and become a blue cane as fast as possible. I 100% agree with you. It did seem like the junglers actually started on different sides, so for the first time this game, they will not collide as the Lantis does take a bit of damage from Etzeroy the Goat, but so far, everything very calm. We won't even have a River Scuttle stare-off that actually ended up turning into a huge momentum-changing fight for Ottawa Grey last time, where they picked up a couple of kills. This time instead, you get top scuttle, I get bottom scuttle, and we'll reconvene somewhere, maybe in the mid lane, maybe at that dragon in 90 seconds. We'll have to find out.
Yeah, early Drake probably not on the table unless a kill does go down in these lanes. It's a little bit tricky and a little bit off tempo for these junglers to take it. One is deep, though. Does Dark Utopia? He suspects this. He saw him. I don't think they can answer, though.
Back.
They really can't answer, yeah.
There's no real chance here. Now Xiao En's got to be careful. He is now going to be able to get away from that Senna condemn into the wall, but there is no follow-up, so Leo will get away. Does get pulled back in, but again, I think should still be safe. And that is the case. That's a little bit more damage than I think Senna was expecting to take for a few souls.
Nice comms there on the side of you, Otto. I think O'Kyler probably in the ear there of Dark Utopia, because they definitely suspected that some funny business would be going on at the Krug, so they will stop One from taking the full camp. That's good tempo for O'Kyler, who should be a little bit ahead in the clear as he gets back out with his items first.
Leo, of course, with the Senna, Piercing Darkness has healed them back up to full, and as we talked about in Game 1, this is really just a lane for Tahm Kench Senna that's just going to sustain. And this is what I do like to see. Finally, I know it's early. I know it's only 5 minutes in, DJ. But for the first time, Krillium actually feels like they have a even lane. Maybe even winning a bit here against Faye to see in the mid lane.
Yep, the push will always be there early on for Krillium. He's playing it out pretty well right now. Ari kind of in that package of champions we know he likes to play, and it's looking good thus far. This is also allowing One, of course, to do exactly what he wants, just farm up camps, keep working on those orbs. Of course, he will probably need to make contact with a couple champions to speed that up at some point. We'll see if that probably comes around the 8-minute mark when the Rift Herald spawns. That's really what both these teams, I would imagine, want to fight over, because again, if you can get Camille in a long lane, she can collapse on the mid turret with that Hextech ultimatum. You can get Ari in a long lane. It's harder to run away from her, right? Longer lanes, dead turrets are very good for both of these teams, and I think that will be a bigger prize than any Drake that spawns at this point.
Just admit you don't like Cloud Dragon, DJ. You won't be the first person in League of Legends to say that.
I don't like any Drake in the early game, to be fair. I just think Rift is hard better.
At least you'll admit it. I know there are people who are like, well, it's Cloud Dragon. I'll see it 15 minutes when I actually feel like doing it. I'm a big Cloud Dragon stan. I thought the original iteration with reducing ult cooldown was always very fun. But again, he will sit lonely in his pit. He will get a visit from One, but that was more for Rift Scuttle and warding purposes than anything else. We just see really a very even game, as we would expect. When there's no mistakes being made by either of these teams, it's very hard for them both to get ahead. Though there actually will be looks like a dragon call potentially made here by Juniata.
Yeah, they don't have a lot else to do, and they have push in bot, they have push in mid. Looks like they did back off, though. Again, it's just not that worth a while for anyone, and you do lose tempo, right? Because now the way back, so if you did stick around, you'd be a little late to your wave timers, so they'll back off, and exactly what we're talking about. Because right now, even a minute and a half away, they are prepping their base timers, their itemization, their warding for Rift Herald. It's about making a clean swap or a clean play towards that objective.
Trying to do a decent job here of denying Leo the souls, but he's still able to pick that one up. Have to assume probably in that high teens, low 20 range right now for this Senna. Starting to get that bonus attack damage, starting to get that bonus range as Xiaoim and company just try and trade as often as they can. But CS, I mean, across the board, it looks pretty dead even. I mean, this is what you'd expect after our first two games. When no mistake is made, DJ, it's very hard for a team to get ahead.
Yep, I mean, it's a good old... have I made this joke with you before? My Resident Evil joke?
I don't believe so.
So, you know, have you ever played Resident Evil?
Yes.
Yeah, you like those games? Do you ever play any Sleeper Cell games? It's a small company that makes, I think, mobile games. Smash them together, and what do you get?
Sleeper Evil? Resident Sleeper?
Hey, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, if you're ever needing to go get a snack break, if you're a fan of one of these teams, I'd recommend it now.
Well, actually, Rift, I was going to say Rift is in 8 seconds, so I think now is the wrong time.
There's still... you got time. If you just got to pour a bag of goldfish into a bowl, you've got time, because unfortunately Rift Herald has entered our thoughts and also just remains still and unloved, much like our first dragon.
That's your snack choice, Fish? You cannibalize your own kind in cracker form? What the heck, man?
They taste so good, man. I mean, it's not them. I'm sorry that you were baked in cheddar, my brethren.
Dude,
but
what
are
you and like Speedy Grapes part of like a weird society of like cannibal caster names or something like that? Like every time you eat goldfish, like this is. Remind me to stay out of any Discord chats you guys are in.
Hey, the real thing, the ones from the ocean, I'll leave alone. But in cracker form, I'm sorry, there is no brotherly love with the goldfish there. I have to admit.
Wow, that's. Man.
They're like an all-time snack. I'm sorry, my caster name is not worth taking out. Really, an all-time snack from my repertoire of snacks to go to.
Oh my God! Just choosing to kill the goldfish over the sea fish. That's just rude, man. What did they ever do to you?
They were tasty and easily consumable. We do finally get some action here, DJ, to break our goldfish standoff. But it's a quick disengage. Now, O'Kyler is here. Dragon has been picked up. Meganar will be used. Volantis trying for the suicides to deny. Kills. Nice flash over the wall. Can he get to the blast cone? And right into Fantasy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'll happen when Dragon is being taken by your team on the other side of the Rift. Very unfortunately for them, it will mean that this Rift Herald with no top laner is available. They need to try to make a play on the other side of the map if they can while this is taken. Drake is not going to be enough for what I think is being earned here by U of Ottawa, but they don't quite have the timing. They don't quite have the wave in the right spot. It's just going to be a couple camps and the Drake for a kill and Herald.
Volantis will respawn before O'Kyler one is able to take care of this Herald, and he actually is going to burn the teleport to lane as well to make sure nothing too crazy can happen with Edaroy. Channeling is back. Rift Herald will just simply hang out with Wukong here for a few minutes before O'Kyler 1 determines where he wants to go next. I wonder what Dragon will get next. It does look like we have a spectate bug. I don't believe we're going to get double cloud here, DJ, so it's more of a mystery here of what Dragon these teams will be fighting over.
Production, if you could take a second to give us a little pan there over the Dragon pits, and so yeah, that's definitely not a double cloud. I would hope, unless League of Legends is, unless we missed something in the last patch, Fish.
I guess Hextech, because I know Hextech's symbol still has problems in spectator clients showing up. That would be my guess, but maybe we'll get a play. But right now, get a great Gnar into the wall. One Han is there. Trillium is there as well. Teleport's being channeled, but it's way too late. One Han has to use the ult to stay alive, however, does have to be careful. Nice use of tower aggro, but the Chaos Storm picks up the kill. No! No, it's a triple kill!
Oh my word. An overcommitment from, Jesus, Fish, Juniata. They got everything they could have wanted, as we do see it is Hextech Drake. There you go. Good call.
No.
Juniata got everything they wanted there. They had the dive. It was super clean. Great timing by Volantis into the follow-up. They get their kill. They see the TP coming. I'm with them. It's a late TP, right? All Fatasi's going to get is farm, but they decide to turn and try to take him down as well. They think they can get it done, but they fumble the second execution a little bit on the aggro juggling. They take too much damage from the Chaos Storm, and it all falls apart. 3 of them die in the play while the bot lane gets pushed. It's a big win for Ottawa.
And I think it really started with that Chaos Storm. Krillium did a great job taking tower aggro off the reset from the Kayn ult, but that Chaos Storm just obliterated him. And now all of a sudden you have a 4-1 Mid laners, now we get a fight breaking out. We are going to see the Berserk going to go into one Han. Can he get away? Cyclone, but there's a root. It's not going to matter. Xiao M is on the back line, and he is hunting. Devour from Crimson Corvus, but the movement speed, thanks to the Vayne passive, is tripled during the ult. But nice root will slow him down, but they're still going to lose one Han, who once again looks for the invade and gets punished. As Volantis, unfortunately, that rock gets blocked by some minions.
Yeah, didn't quite have the Umbral Trespass either. Nice damage from Krillium. He could go for this. Yeah.
Ooh, he's going to look for it. Can he get the shutdown? Chaos Storm blocking him. One more Spirit Rush charge. He gets it. Is forced to flash, but he gained another Spirit Rush charge with the new changes to Ari. I don't even say new. They've been out for a while. Easily could have held on to his flash there, DJ, so that is a bit of a mistake, but he'll still take the kill on the shutdown.
I actually think it's pretty fine there. I think he knows he's going to take a turret shot, and I do think he knew that Kyler was in the area, so trying to get himself out as quickly as possible. It's a very nice play from Krillium as he picks up the kill and can get back to base, trying to even this one out, and it is just a 500 gold difference right now between Ottawa and their counterparts here in Juniata. So very close game. Couple nice plays have dragged it back, but we're still waiting for one Han to transform, and I do still feel like Ottawa in a pretty decent spot here with a 4-kill mid laner. Their Vayne has a kill and is untouched, so Zhao will be looking scary once again as this game goes on. Nice steal there.
One Han, even with the death last time, still going to invade. Does steal the Grump away from Etzeroy. Picks up the blue buff as well, and now can continue to go back into his own jungle and keep farming. So I like to see that one Han not deterred. We do see plating goes down. Really not a lot of plates picked up across the board. I think maybe 1 or 2 here in the top lane, and maybe 1 on the bot side for the side of Ottawa Gray. Very slow game so far, DJ, as we've already joked about it. We do get a dragon. It is the Hex Tech. It will be uncontested, and we will find out what our soul will be, and it will be an Infernal Soul to add some spice to this game number 3.
Yep, considering both teams are 3 dragons away, though, can't imagine this will be heavily prioritized as we do get the Infernal Rift once again. Going to be much more about just getting their item spikes, just getting this fighting down when they can. You know the strategy, of course, from Ottawa. They want this Vayne. They want Zhao to be the carry. Juniata waiting for this Kayn transform. They can start trying to run over the map because Krillium and Kayn will be a very strong combination. Hold on, Leo.
Oh, nice condemn, but a Devour going to deny that. It will put the Berserk on to Crimson Corvus, but now they want to turn it around. One Han is coming in. Zhao M, the target. There's a teleport coming here as well. Oh, Kyler 1 is down there. It looks like they'll pick up the first kill onto Zhao M. Second Cyclone here. One Han has to be careful. He goes down. And so it looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Ari is rushing down. Krillium is here.
He whipped the charm.
Unfortunately whiffs, but he's still able to pick up the kill. Finds a second one as well. And it's a disaster for Ottawa Gray on the bot side.
Yeah, charm goes wide, but it doesn't matter when you have 3 dashes and a W here, Fish. Nicely done. Great roam timer by Krillium and making a big impact on this game number 3 right now. 2-1-3. He gets that play first. He makes the cleanup in favor of the side of Juniata. Lovely stuff. They'll be able to push this turret. They get a nice little shutdown on Zhao as well. And I think one Han should be pretty close to transforming now as we're getting an all-in top lane, I think.
Malont is forced to flash. Hextech ultimatum. Can he stay alive long enough for Meganar to proc? No, he cannot. And Etzeroy the Goat will pick up 1, and that's the problem, and that's what you're worried about if you're Juniata College, is now that Camille is almost unkillable already for Volantis at 16 minutes in a 1v1.
Yeah, 30 CS up is Etzeroy the Goat. 3rd champion he has played this series, and looking good on kind of all 3 of them, right? We had the Akshan come out. That looked good. The Camille looking really good. So he's doing very well for himself, and it will be a big threat as this game goes on in a side lane and from collapsing away from that side lane. Very nice to have another lane for U of Ottawa to look forward to play through. Multiple members now with a lot of gold in their back pockets, as opposed to really kind of just Krillium here is doing all right. So is Leo. The power really not in one Han's hands for the first time in this series on the side of Juniata, and we'll have to see how they adapt to that as this game progresses.
So we are going to get second Rift Herald here picked up for the side of Kyler 1. I believe the first one ended up just dying in his pocket. Never saw it propped across the rift, which is a big reason why there really wasn't many plates being taken. So that first Rift Herald did nothing. We'll see if the second one can find her way into first tower, potentially maybe dropped in correspondence with that dragon spawning to open things up a bit more for Ottawa Grey. We'll have to keep our eyes on that. But right now, this bottom tower under siege. We've got an invade in the jungle once again from One-Han. Kryllium going to find a great charm into an Everfrost, but a fantastic cleanse from Xiaowen takes care of both. And it'll simply be first tower over to Juniata.
Yeah, but we highlighted this last time around, Fish, right? How important the summoners are for Zhao because of the CC that can come down. He's now flashless and cleanseless. He will have neither. Anything that lands on him, he will probably just die with the amount of CC that can stay on him. And nice charm again. Not going to go all in. Doesn't really have any support. Also doesn't know where Kyler is, who is shadowing Atsoca the Goat, who we did highlight as a big power point now for the side of Ottawa. He's going to get a turret for himself. We talked about these long lanes, Fish. I would be very wary now if I am Kryllium, if I am Leo moving into mid lane, because as this lane extends, Atsoca can push it, move down to the jungle, and you basically have a second jungler that you have to be concerned about at any given moment.
60 seconds on our first Infernal Dragon of the game. We'll see if either team makes a priority of it, or if they'll simply just consider it a consolation prize. Does look like mid is the next target here for Juniata, but they'll just shove the wave in to get it to about 60% or so, and they'll retreat, start to set up around this dragon. Juniata clearly trying to start dragon stacking here. Didn't quite get the first two early ones, so it will be a while for Infernal Soul, but they still want to have that priority. Though there is that deep ward right next to the bot turret that you have to keep your eyes on. If Atsoca the Goat or Fantasy wants to teleport in, it actually just expired, so never mind. I hyped that ward up and it just died in front of me.
Hey, I was hyping Vision up earlier, you know. I thought you liked Vision dying. You should have hyped You should have hyped that up.
I should have clapped. I wasn't paying attention. I should have been cheering.
Fish, you're contradicting yourself, man. You only eat goldfish, but you don't eat fish from the ocean. What is up? What is up with you today, man? Everything's just a contradiction.
Ooh, Kryllium is going to get caught, and unfortunately, like the rest of the series, he goes down, and his team has to fight in a 4v5 without him, and I think that will simply be just a disengage. It is a blue cane here on the
really
river
want
One-Han.
this? They cannot want this.
You walk away. You didn't even get it. Now they get re-engaged on Leo. Gets hit to 25% off of 1 Q from Atsoca the Goat. Now they retreat, but there was no reason for them to stay that long. Great job summoning the Rift Herald there. Should be able to get some charges.
He just got alone,
though. He gets a great blast clone away. Volantis is chasing him down. Meganar just a few seconds away. Flash over the wall. But now it's just an all sorts of confusing fight here for the side of Ottawa Grey. They're going to lose Fantasy. The Chaos Storm not going to do enough. And they throw away what was a huge dragon fight and end up making it a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, we got a little lost in the sauce there, Fish. That's the first time I've been a little bit confused, and I think the teams may be as well getting a little bit kind of out of comms, out of sync, whatever the case may be. I mean, we get Kryllium on his own down in the spot lane. He gets picked. The Dawning Shadow comes in way too late, and then Juniata decides to take a fight they really don't have any business taking around the Drake. I mean, the re-engage potential, even with a Hextech Ultimatumless Camille, is very high. So they take a fight they shouldn't take. They get punished with a flash. And then Kyler goes in 1v4 alone, like at the second turret to try to protect the Rift Herald and baits his team to a fight that they shouldn't take.
He's going to eat the Charm Everfrost combo. Here comes One-Han, unable to finish him off. Go. Kind of being run circles around, but a great juke from the Wukong.
That was pretty filthy right there. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't emote after that one.
Had to make sure he was safe first, and I think, honestly, if Atsoca the Goat gets there, he kind of pathed up towards Tribush, then had to go back down. He kind of actually got his ankle broken by his own teammate, too. They kind of probably could have won that fight and turned it with how far ahead this Camille is with the Hextech Ultimatum. This Camille is now a big problem, DJ.
Yeah, 2 items on that side lane, really big problem. Using him to be a point of power, work towards opening up this full first turret line. Should not be long now that that turret stands. It's really hard to defend it over time. As any time that Kyler goes and shadows Atsoca the Goat, you basically have to give respect to the fact that they can just dive you underneath that turret. So I don't expect it to be standing for much longer. And then this map is just a plaything for Atsoca the Goat.
There's 3 members here hanging around Fantasy, and even then the Chaos Storm hits One-Han. to about 50%. They're going to force him to back. There's also a reset on the bot side for Krillium, and that will mean bot tier 1 turret is simply Etoroy's for the taking. That is now all 3 tier 1 towers down for Ottawa Gray, and they're just looking for this Camille to be a nuisance and really an unstoppable monster in the side lane.
Yeah, he really is getting to that point. It's going to be 2.5 items now. Fish could even be a stopwatch if he wanted to go that direction. It is going to be super hard to deal with this Camille for Volantis. Down 30 CS, does not have the items to fight back. And these lanes are wide open, so whether he goes top, whether he goes bot, you can see him deploying into top lane right now. You can just kind of flex power wherever you want. And just like we saw in game 1, where they did it to Ottawa, you can start to force Juniata into a very awkward map state where you have to answer Camille, but you can't really answer Camille, and the rest of the team can start to threaten this Baron where they can suck you into a Cyclone team fight. Very good positioning for Juniata. We need more of this kind of thing with Wanhan looking for a clever path to take down Etiroy, but again, he's just too slippery, so they'll just take the turret.
Turret does go down. I'm going to be honest, DJ. If Etoroy the Goat builds a stopwatch on Camille when he didn't even think about it on the Kennen, I'm going to be a little bit upset.
I mean, you just buy one stopwatch, right? It's fine. I like the damage Kennen build. I think you should go in and just shred people.
Stopwatch is synonymous with Kennen. Don't do this to me,
If you
DJ.
don't want to do any damage, sure.
Most of the times he ended up dead on the floor, but
That's
game
fine.
1.
Did you do a lot of damage? Did your team win the fight?
This team didn't win the game, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, I'm honestly, at this point, yeah, Etoroy the Goat, as you said, he can build whatever he wants. Maybe he can even build a Rabadons and probably could not be stopped in this top lane by Volantis. And so now, if you're the side of Juniata, you've got to pick your fights. You have an Infernal Dragon coming up, but there's a TP on this Camille. There's no great vision, so you can see the Camille already going to be forced to pre-teleport. There will not be a flank attempt this time with the teleport from Etoroy the Goat. But look at this vision, DJ. There is nowhere on the top side of the jungle leaning towards mid lane that they can go for Juniata and not be seen. Teleport
TP.
coming out from Gnar. He's going to TP right into the gravity field. They are able to disengage.
Gnar.
Charm, Everfrost combo going to land. Mega Gnar plus the Berserk, though it will end. Dawning Shadows will come through, but here comes Etoroy the Goat on the backline. Cyclone going to be used. Krillium dashing away with the Spirit Rush. We do see a bailout on the Zhao M, and it procs to keep him alive as he takes down Wanhan. And that is the turnaround they needed for the fight. The bailout keeps him alive. It's a quadra kill for the Vayne.
Yeah, the fight too chaotic. The target focus not there. Juniata tries to stay alive as long as possible, but they're just trying to scramble away from O'Kyler and Etoroy. And they do. They kind of get a little bit of space for Leo, but Leo turns around and he starts autoing Darkatopia instead of Zhao. Zhao heals up through the lifesteal on this shield bow, gets the kills, gets the quadra, and it's going to be a Baron for Ottawa. They have turned this series around, down from 1-0, looking like they're going to be up 2-1. And is this just a reverse of the series that happened a month ago? Could this just be a 1 game into 3 for Ottawa?
And it's just the small things for Ottawa that, I don't want to say keep going their way, because the Vayne staying alive is nowhere near as lucky as the Ludens taking a dragon. But if Zhao M goes down, we're probably praising Juniata for everything we just gave credit to for Ottawa Gray. It comes down, as you said, to the target focus. Leo not trying to finish off Zhao M, because that was at the very tail end of the bailout, I do believe, as well. That the Zhao M was able to pick up the kill onto Wanhan, and it really does feel like, to me, DJ, the more we watch this series, if it's not Viego, Wanhan just isn't the dude we thought he was.
Yeah, I mean, they just have a lot more answers to him, right? Because he doesn't have this easy kind of reset potential, take over the fight on his own potential. You can kind of do it on Kane, but again, not a team fighter like Viego, not a resetter, right? More of a pick champion. Speaking of picks,
Gnar into the wall for Etoroy the Goat. This is 1v2able potentially. There's a Hextech ultimatum. It's going to be used, but the tower will help out. They at least pick up 1, but at what cost? They lose their mid lane tier 2 turret, and now this Baron empowered side of Ottawa Gray is able to kind of go where they want for the next minute and 30 seconds.
Turrets down, always hard to deal with the Barons. You see a 3k gold lead opening up. It's not as big as some of the leads we've seen in the series, but again, with Xiao as strong as he is, 5-1 with 3 items, with this Camille Eteroy as strong as he is, nearly on 3. I think he'll probably go back and pick up 3. It's so hard to answer team fights, to answer side lane, right? You have to look for picks if you're Juniata. That is what this Blue Cane does. He finds isolated members and they get pickoffs. But in a fight, it's so much harder if you're not Red Cane and with this composition in general, right? Look at your top side. Those are pick champions. I mean, Gnar is kind of a team fighting champion, but the rest of it is all pick. You want to be setting up for these picks, and they just haven't found the opportunities. Instead, it's been Ottawa finding picks, finding angles, and winning the team fights yet again.
They do trade a tier 1 mid lane turret from Acrylium for the top tier 2, and we'll see if they ever choose to make a play to go in, and the answer appears to be no. There's a Infernal Soul in 2 minutes, and much like game number 2, DJ, we simply wait and see if Juniata can survive the Soul Dragon fight. In game 2, they could not. In game 3, that's really their last saving grace before this game starts to snowball out of their control.
Still not fully there, right? We're 3k, about 3.5k at this point. It's definitely doable still for Juniata. It's less about the gold and more about the tools available for them, right? We have not seen them really draft a team fight winning composition all series, and they really haven't won a whole lot of team fights where Onehan, as you mentioned, did not just hard carry the fight, hard smurf the fight. So they really need to find a turnaround. They need to find a member caught out somewhere so that Onehan, who still does have 3 items, just a lot of lethality, can try to get a pick, can try to have Acrylium, who had a great early game, pick a charm, right? Knock someone out of the fight. But so far, Ottawa's just been so disciplined, knowing they win these fights, knowing they need to keep Xiao alive and topped off and auto-attacking. They've been so disciplined and patient. It's been really difficult for Juniata.
And now we see the power of the Camille. 3 attacks, and that top inhibitor turret is almost at 50%. Dragon is up in 40 seconds. Ooh, Kyler 1. This could be the opening. He blast coned into the team, but a nice flash will keep him alive. That could have been a disaster. And all the meanwhile, Etroy the Goat will shove this in. He'll get an attack or 2 on the tower. Volantis has to answer. And I mean, then there's a world here, DJ, never mind, as the teleport goes in, that Etroy could have just stayed there and potentially won the game if he had a good wave pushing. But he'll end up backing because they want this Infernal Soul more than anything as we get a 5v5.
Yeah, they just decide to go for positioning. Overall, they are a little bit stronger, right? We talked about the gold lead already. See if Onehan can find an angle. He is off on this left side, but he's on a ward. He will be marked.
He should see that he's on a ward with the Shadow Step. He instead chooses not to attack it. Eteroy the Goat will go over the wall. There's also a River Scuttle down, which will mean that there's vision really for the entire team. And Juniata has to kind of fight blind into this brush. Dark Utopia is sitting there waiting probably for a hostile takeover. Dragon will be leashed and the fight will begin. Already down to 6k. Here comes the rest of the team. Where's the hostile takeover? When will it be used? Here it comes. Not gonna find anyone over the pit. Blue Dream will pick it up. It's Infernal Soul. Now the fight begins. Hextech Ultimatum. And the damage is insane from the Chaos. Wow. 1-for-1 trade. Leo is down. Crimson Corvus will fall as well. It's going to be a triple and a double and an ace. And this should be game 3 going to Ottawa Grey.
We talked about the team fighting. It's just way too strong, way too propped up. 7-1-2 now is Xiao. And the combo was about as good as it could have gotten from Juniata. They got a 4-man Gnar ult into the wall, but where was the damage? It's just not there. The shields are too strong. The healing's too strong. The team fighting's too strong. And you, Ottawa, gonna take 2 games in a row and move themselves to series point here, Fish.
Not even going to respawn will be the majority of the Juniata team. Leo will come in, and he'll just help pad the KDs. Luckily, the Nexus dies in time. 2-1 in favor of Ottawa Grey, and maybe, DJ, maybe you're right. Last time these teams played in our Challenger Yellow Finals, Ottawa Grey won Game 1, and Juniata rattled off 3 straight. And right now, it feels like Ottawa Grey has complete command, and it really does feel like, DJ, if Viego stays banned, which I have no reason to believe that would change, I don't know what Juniata can do because none of their Viego-less comps have come close to working.
Yeah, we'll see where they elect to go. I feel like they might need to opt into just more team fighting, right? We saw it work in game one where they did get these skirmishing in the mid game, where they were able to get enough of a gold lead, enough of a map lead, where even some of the mistakes they made didn't punish them, right? Even though they lost a handful of team fights in that game as well, right? They had a big enough lead. They had done well enough in the early game to prop themselves up. Neither of these last two games have they done well in the early game, right? They have not been able to impose themselves on the map. They have not been able to find skirmishes that they're looking for. They were not able to chain kill onto camp, onto kill, right? They just haven't been able to establish it. And we have seen now in these last three games that the better team fighting team right now, partially because they're drafting at it, partially because they're playing them really well, is just straight up U of Ottawa. So either you've got to combat that and give yourself better tools to deal with Zhao in the team fight, to get bigger engaged in the team fight, or you got to hard commit and play your early games better, right? Play something that can play around Krillian in the mid lane, right? If he's going to have this Ari, if he's going to get pushed, you've got to actually connect that. There was no connection between the jungler and the mid laner there to actually extend any good plays, and it just felt like they bled out of that game so easily.
Ottawa Grey this year in the NECC is 15-1. That one loss, Juniata a month ago. Can they avenge it and crown themselves Challenger Division champions? We will take a break and come back with Game 4 here on the NECC. Welcome back into the NECC Nationals here. Challenger Division Finals. Fish and DJ calling all of the action. Game 4 is here. Juniata Eagles taking on Ottawa Gray, DJ. And we're about ready to hop into the draft. The pro draft has just commenced, and it is going to be very interesting, especially I think if you're a Juniata fan, what direction this team wants to go to be able to get back in this series and force us to a Game 5.
Yeah, it's a tough question, right? It's a question that they're going to be asking themselves as they approach this draft, and we do see that they are sticking on the red side this time around, Fish. So I'll be interested to see. I think the two ways you take this direction are you're either going to draft yourself something that can kind of make team fighting a lot easier for you, so a much better team fighting comp, and try to duke it out with Ottawa right now, or you got to go hardcore and find champions that are going to synergize in this early game. Get me that early game of game 1. It can't just be one Han. I got to have him connecting with the mid lane, with the bot lane if possible, right? We've got to see Krillium getting in on this game. He looked pretty good in game number 3 on the Ahri. Can you connect that Ahri with, I don't know, like a Lee Sin, with something that can make plays in this early game? I know Lee might not be the best pick right now, right? It might not be something that one Han plays, but that's what we're looking for. If they want to play early game, I gotta see mid jungle working together. It can't just be one Han, because they're banning away all the champions that would allow one Han to take over the game alone. And as I say that, he's just gonna prioritize Kindred over here.
And I think the biggest thing that will get revealed for us here in a few seconds is you look at those bans, especially on the side of Juniata. The Lucian has made it through, DJ, which, as you said, is probably 100% pick ban. I'm curious which side will claim it. Of course, Juniata had the red side, so unless it was B1 by Ottawa Gray, you now have the potential to maybe go a very powerful bot lane with your first 2 picks. So maybe that's the change they needed. I'm not the biggest fan of the draft we see on screen right now. I know Grace Tops is a very controversial pick, and personally, Kindred is very, very feast or famine, and there is the Lucian locked in for Leo, finally off the Senna. They have got some power on this bottom side of the map.
Okay, I gotta say, right, if in terms of what we asked for or what we expected from these changes at Juniata, they have gone with the latter for sure. This is an early game composition, right? They need to dominate these lanes, particularly bot and mid lane. You will have pressure in mid from this Syndra onto Fantasy Zed. You will definitely have pressure in bottom lane against this Ezreal Seraphine that are really just picked to wave clear from a safe distance, get themselves to a mid game, because again, even with a Zed in their comp this time, the team fighting here from U of Ottawa should be better. It's going to be really hard at a certain point unless you just kind of pick them off and blow them up with the culling or like a Syndra stun early on to win full-on 5v5s. Even with I think the one tool that you have there is the Kindred ulti, right? Can always kind of flip a 5v5 if overcommitments happen, Fish. But I do still favor U of Ottawa's comp in a 5v5. The disengage of Gragas, the engage of Wukong, right? The range that they have available to them. I think it can win out. This game is going to be about the laning phases. It is going to be about getting these bottom 3 champions ahead, which can facilitate one Han, since he can now jungle with impunity, knowing that he will have prio in mid, semi-prio in top, and prio in bot.
And to me, the crazy thing is Juniata potentially is putting their season, DJ, onto a coin flip. If that river scuttle, that first mark for Kindred, is always a river scuttle, if it is the bot scuttle, because you have Lucian Nami, you are heavily favored to win that river scuttle. If it's the top one, now all of a sudden it's a lot more of a 50-50 depending on where the pathing is going to be from Okyler 1. This first, and of course I know it's just one mark, but that is how Kindred starts to snowball. I am very curious where this first Kindred mark will go, because it could do either great things for one Han, and this could be his revitalized game, or this could be, well, Kindred's already 1 mark down and 0-1 because they died fighting a River Scuttle, and this game could be over before it begins.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose the Kindred Lotto, I don't think you necessarily have to fight over it, right? It just is unlucky. You'll take a little longer to get to that 4 mark stage, but I mean, the marks are just going to kind of be a sign of how things are going, I think, in general. Because again, with how these lanes should play out, I would imagine that most of the map should have prio to support Wonhan, to allow him to invade, to allow him to make ganks, look for marks, look for a game that he wants, much more like game number 1, right? There is a lot of disengage and stay off of us from U of Ottawa in their composition in this early game. So if you're not getting marks, there is something going wrong elsewhere, right? And if you're not winning your lanes, that is probably going to bleed over. But that's what you've drafted here, right? There is always potential in the later game to hit a Syndra combo, delete someone off the map, get a culling, delete someone off the map, and potentially win a fight. But the ease of execution in any sort of bigger skirmish is going to be right back onto U of Ottawa with this composition. And to be frank, they have been the better team fighters in general today. They have played the team fights out better. So I guess I'm not too surprised that Juniata went back to what seems to have worked for them in game 1 and something they seem comfortable with. They just got to execute on it now. Because again, I think if we're looking at a Kindred with 2 marks at 20 minutes, it's going to be emblematic of an early game gone wrong for Juniata, and that's not going to be a place that's going to be easy to come back from once again.
I am worried, though, that is a very real possibility if that first mark goes topside, because as you pointed out, most of these lanes for U Ottawa Grey are meant to play very safe. Good luck trying to find a gank onto a Gragas early on in the game with Graves Kindred, because you're not going to have that CC to lock him down. That Ezreal Seraphine, they're going to play so far back unless you maybe get a cheese level 2 kill. Again, very hard for this Kindred to find marks outside of passively through the jungle and really hoping they land in the right spots. But I think you're right. I think Ottawa Grey has gone back to what has worked for them. I think the one difference, and it is something that I want to keep my eye on, is Etoroy is off of a, I don't want to say carry, but off of a damage dealer, right? He is pure tank now in the Gragas. I mean, sure, you could build him full AP, and you could tell me about your solo queue game where you had 20 kills as Gragas, but that's not what he's going to do. He's going to build tank, and he has had a lot of good prio. The Camille has worked really, really well. The Kennen worked really well at times. I'm very curious to see, now that he's on a tank, if losing that top lane damage will cost Ottawa Grey in the team fights, because he has been a shining force for support of that damage while they're winning so many team fights.
Yeah, it could be. But on the other side of that token, he's been nothing if not flexible today, Fish, right? We've seen 3 different champions from him make this number 4. So Etoroy's kind of been the jack of all trades. Yeah, they've all been, fighting-ish champions, bruiser-ish champions. Akshan, obviously a marksman, kind of thrown in there. But I'm definitely confident in what I've seen from Etoroy, that he can pretty much play whatever he wants at this point. I'm definitely going to give him the benefit of the doubt until I see it go wrong. So I think the pick fits the composition. I think the pick fits what they need here for this game, and I believe that Etoroy can play it out. So it's much more about, again, top lane, bot lane. They just need to survive and farm. That's their entire goal here for U of Ottawa. Don't get sucked into fights. Don't let Kindred come up and catch you by surprise. Don't get your waves out of sync, out of the right state, and you'll be just fine. But if you do get a wave frozen against you, you can get killed. This early game should play out in favor of Juniata, and they need to make that stick.
Game 4, Ottawa Grey on match point. Can they claim the Challengers Division Championship, or does Juniata have a Game 5 still in store for us? Again, we'll draw the lines in the sand. The staring contest will kick off here, DJ, as no one wants to make the play that loses their team the game in a very pivotal game number 4.
Yep, it could be the last game here of our finals if it is Ottawa coming out on top. Juniata got to try to force us to that silver scrapes, Fish. We'll see if they can pull it off, try to keep their advantage over Ottawa in this season. But they have definitely been on the back foot in these last 2 games. I like that they're indexing into what seems comfortable for them, right? They gave me one of the 2 things that I requested. They gave me a hard winning early game. Now we got to see him execute on it, Fish. And it will be kind of one of those weird situations where I know we kind of want like an epic fight in game 4 or 5, but with the way we've drafted here, I think by the time we get to 25 minutes, we'll know pretty well whether one team is going to win or has a good chance of winning or not.
And that's really how, a majority of the series has played out. We haven't had those epic team fights. It's really been either one Han soloing everyone or just Ottawa Grey being the better team fighting team for a 4-game series. A lot of these team fights have been very unmemorable at best, outside of 1 or 2 here or there, DJ. We'll see if this game follows up as you pointed out. And it's really early game key here for Juniata. Can Leo and Crimson Corvus maybe snipe a kill with the faded Lucian Nami combo that has had so many insane early game moments, so much insane early game pressure, or will Ottawa Grey survive the storm and be in a good position, maybe hit that 15-minute mark? Is Etoroy taking some damage, but he'll heal most of that back off and turn right around onto Volantis. Has to be careful, though. I don't know why he ended up turning around. He's holding the flash, and he survives just long enough. And here comes O'Kyler 1, looking for a turnaround here. There's no ward in that bush. Volantis is going to try and dash away, but this Wukong can stay right on top of him. Flash is going to be traded, and this should be a free first blood for O'Kyler 1 in the jungle of Ottawa Grey.
Just runs him down, and now you can see why Etoroy didn't use the flash. He knows his jungler's coming, and the balls on this man. Fish knows he's okay, realizes the Graves can't get the autos around the minions, does not pull that trigger, waits for his jungler to come, and it's an easy rundown from O'Kyler. Great start to this game for U of Ottawa. Again, they are the team that should be behind in the early game. They've already found themselves an advantage.
Well, luckily for Juniata, the coin does land on their favor because the top river scuttle would have been basically unkillable. But the mark is on the bottom scuttle that we have highlighted right here, and there will be no contest from anybody here. So Wonhan can easily pick up his first mark. That mark on the Wukong did just get a bit harder to pick up, DJ, so he is very happy to win that coin flip here early on the Kindred.
1 out of 4. Already a little roam here from Crimson Corvus. They're going to try and take some camps away while Kong does some work on top side. He's looking for a return gank. He is spotted this time, though, so it is just going to be time wasted. Volantis making sure to not fall for it twice.
Kyler 1 having some fun with it, but yeah, the back should go off. And I will say, Wonhan, despite games 2 and 3 being a struggle, he has never stopped being the aggressive jungler, never stopped invading here. Does take a camp away from the side of his opposing jungler, has a 12 CS lead in the jungle, a couple camps ahead there. But I will say, this Dark Utopia, Zhao, and bot lane, they have survived the start of the early game pressure for this Lucian Nami wave with really not much to show for it. Once this wave crashes the tower, the CS is going to be almost dead even between these 280 carries, depending on how Zhao M is able to land his CSs. And I think Leo actually just missed a cannon, which could mean he's going to be behind as that lane starts to stack up.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about, right? They don't need to get into any sort of engages with this Lucian Nami. They can just farm from range. They can slow the wave down. They can thin it out, basically, and then let those Mystic shots take it down. That's what this lane is drafted for. It will give windows, right? It will give priority away. It is about surviving in the best possible way, making sure you get away from the power of this early game that is drafted in this Lucian Nami lane, and wait until that item and a half comes through or so, and then Ezreal can start to fight back after he softens him up a bit.
Everybody goes for the reset. We do have an Infernal Dragon, our first dragon on the Rift. If there's any a dragon to take early, I know your hatred for it, DJ, it's probably an Infernal Dragon to give your lanes some dueling power, but it doesn't look like either jungler has any interest in that, as they actually might get an invade here from Wonhan. He's going to run right into O'Kyler 1. He has Crimson Corvus trailing here. O'Kyler 1 immediately realizing he's going to have to try and get away. Does not have the flash. Can the blast go get him to safety? Yes, it can! Oh,
what a
great body slam from Etoroy the Goat.
Oh,
he will get hit by the bubble, but he's going to survive as well. And we saw what happened when they dived last time, DJ, and I think that's fresh on their mind. They cannot afford to take this dive.
They need this. They really need this. They're both really low. They can kill them both. They're waiting for the wave to push in.
Oh, Etoroy leveled up, though. That means the explosive cask is now online. This could be huge. There it is. Separates the team. Wonhan does not have the launch respite. They waited too long. And that's a second kill picked up for Ottawa Grey in Game 4.
Oh, Wonhan just has to be cursing his luck, man. The Luden's Echo, now the level 6, the level 6 comes through right as the plan's about to snap.
Oh.
And a snap in the bottom lane. Nami roamed all the way up to try to facilitate that play. Punished is Leo. Both summoners down. Still gets killed. This early game that was necessary for this side to stay alive in the series. Juniata, they are struggling, and it's looking better and better for Ottawa.
That could not have been a worse 30 seconds for Juniata. As you mentioned, you lose the Nami. They get a great pick on to Leo, and it has been an awful series for Wonhan after Game 1. As you said, it's not been his luck, though. Fantasy does have to be careful. The ult is down for Krillium, but that is a very low health Zed playing with fire right now. Though Krillium is out of mana, so both of them just going to do a lot of bluffing right now.
Yeah, nothing much going on here. The dragon not going to be really in anyone's mind. Just looking for the next mark, but again, right, when you draft an early game composition, small mistakes, even if it only costs you 30 seconds, 40 seconds, right, they can be devastating fish. And right now, Juniata, they have got to be keeping their heads in it. They've got to be relying on Crimson Corvus, right, as we talked about, that senior member, to try to keep their heads in it, because they already know this game is slipping away from them just in the opening 7-8 minutes here. They need to find a play. They need to keep their cool, and they can get themselves back in it, but it's already a taller task than the one they started with.
See the next mark spawning on the chickens. Kyler 1 already there. He will take care of that, so there will be no invade for One-Han. As Dark Utopia checks the dragon. There is nothing there, as neither team has really looked for an objective yet. The Rift Herald is up as well. We do see a bit of a roam here coming down. Kyler 1 and Fantasy on their way to the bottom side of the map. Though the Scrying Orb should just give it away, so the Zed will look for a reset, and they will see Dragon not warded and not even touched.
Nobody cares. Me and my friends, we don't care about dragons. Who cares about dragons? They're bad here. They're lame here. They're lame in Elden Ring. It's all the same skin. So you know, oh, hold on here.
He goes in. Krillium, he is dead. Good night. Speaking of dead, Leo will fall as well. Game 4 disaster for Juniata, as they even leashed the dragon for you, Ottawa Gray here. One-Han has Lamb's Respite. Does he go over the wall?
He's going to. No, he's not.
He ends up opting not to. It's disaster, DJ, if you're a Juniata fan.
Yeah, disaster is exactly the right word here, Fish. This has gone completely awry. At this time in the game, you look up at that gold lead, 2K now for U of Ottawa. You wanted that to be your gold lead, not the other way around, although Volantis is going to outplay this barrel.
Fortunately, Volantis never got hit.
I was going to say, that's how unlucky these guys are. That didn't actually touch him, so he doesn't take turret aggro. There's like, U of Ottawa is outplaying them, but there are definitely some moments where you're like, dang, that's just unlucky, man.
That might have been a kill. Probably would have been even at least a 1-for-1 trade if that explosive cast could hit, because the turret was going to eliminate Etoroy. But yeah, as you said, ever since game 1, anything that could go wrong for Juniata, again, it's been a lot of Ottawa Grace outplays, but any small thing that could go in their favor has gone against Juniata as we reset here, and now every lane really just winning for Ottawa Gray outright. The CS still pretty close, unfortunately. Not even a stun able to land from Krillium.
Yeah, it's what is it, the self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Just Ottawa's playing so confidently, so well, that just everything is just tipping. Every little thing is tipping their way, on the way to potentially a complete reversal of the last series. 5-0 here, 1.5k up at the moment, nearly 2k. It's essentially 2k at this point. Looking phenomenal already in this game with even a dragon in their back pocket. Only thing they haven't claimed to cap off a perfect early game is, oh no. Okay, he's fine. Oh, God. Oh, boy. We already had some connection issues for Ottawa in an early game, so glad to see Kyler gets right back into it. The last piece of this, like, infinity gauntlet of an early game would be for them to claim the Rift Herald. That would truly potentially break the back here of Juniata, who are looking for an invade. They're spotted, though.
It feels like you could feel the pressure mounting with the plays One-Han is making. His top lane, Volantis this time, is he going to dodge the explosive cast? No, he will flash in it, and the collateral damage goes the wrong way. Fantasy going to eat the power overwhelming. Does not have the ignite to combo with the death mark, so he will hold on. There is also one hand right below him. But every lane now just in his favor. One-Han's going to jump in. Fantasy trying to flash away. Can he do it?
No,
Tower shot
he's
does land on the Kindred. Can he get in range? No, he cannot over the wall with the Living Shadow. And the Zed walks away.
Oh, no. Dude, his PTA timed out, as did his Wolf. Literally that third auto, if it lands a second ahead, if it lands a second earlier, Fish, it kills him. The proc of PTA and the third auto on the Wolf will definitely kill him there, but it doesn't happen. It falls off, and oh my god, Fantasy survives.
Oh, Kyler won now. He's looking for the return. Interesting interaction there as the damage from the Nimbus Strike does go up, but one Han does still go over the wall. As Volantis is just trying to sustain. I mean, this Rift Herald is easily auto-agraze to take if they want. But instead, they're just going to push Volantis out of lane and take more of that jungle, though. Kyler does have to be careful. He is in a bit of a 1v2. You can see Wolf's Frenzy did go out, but they can't even chase.
Yeah, just trying to avoid the dive right now. All three members down there. Bottom lane of Ottawa will return. This wave will be pushed in. Nice little reprieve for Juniata, but unfortunately for them, that last part of the Infinity Gauntlet will be completed here for Kyler. He will get that Rift Herald. A single objective from this early game squad will be picked up in the opening 15, Fish.
Your only good news right now for Juniata is that is now 3 plates down on the bottom side of the map for Leo and Crimson Corvus, as Leo is going to dash forward. Coling is going to come out, Xiao M will arcade shift away, but that is a lot of gold on that Lucian. Now he's sitting at 0-2, and his lane opponent's 2-0, so the plates are basically even out the kills, but at least some of that early game bot lane pressure is paying off for plates for Juniata, and that's about all they can brag about right now in Game 4 is Fantasy's going to go in, the Death Mark is going to just dodge the Scout of the Week, and Krillium, the weak one in the mid lane, will go down to Fantasy.
Yep, exactly that. It is just an outplay. Barely even needed the ultimate there, Fish. He did have to use it to confirm the kill, but he had done most of the damage already without it. Now the dive.
What? He tried to defend against the Rift Herald.
Wait! Oh, the anti-synergy! Okay, they still got him.
Yeah. It looked cool for a moment, but unfortunately it is now 7-0 for Ottawa Gray at the 14-minute mark.
7-0. It is a 3K gold lead still there.
Oh, Leo is going to get jumped on here with the Arcane Shift. Double exhaust do go out. The Lucian is dead, and it's just more heartbreak for Juniata College.
Yeah, I was going to say, I didn't say it at the beginning of the game because I wasn't sure if Lucian still did this, but normally when you take this lane, you go cleanse to make sure you can't get exhausted. Unfortunately, not the case here. Now, Krillian. Yeah, you're going to get poked out here. Really doesn't have a lot of business, so they are trying to collapse. Good marking here by Fantasy to keep the jungler out. That's the critical part. That's another objective for U of Ottawa. 4.5, 5K gold lead, Fish. Cloud Soul, unfortunately, is the one that rolls here for U of Ottawa, but this comp, with the way this game's going, they don't need dragons. They don't need soul. They are just winning on their own, and they continue to outplay, to push forward, to rewrite history of the series that came before this one.
Don't hate on my Cloud Dragon.
I will hate on it.
To my
I will hate on it forever. It is lame. It is only good when Hecarim is good.
I like the original concept. I can't really defend the movement speed, but the ult cooldown was very fun. I will say, Kyler 1 probably wouldn't really hate
Leo,
the movement speed on his ult.
Leo
brother,
is... Brother.
Good night. Cyclone into True Shot Barrage. Not even Tidal Wave will save you. 9-0. Ottawa Gray.
What angle do you think Leo's desk is at right now?
I would assume there's a hole or there's a fist mark either in the wall or the desk somewhere.
No, would you say it's at a degree where one would consider it tilted, maybe?
Very much so. Etzeroy will go down, so the perfect game will end, unfortunately. Always hate to see that. Or love to see it if you're a Juniata fan. I would say most of the desks at Juniata College, One Hand and Leo maybe in particular, are extremely tilted, especially after how well they played in Game 1. They have just not had the series they had hoped after that.
Certainly have not, and this is really the capstone of it here. Not finding a solution, not finding a different angle in these 3 games. They definitely went for it. I appreciate that they sold out for this, but it has not worked in the early game whatsoever, Fish, and it really had to with the way that they set up There have been outplays. There have been unlucky moments. Just everything that can or would go wrong has gone wrong for Juniata. And Ottawa is just playing with so much calmness and confidence across the rift. They are so poised to take this game right now, despite losing that perfect game, like you mentioned. That's probably a better thing in the long run, so you don't have to think about it. It's just out of your mind, right?
Yeah, you don't have to worry. It was going to happen at some point. Juniata is not outclassed to the point where I felt like Ottawa Grey could wrap this up without dying. But you just look 4-0-1 on the Wukong, 2-0 on both your mid lane and 80 carry, plus 2 assists as well for Zhao M. We're only 17 minutes in. Objective bounties have already spawned. There's a nice chunk of cash waiting on the bottom side there in that very low turret. So the objective bounties will help. The shutdowns will help more if they find them. Volantis being 1v3 is not one of those things that will help, and he will be eliminated. The real question is, who wants the kill? Dark Utopia doesn't want it. Eteroy, I guess, will take it as though Kyler just walks away. That was the hardest part of that fight, DJ, is who wanted the kill.
Yeah. Yep, they were fighting over it, see who was going to come away with it. And that's kind of the game it is becoming, right? Pad that KDA, see how good you can get it at the end of this game. That is how confident Ottawa is with their standing in this game, with their standing in this series. They have looked so good in these last 3, and they're just looking to put the finishing touches on this series before they can raise that trophy fish.
DJ, do you remember when you talked about the worst case scenario for Kindred?
Yeah.
How about 2 marks in 18 and a half minutes? Does that fit into the
right about? I said 2 at 20, so yeah, we'll see here. I think I said 2 at 20, right? Was it 2
You did say 2 at 20, and you're relatively close. The River Scuttle that we got the zoom in on was her mark. And so unless they find a champion kill here in the next minute, you might be spot on with your prediction, DJ. And again, that tells you all you need to know about this game is a 2-mark Kindred at 20 minutes.
Certainly will not go down without a fight here. I mean, God, look at the damage that Ezreal is starting to do, man. Almost on the... That's not even with the 2 items, Fish. He's going to go back and he's going to finish his mana muni. It's already going to upgrade. There it is, Muramana. That is a lot of damage, and all the spikes are coming through from Ottawa. Everyone with a mythic. Zed almost on 2 items. It is dire straits for Juniata. As Chad is saying here, the Eagles seem to be landing. Their wings seem to be a little clipped in this game number 4, and they have got to find a miraculous flight if they want any shot left in this.
I think there's an argument to be made, DJ. The wings have been clipped for a while, but Juniata's just now realizing they have no chance of taking flight. These last 3 games have been almost perfection from Ottawa Grey. This will be the first Cloud Soul. It is going to be an attempt for one Han to potentially steal it. He's not even going to get in range, and he can't even get the ult off. Already 2 members dead. They will at least get a shutdown onto Eteroy, but that might be all they're going to get. Volantis does not have the collateral damage. He is going to be run down as Fantasy picks up 1 more. The Graves will fall to Kyler 1. It's only Leo who stays alive, but it's a 4-for-1 in favor of Ottawa Grey.
The timer's ticking. It looks like they're gonna head over to Baron. I actually don't know about this, Fish. This feels like the one possible opportunity you could leave to flip. We'll see how quickly they do this. One Han is up in 2 seconds, and they don't have a traditional AD carry. It is Ezra. They are doing it are doing it fairly quickly. I think they'll be okay, and they will. Yeah, one Han not even gonna run out to the Baron, so no risk of a 50-50 flip. This will be Ottawa's Baron, and with that, our percentage goes from about 1 to about 0.0001. Ottawa on the final steps to that throne in the Navigators, or in the Challengers Yellow Division.
Well, DJ, you can pat yourself on the back. We've surpassed the 20-minute mark in one Han. Still, unfortunately, sitting on just those 2 Kindred marks. And, I mean, at this point, luckily, DJ, I guess if you're a Juniata fan, Cloud Soul is so weak that you let them have Cloud Soul to put Elder on the table. I mean, that really, I'm grasping at straws, but that feels like your best bet. Am I wrong?
I mean, there's always an Elder flip in a League of Legends game, right? There's always that potential last chance at the end of the tunnel, but as we see with a lot of these potential elders to save you, it's walking into a field of vision with champions that are, 2k gold up on you, item and a half, right? It becomes really hard. So the hope is always there. You do always have that potential way back into the game, but the difficulty level is Elden Ring Extreme at the minimum.
Oh, great use of the stopwatch there to cancel the death mark from Beta C. Krillium should be able to stay alive, and the Zed will go down. Finally, some gold in the pocket of that Kindred and the Syndra. But at what cost, as your mid inhibitor turret is under siege and dropping fast, already at 50%. And right now, Onhan will continue to push, at least try and get something. He will get the bonus turret gold for the objective bounties. And they will shrink the 9k gold lead to 8.
Yeah, they'll probably lose it here in a second, though. Baron push going to open up the base. There's not a lot of defense left. They can't really fight at the inhib if they weren't going to fight at the turret. See,
Onhan just started backing, too.
Yeah, Etiroy been absolutely stalwart in this top lane. He's working on that second lane. One inhib down. They'll work their way up towards that second one. Oh, boy, look at the damage coming through from the Mystic shots.
True Shot Barrage is also going to be online here soon, and this could easily put Krillium and Leo at less than 10%. Unfortunately, we'll miss both of them, but Volantis and Crimson Corvus will join the 50% HP party as an explosive cask gets him low. Xiaoem looking for the Mystic shot to finish him off. Can't quite find it, but they will continue this siege on the top side. Baron still up for 30 seconds. This is easily a top inhibitor turret. Will it be the top inhibitor is the only remaining question. And that will be yes. And now it's really how many kills might result. Cycle going to be used. Tidal Wave does come out. Leo is the first one to fall. Volantis does escape, gets rooted, but there's no follow-up. Onhan was really trying to be a distraction all the way down in mid lane. Lamb's Respite will be proc. They're both going to get healed up here in the invulnerable state. Who has the burst damage? It will actually be Onhan, but the Ignite will trade him out. And now it's a 4v4. But a great snipe from Krillium probably means this turret will stay a little bit longer than the Ottawa Grey had hoped.
Turret will stay alive. Ottawa will have to walk out of the base, but boy, did they get what they wanted, Fish. Yes, it's a nice dual win for Onhan, finally getting a chance to use the Lamb's Respite to good effect. But that is 2 inhibs down. That is the base exposed at 24 minutes. With the Dragon coming up in 42 seconds, they will easily walk out and claim that. It is just about finishing touches here. They're getting that crown all dolled up. Flowers, what do we got? I don't actually know flowers. I tried to think of a single flower. Tulips are too big. You can't put that on a crown. Can't really put poppies on a crown. Guess you could put
Put roses, if you're feeling adventurous.
That's adventurous. Bruh. Rose is the most common flower ever. Every edgelord Viego player has a rose on their skin or something like that. We have a whole champion about Black Rose. What there is it?
Unnecessary shots here at Onhan, our resident Viego player. I was wondering if there was a reason where you just leave that Cloud Drake up, because again, the only way Juniata wins is off of an Elder flip, which Kindred is one of the better Dragon flippers in the game with the Lamb's Respite, but I don't know if this game lasts 6 more minutes is maybe your biggest problem here, DJ.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, it is... This is the last step. They will throw everything they have at it, but look at the gold lead, man. It is nearly 10k with Cloud Soul. Look at the item difference. 2 items on 3 members here. 4. Look across 3 items, nearly 3 items, 2.5 actually still for Kyler. So the difference is still very, very large. And those 3 items, they are on pretty critical members here in the Ezreal and the Gragas. And there goes the culling. Out goes the Scatter of the Weak. There's nothing left now to push them out once again.
And we've seen this situation before. That was actually against Ottawa Grey, where there's just super minions pushing, and the super minions might just win the game outright. You see, Onhan has to go back. Volantis has to try and defend. Meanwhile, the rest of the team here is just going to look to siege his bot lane. Even Fantasy helping out that super minion wave in the mid lane. They want the triple inhib. They want the win more comp. Krillium is going to be the first target. The Everfrost doesn't quite finish him off, though, but he flashes into the Cyclone. Lamb's Respite goes down. As soon as it fades, Onhan will be dead. Oh, Kyler looking for more on the backside. Can't quite get to Crimson Corvus. Volantis going to chase after him, but it's not going to matter. It's game, set, match to Ottawa Gray. They avenge their lone loss in the NECC this year, and they will be your challenger champions, DJ, as they pick up the Nexus and maybe a couple more kills to boot.
There it is, the complete overhaul reversal of the series a month ago. U of Ottawa fell in the finals of Challengers Yellow, but they rise to the grand occasion here in the final of all of Challengers to prove they are the top dog in 3-1 fashion.
Fantastic effort by Ottawa Gray. Again, their only loss all NEC season, fall and spring combined, was the Juniata a month ago in 3-1 fashion, and they flip it on him, DJ. A fantastic effort. Juniata gave them all they could handle, but it really felt once that Viego was taken away from One Han, there just wasn't anything left in the tank. A huge congratulations to Ottawa Gray. I know we've got another game coming up right after this, DJ, so quickly, your final thoughts on Ottawa Gray claiming the Challengers Division Championship here.
Yeah, just very impressive performance from them, right? They recognize what went wrong in Game 1 with Wanhan having the Herculean performance, but even in Game 1, we can see they were winning team fights, right? They had an identity. They had a plan coming in today. They stuck to it throughout. Picked comfort champions, picked for team fight, and not only did they outdraft an occasion or at least draft their comfort, they outplayed today, right? They outplayed team fights. They outplayed situations in which they really shouldn't have, and they outplayed lanes that they probably should not have. So really impressive stuff here from U of Ottawa to prove that they can step up in the biggest moment and fight back against a team that had already beat them. Deserve a victory for them and a deserved championship.
Congratulations to Ottawa. We are not done. Up next, we've got the Navigators Championship. It's going to be the Carthage Firebirds taking on George Fox University. Dia and Root Dude will have all of the action here. You don't want to miss it. We're turning around real quick. Big shout out to Ottawa on taking home the crown. Shout out to you, DJ, as well as the production crew, helping us look and sound good here on the desk. And we'll be back with the Navigators Division Championship right after this here on the NECC.
Oh, all right. Are we in? Are we audible? I think we must be. I think we must be, Rudude.
You know
So
what? I think we are as well, dear.
I
Let's
think
hope.
it's as fair a time as any to make our introductions. Hi, I'm Dia. I've got Rudude right next to me, and we are back with more NECC finals in the Navigators Cyan division. We've got Carthage College going up against GFU.
Yeah, and quite nicely for us here, George Fox University, all with their nice little tags. So we know that they are going to be on the red side for game number one. The blue side, this game is Carthage Fire B from the Carthage College, of course. And getting underway with this draft for game number one here, we've just seen a really excellent best of five. Didn't quite go the whole way, thanks to Fish and DJ for taking us through that one. But we're hoping for some great games here on this second series of the night. Already done a pro draft off screen, so they're just rattling through the picks and bans right now that they've done off screen. So don't be confused by any of the orderings necessarily, but they've done everything ready to go so we can whiz right through draft number one.
I'm not going to be confused, but I do suspect I'm inspired already. A Mordekaiser versus Camille matchup in the top side. It's going to be fun to watch. And if we're considering whipping out the Talia at this point, things are only going to get more high octane. There's a lot of burst specifically on GFU's side to start, and a lot of beef for Carthage College.
Now, coming into this game, everybody at home, I gave Dia some very important prep about Wukong specifically. Dia, do you remember the prep?
Wukong is OP. That's what I
Correct.
got out of it. It looks like
Brilliant.
Carthage College felt that way as well.
Exactly. Now, I want to extend that point, and now, Dia, by logic, transitive properties, can you infer anything about my feelings about Talia?
I think I could say Talia. She does spin, so I'd say she's minorly OP. Am I getting that right?
Yeah, I was, minorly, majorly, I think this champion is incredibly strong right now. Play it mid, play it jungle. Tectonic is on the same wave as me, at the very least, taking the Talia into the jungle for game number one. Certainly a very powerful pickup in the current meta with the rework that came through. Really is finding a home on Summoner's Rift once again. So I am already enticed by this composition that George Fox have pulled together. They've got some really good back to front. They've got a good element of split push as well, not just in the Camille in the top lane that you expect to be able to side lane incredibly well, but also you can use Light Core on this Xerath to roam not necessarily too far from the mid lane, but to go out into those side lanes. If you just head into the jungle, that Rite of the Arcane has an extremely long range that levels up as the ultimate does as well, so you can make that impact happen very quickly. Similarly, in fact, to how the Galio wants to function as well.
Yeah, and with these mid laners mirroring each other in a way, it really does feel like the matchup has become about how not how this lane goes, but about how these two styles interact with each other. Galio, of course, going to be providing a lot of utility with his roams around the map, with his dips out of the mid lane, and Xerath providing a whole lot more damage. It feels like we can say for almost every member of GFU as compared to Carthage College. But I'm looking at Carthage and I'm thinking, well, if it isn't in the mid lane that you're popping off, we've got to be focusing top, and we've got to be looking at this win condition coming from the bot lane, because Firo on Xayah can absolutely take this over.
Really, you can. There's no other way about it, because you've just got this insane amount of raw damage that comes out of Isaiah in the late game stage, as well as the ability to keep herself safe on the Xayah. But we have got the team lineups. We'll run you through the teams now. I'll take Carthage College, dear, if you want to head on to GF when we get to those guys. But it's Poc 808 in the top lane, Pawsy Guy in the jungle, I believe, and the XR Clyde, Happy Samoyed, and Firo as well. So everybody here starting out for game number one will be very much looking to find their win and start off this best of five on good footing.
I am I'm noticing there's a lot of young blood here, a lot of freshmen, right? Just getting into things. I'm looking at Pawsy Guy, and if that's the case, to be the real leader of this squad, which should work pretty well, given that you're on the Mordekaiser in the top side. We'll hope that that sort of translates into an equal feeling of confidence, as I know Mordekaiser gives me when I'm on the Rift, but you really will have to, they'll have to find some sort of voice. And I'm not sure whether it's going to be this sort of young buck idea that comes with the amount of freshmen they have on the squad, or whether it'll be one that's very much focused around using this Mordekaiser as I was going to say battering ram, but I may as well say mace, eh, Rudude?
Yeah, you may as well. No, dear, I'm hoping, you're not wrong. I'm hoping you can help me here. What is pre-vet?
A pre-veterinary.
Okay, yes, but what does the confusion? Biology and then pre-veterinary, is that understudies to be a vet? Is that the prelude to
Yeah,
veterinary
yeah.
school?
It's sort of like how you can study. I think it's nursing, like pre-med nursing or
Okay,
pre-med bio. Yeah, yeah. So you have like focuses inside of biology, from
okay, I
from
see,
what
I
I
see.
understand of it. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm from the UK. I'm going to ask Dia for these simplifications for these translations. That's the word. Even though it's the same English language, it's not the same English language. So, we got to check those out. But what we do have now is the George Fox U lineup. We're going to take you through this. We've got Nom Cakes. First of all, great name.
Mm-hmm.
Great name.
Mm-hmm.
Alpaca in the Jungle. Also great name.
Cybersecurity.
Very good animal. Top tier. Cybersecurity as well. Also based.
Uh-huh.
Tectonic, Light Core, and then second Gatekeeper to round out the team. Honestly, guys, let down a little bit in terms of those team names, but overall another good start, and not necessarily as much young blood on this team. It's sophomore middle age,
Yeah.
not middle age, 40-year-olds playing League
Yeah,
of
they're
Legends again.
middle-aged.
It's the middle of college.
Yeah, they're getting up there, right? It's time to start thinking about retiring from the esports careers. The finger, they aren't quite hitting the way they used to. We'll see if GFU are able to stave off old age and take themselves to a victory here in the finals. But one of the things that definitely did stand out to me in the draft, and even now that I want to point out, Tectonic on Talia, excellent matching of the themes here. And I
True.
suspect this isn't a first-time pick, is what I'm going to say.
Oh, you think that the Tectonic is like for a reason?
Yeah.
A little bit of. Well, I would agree with you, but they're an engineering major, not a geology major.
That's true. You know what? I don't think I know anybody who studied geology. I think I do have some mining engineering friends, but I don't know. I don't know if that's a program offered at GFU. You know what? I'll look it up. We're talking about GFU, mining engineering,
Yeah.
GFU.
I was weirdly in with we call it geography over here, I think.
Uh-huh.
Or we don't call it geography, but like we have a geography course. I think you can specialize in geology specifically, but we're mainly geography, and then you go very, very much narrower in the later years. But without us badgering on enough, there is a game of League of Legends. Unfortunately, as well. Did you get anywhere with the mining engineering news, though?
Yeah, I was just starting off as we ended up getting ripped. It didn't seem like
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Okay.
I can check on it later. I was just starting to get into
Thinking about going back.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a sick Mordecai. This is exactly what I am loving it.
I mean, I'm already out of my seat partying, honestly. I've left the room to go to my disco that I just have underground. I don't know. I'm ready though. Game number 1 of a best of 5 always promises to be fairly, I'm gonna say, timid as a series as the series goes, because this is the feeler match more so than anything else, where everybody doesn't too much know what to expect from one another, unless of course we're talking about, if you find scrim games against your opponents, which is very rare. But there's a very real opportunity for these two to play a lot slower in the early game than they may like, than we may see from them in later games. So we're going to keep this one nice and at the pace of the game. We're going to let the players obviously dictate how we take this one, because game number 1's had the opportunity to be fairly slow, but also every now and then they do throw a curveball in there and we just get 15 kills in the first 5 minutes.
Now, I really like, if we do get a slower game, I like the look for Carthage College, because they are a squad that wants to scale up, that wants to get that side lane threat with the Mordekaiser going, and that most importantly needs this Xayah to become a hyper carry with plenty of peel around her. You want tank items, you want at least 2-3 items on your Xayah, so the more time, it seems, the better for Carthage College. But looking over at GFU, I feel like they've got not only tools in the late game, but the tools to make those plays a little bit earlier as well.
Yeah, Tristana's a really weird one. She's a pretty much double-edged sword. Might have to hold the point. Nom Cakes goes in, doesn't get pulled back, so should be okay to just go for those timid trades. But yeah, Tristana, as I was saying, is the double-edged sword, has an incredibly strong early game and then an incredibly strong late game as well. You tend to find that drop-off tends to be a little bit more toward the middle stages of the game.
Since we've got these 2 bruisers up here, it's very clear that our observer knows exactly what the focus of this game is going to be, not just for us at home, but for these junglers. Clyde making their way up, as we'll recall, Pawsey is likely going to be the focus of how this early game ends up developing for especially Carthage College. We're expecting there to be a lot of shot calling, a lot of stability given to this squad from the top lane, and already Volibear starting to head up. Clyde seeing if he can pinch Nomcakes right now. One push with this hook shot would be the end of this mid laner. Happy Samoyed going to get bumped back, but does have a lot of durability with the shield to Durand. Gets out alive, but chunked down pretty darn significantly, Rudude, as we've got hooks landing the bot lane. We've got action developing all over the map.
Yeah, no, my word. Good buffer on that rocket jump there by second gatekeeper to get out of the way of any follow-up damage pending after the root. But a good initial skirmish then down on the bot side for Carthage College, getting away with a fairly sizable health trade on the bot side in exchange for what happened in that mid lane. But look at this once again, Tectonic down on that bot side, spotted on a ward, so doesn't need to be too fearful. But now Nomcakes once again finding the sort of worst ends of these trades. Pre-level 6, this is a very difficult lane matchup. Misses the hook shot, no way. Able to get away because there's no more shots, skill shots, abilities ready for Pawsey guy, but this is already showing to be quite scary for Nomcakes on the top side.
Yeah, cooldown's a little bit long in the early game for Pawsey, but that kind of confidence will take them far in the lane. Nomcakes gonna get pulled back, pulled out of the hook shot. This could be Nomcakes going down. Flash is available, but Pawsey's got him as well. His as well, flashing behind First Blood. Gets secured by Pawsey, and we've even got the freeze frame because it looks so good, Rudy.
Yeah, a nice little emote as well there from Pawsey. Gets the first blood, gets the kill down. Onto the Camille, we're expecting this top lane to be fairly difficult for Nomcakes, excuse me, pre-level 6, pre any sort of jungle intervention. And Pawsey guys proving exactly why solo kill up on the top side. There'd been very little jungle intervention up there as well. So really is just that 1 versus 1 solo bolo for the Mordekaiser. You get that kill early on, you're going to be set up very nicely for those later stages when we were expecting this Mordekaiser to be looking to be that side lane split push. 3v3 bot though.
Not going to go well for Clyde, already having to flash away, likely can go down, Ignite's ticking away, the bomb goes off, but just like that, Hero has to jump away as well. Gatekeeper doubles down, gets exhausted, and this should be all right for the bot lane of Carthage College, but they want to keep pushing it, forcing Alpaca to flash out. Even in what was essentially a 2 versus 3, they did pretty well.
Yeah, Firo and Parkour doing a very good job.
Firo gets hooked! Surely he's going down! Tectonic picks up the kill, and an ice
seismic shove. Jeez, Tectonic. Maybe I saw the level 7 mastery on Tectonic after that one. Maybe, dear, you were onto something. The non-mining engineering school able to still weave their way through a successful Tilia game, as that was a really nice little find, honestly, on Tefiro. Had used all of the summoner spells and did end up collecting on the kill. Not necessarily the way you tend to find those picks as a Tilia. Tend to be relying on those initial setups of CC, things like Nautilus finding any real CC that you can, and then you go for your own. But Naked W's, as I love to call them, because there's nothing there to set it up, is very difficult to come by.
Takes going to the aggressive trade. Remember, he's already expended hookshot, and Pawsey has that small advantage from what he picked up earlier, but the Sheen is doing so much work for Nomcakes right now that it feels like, despite the fact that GFU were technically set behind up there, they've gotten this little bit of forgiveness with the item timing from Camille that's letting Carthage, or rather, letting them push Carthage College back to the point where you've still got plenty of playmaking, especially as people start to hit level 6.
And it's also worth mentioning just the amount of sustainability of the two champions as well. Right now, we've got nothing particularly for Pawsey Guy versus the full corrupting potion, plus the biscuits that Nomcakes has in his inventory as well. He can afford to take these slightly worse for wear trades or even beneficial trades because he knows he's got a better chance.
Now Clyde gets to participate up here. Hookshot is going to put a lot of value in for Nomcakes, but Tectonic just collects the Dark Harvest stack, then walks away. I say just collects the Dark Harvest stack. Also keeps their top laner happy and alive, so we'll take that.
Yeah, that's certainly it, because it's always a difficult situation when you in that 2v1 situation as the Camille, and particularly when you're playing as Pawsey Guy as well right there. You know, the inclination rather is to just press R, go for the all-in. But then you're removing your jungler from the situation as well, and then you're moving out some of the CC. So there is a niche timing that you can go for as Pawsey Guy, so that once Clyde's found his initial burst, got that press the attack proc, if you find your ulti then, you can sort of keep that Camille penned in. but not quite able to execute on that. Maybe they'll repeat that one and look to try and find that next time out. As you can see, NECC once again just absolutely getting torn apart on this top side. Doesn't have TP, so going back to base is very risky to just lose a lot of the gold that he'd have under the turret, a lot of experience as well.
Starting to figure that these missed hook shots are more a mark of confidence than anything else. NECC's using it to proc the Sheen, perhaps, in these small engagements, since they have really not been taken away from Pawsey Guy. Despite that, still, Camille looking relatively stable up here. CS even in most lanes. The real advantage going to Firo in this bot side, who has managed the waves really well on the Xayah, and now looks like they're going to start pushing out, maybe going for another 3 versus 3 angle. They should know Tectonic can be here. Oh, this is bad. This is real bad. Firo has to use level 6. Nicely done. Does get out. Doesn't get the root on the way back, but good escape. Costs just the ultimate. No summoners expended. That's pretty good for Carthage.
It is, and they got, like you say, get the flash out of Tectonic, right? That's a little bit of playmaking potential, a little bit of escapability. No longer on Tectonic, no longer available for the jungler, so what has been a, honestly, fairly stable early game, fairly even across the entire map style of early game. These small advantages of summoner spells really can start to be quite impactful, because we're at that point where teams are going to start to look toward those objectives. We're 9 minutes in, nobody's had a whiff at the Drake nor the Rift Herald just yet. But it's this sort of window where those may start to be looked at. We're starting to generate some win conditions, generate some gold, and if you get caught, particularly in a situation like this for Tectonic, he's actually okay this time because there's no presence on the bot side. But having to stray all the way into the Dragon Pit when you don't have your flash can be very scary.
Honestly, with Talia's rock surfing, I know it's a small thing that you tend to overlook in sort of micro interactions in the game, but on the larger scale of things, has allowed Tectonic to really seemingly be everywhere. It's Clyde that, while he has been ganking, has also seemed to be playing catch up in a lot of situations where Talia can arrive at almost the same time while still being able to farm, clear vision a lot more effectively, just given the pure movement speed of the champion. Right now on the red buff, we've got a little Rift Herald action for Clyde, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Tectonic pop over and try and interrupt this if time allows.
Yeah, now with Smite available as well, just the speed at which Talia clears, you can get away with getting this heading over toward the Herald as well. Top lane is definitely in favour of Carthage right now, and Tectonic not going to opt to go over. May look to lose this Herald in exchange for the top lane gank. Herald certainly going to go down. Smite there for Clyde, and now Tectonic knows if he wants to go for this gank, it's going to be 2v1. This is Mordekaiser, remember?
Yeah, Pawsey going to put Talia instantly into the death realm. Still can't quite catch up to her, though. The long range of this Talia allowing for a lot more safety for Tectonic. It's ult for ult that gets burned here, and Rudude, I still think this is pretty good for GFU. It may look like a nothing play, but that's a big cooldown for Mordekaiser.
Yeah, correct. You can rinse and repeat that gank. You don't need the Weaver's Wall necessarily to go for this gank when you've got the Hextech Ultimatum to lock a Mordekaiser inside a very confined space. It makes hitting that W from the Talia incredibly easy, but they just need to be fearful for any sort of 2v2 plays that happen on this top side, particularly when this Volibear has hit that level 6 mark and got that ult available. If they try and retreat under the turret, doesn't matter. Here's that rinse and repeat, though.
Hextech Ultimatum, again, is going to be used right here. It's that ultimate advantage that we talked about. NECC jumps right back in. Pawsey Guy is going to get taken out. And an excellent repeat gank from Tectonic is perfect. And Clyde gets spotted out, leaving Carthage without an answer.
Yeah, just as we'd theorized, a really good execution by Tectonic. Slightly misunderstanding the position that Pawsey could take, unfortunately, he was. So maybe they'll look to reevaluate, use Flash to get out to safety next time to try and dodge away. But now, bot lane as well.
Another nice ult from Firo, gets away from Alpaca. Exhaust on Gatekeeper is big, but Pac, it looks like is going to have to wait till another day to have their fate arranged. Your second Gatekeeper, we pop right back in, and we see Tristana getting taken out. The interim, a little bit of a mystery for me, Rudude, but it looks like it went pretty well for Carthage.
And, that was certainly the play. Hearing that we've got to just have a quick little break, though, whilst we do get those technical issues sorted on out. Hi, everybody. It's the first time that these guys are getting to see our faces here for the second series of the day. I'm Rudu. This is Dia. That's not... Oh, yeah, I did it the right way.
Yeah.
Huge.
That was actually crazy. I don't think I can do
that.
This
cheeky little head flick. Guess.
This is what I would do for you, but this is not here.
I'm too good.
Yeah, that was...
You know what it is?
What?
You know what it is? I have a, like I have my the openness to my room is over on this direction,
Mm,
but the wall essentially is here. And I was like,
the mixer.
the stand mixer, hey,
Yeah.
rooted branding right here. I will
Yeah.
sell these when I'm big and famous. I trust you. Let me tell you right now. But my intonation is always to go away from the wall, and it's always wrong. So I was like,
Mhm.
okay, this time I'm going to nod at a wall for some random reason, and it worked out and it paid off.
You
But yeah,
are.
I mean, we do have a game now. Not now, but we've had a game that has actually been fairly entertaining for the early stages, right? We were talking about potential for slower paced early games. I don't think that's necessarily been wrong, but we've had our very well paced action nonetheless, right? They've been taking their opportunities.
Yeah, and what I really like now is that we've got GFU starting to develop a lot of momentum in this mid game. I'm really excited to see how they continue this, as we are going to take a very short break, which may stymie a little bit of it. So we've got to keep our eyes on GFU and whether they can keep this snowball rolling, get themselves a game 1 victory, or what on earth will happen after we come back from a very short break. Hey guys, we are back. Well, we're kind of back, Dude. We're here to provide a very important update on the state of the game, because as we all know, we were all very excited about what was going on, and suddenly we've hit this roadblock. What is that roadblock?
Yeah, so basically, the stream won't have seen it, but there was a pause that was called on one side, and then an illegal unpause, which basically means that one team didn't check to see if the enemy team was ready for the unpause. That resulted in a kill going over to the team that didn't check whether the unpause was ready or not. And as such, we are now exploring the ramifications of that, the admins behind the scenes making sure that there's a fair recompense being given over to the other side. And we're just sort of dealing with that right now. And that's obviously why there's a slightly extended delay. We'll be back to try and give you an update as soon as possible. But for right now, we are sorry, but there's just going to be a bit more break time whilst we make sure that everything for the competitive integrity is all good and all up to standards. Because this is the finals, we do want this to be as competitive as possible, and we can't be giving over free advantages to either side.
Yeah, we appreciate your patience. The grand finals will continue. It's just a matter of, well, when it happens, when we finally finish playing this game of catch up. We'll be back relatively soon with either an update or even more gameplay here on the NECC.
Oh. Okay.
All right, well, Rudude, we're in. We're in for yet another breakdown of what on earth is going on. So I have to ask you, well, what on earth is going on? Surely the
Okay.
game has elapsed.
So yes, game number 1 unfortunately has finished. We'll reveal the results in a few seconds' time. We got the game in play issues sorted, but then we had to fix some behind the scenes issues that we did end up getting fixed, and we are ready for game number 2 to start. So what is going to happen now is we will take ourselves a short break once again. It was GFU Academy, I should say, that took game number 1. So they are now 1-0 up in the best of 5 series, but we're going to be taking a short break whilst we make sure that everything is all good. But we're setting up the lobby for game number 2, going to let the players go through their draft, and then you will be greeted by both myself and Dia in a few few minutes' time to start up game number 2, where hopefully we can get back into it and actually get some really good late game team fighting action, early game snowballs, all that good stuff. Remember, going into the break that we are now currently GFU Academy 1-0 up.
All right, well, we'll catch you guys in just a few minutes. Game 2 is going to be coming at you. Just hold on a few extra seconds. All right, guys, welcome back. We are still Rudude, still Dia, still alive, and more
Send
importantly,
help.
about to start game 2. Holy moly!
Send food and water, please. We're here. Let's play some League of Legends. Let's talk over some League of Legends. More importantly, now, reminder, update. It's been a while. Hi guys. GFU Academy up against Carthage College, the Carthage Firebirds B. Now, game number 1 already got played. We saw the start of game number 1. We didn't quite get to see the end of game number 1, but that's okay because we still got up to 4 more games of League of Legends action that could still be coming your way. GFU Academy did take game number 1. That's incredibly important. The guys have already done their draft off of screen in the pro draft, so when we hop in, we're going to see them do the live client draft. Live before our eyes, but we wanted to hop in. We didn't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. So that timer hit 0. We wanted to hop straight on in to have a little chill session because this is the NECC stream. We're having a good little time, and if nothing else, dear, we can get to know our Twitch chat a little bit better as well.
That's true. I should probably.
And they can get to know us. They
get
can get to know us better too, as well. If nothing else.
Are we gonna do first date questions?
First date. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
Yeah. Do you do these things? Like whenever I go out on a date with my partner, I'll just pull up first date questions. The 160 first date questions.
Okay,
so...
Twitch chat, get ready. We're asking you.
Yeah.
We're asking you a question. Everybody, get ready. The 161st date question.
I want to know what household chore is just the worst. what is just the worst for you, Twitch chat, and for you, Rudude?
Okay, now the worst is I really don't like hanging out washing. And I don't know if that is. I don't know if that's a thing that goes cross country because I don't know how common tumble dryers are. If people know what they are, basically, yeah, a tumble dryer dries your clothes, right? You put it in the washing machine and then you put it in the tumble dryer. Some people have these fancy 2-in-1 washer dryers. We don't have either of those. We hang our washing out and we let Mother Nature outside take its course. But hanging that washing out is the worst for me. How about yourself?
That must be difficult because doesn't it rain a lot where you are?
Yeah, it does.
So sometimes the wet clothes they just get wetter.
Well, that's why I don't like it.
Yeah. None the clothes you're wearing are wet, but I suppose washed. So
clean but wet.
That's crazy.
There are worse combos.
Yeah,
believe it or not. But also, we have these things we call them clothes horses because you just put clothes on
horses.
Yes.
Oh, like the little racks, the ones that are like drying racks, but for clothes. Yeah.
And we put those on. We put clothes on them when it's wet outside. Okay. So we've thought about it as well. We've taken into account our surroundings of English nature, and the British weather as well. So we do have a backup plan.
Good.
Apparently, cleaning the bathroom is Schmeebel's least favorite household chore. But the thing that I have, dear, now you may
please.
I find cleaning things specifically is actually fairly satisfying because I can see the marked improvement. I can look at it and be like, yeah, I did that. That was dirty previously, and I have now cleaned it. I can visibly see the accomplishment. Where hanging out the washing, that's nature's glory. I'm setting up for success. I'm the support in that role. Right?
Here's the thing. I think that cleaning the bathroom is as unpleasant a task as the amount of people that you live with.
And also the type of people that you live with.
And the type of people that you live with.
Like if you live with monkeys that fling their stuff around the toilet and around the bathroom, then yeah, it's not going to be a good time. But if you live with people that clean up after themselves, cleaning the bathroom's calm, honestly.
I really don't like specifically the aspect of cleaning the bathroom or like other plumbing related things. But specific, it's the worst in the bathroom is cleaning the drain. Like when the drain starts to get clogged. That is some gross. That's some gross garbage right there. I am not a fan.
Now I'm going to expose myself.
Okay.
That sounds like a living on your own type problem. And not I'm a privileged, not living with my parents type problem.
That's fair. That's fair. It is definitely a living. It is definitely a living on my own problem. But you know what, Rudu? We aren't on our own anymore. Thank you, Twitch chat, for letting us get to know you guys a little better now, and we're going to get to know these teams a little better, but not Wukong. Not Wukong. Not today, Rudu. That's hitting the ban table.
No. Wukong, bad. And Wukong banned, actually. So conveniently enough, we're not going to see that any longer. Reminder that GFU are coming into this game at a 1-0 advantage. It's Demacia. Oh my word. We've got the absolute feud of the realms already in the top lane. Ionia, Noxus, Demacia, all of them. I'm listing low places, but Darius versus Garen is about as bruiser as it gets. What is this?
What? We're going Fizz? What is going on? GFU took an aggressive composition from game 1 and just leveled it up. I don't even know. Not what I would have expected. Not what I would have expected.
I am a big fan of Fizz. As a spectator, as a player, Fizz, hey, you have your strengths, you have your weaknesses. The good thing is, up against Xerath, you have a lot of strengths. You tend to be able to wham-bam the Xerath at any given opportunity. So, this specific matchup, I'm a big fan. I'm excited to see what it is that Lightcore can bust out and really throw down with on the Fizz. Now, we should also mention that I believe the reason that we're not seeing a ban come through here is as a result of the game number 1 missed unpause, illegal unpause. So that is where I'll quickly just address that, but we can move on swiftly because there is excitement in this draft already. We have a Kindred in the jungle, which is slightly atypical, but Garen versus Darius in the top lane. There's plenty of juice to go around.
Yeah, there's a really big notable shift around the center of the map right now. Not just in that mid lane, where of course we've got this Fizz that we're going to be paying a bunch of attention to because holy moly, it's a Fizz, and when you get to see that, but also Tectonic is on Volibear, and Volibear, this is going to shock you, Rudude, plays out very differently from Taliyah. This is not. Yeah, go ahead.
But how many geographical conundrums can they amount? Right, Taliyah.
Not as many.
Taliyah shifts the earth. Volibear brings in storms. Right? We think about it. They're slightly similar. They're big geographical events. Maybe slightly more weather-based for Tectonic this time round.
Yeah.
But natural disasters are, well within the wheelhouse here.
We got a monsoon. We have a massive shark. GFU
Tsunami.
have gone with the Acts of God composition. And Carthage College, what have they gone with here?
We need a
big
thematic
burst?
for it.
Wombo combo?
Not that one. Not that one. They have a Seraphine up, which is good.
Yeah.
But that's about the Wombo combo extent, unless everybody starts spinning, unless everybody gets charmed on Clyde spinning.
Yes.
That would be funny.
Then it's crit Garen, Seraphine ult.
It's a 2v5. It's simple as.
Just watch it happen. Watch it happen. I mean, you know that I'm excited about watching Seraphine hit the rift, but
I'm cozy, guys. Don't mind me.
As excited as I am about seeing Seraphine, it's somehow not the highlight of this composition of this game. I don't even think it's going to be a focus at any stage of the game unless it's Fizz's focus. I can see that.
We should say to the audience that maybe aren't as familiar with us specifically that Dia is a Seraphine Sona 2 trick. So whenever either of those two champions get picked, it's a big day for him. And obviously Seraphine tends to see a lot more play just because she has Sona 2.0 vibes. We'll leave that there. So yeah, Seraphine being picked up, first of all, incredibly exciting, but also, as Dia quite rightly mentions, this time bittersweet due to the nature of the compositions and likely not going to be revolving around the Seraphine all that much.
I mean, let's talk a little bit about those natures, right? Because, like we said, it's not every day that you see compositions like this. Let's start with GFUs. Darius, Volibear, Fizz, Jhin, and Janna. I can't help but notice there aren't a whole lot of Malphite ultimates or replacements for those on those teams. Things like Orin ult, Malphite ult, and even Nautilus Hook that can start engagements on a dime. So what does this composition do well?
They actually have a really good pick composition just as a base. Whenever you've got a Fizz, whenever you've got an Assassin, you can side lane incredibly well. You can also just play out these slightly skirmish-oriented compositions quite well. You don't want to go for those full 5v5s and get completely womboed by the Seraphine ulti, by the Spinning Garen, and any potential dark cages type things that you're going to find from the Seraphine or the Vigar cage. But you can take 2v2s, 3v3s incredibly well. Their top side as well through the early stages skirmishes exceptionally well. If you're GFU Academy, it's worth mentioning that they are looking to extend their lead to a 2-0 in this game, and they've got the early game powerhouses to do so. A Volibear in the early stages is nearly unrivaled in the jungle role. We look at a Fizz who, tends to want that level 6 before he has that all-in one-shot capability, but in those tight skirmishes, even at level 3, is incredibly nimble, has the playful trickster to get around. There are plenty of, base stats to go about. You're talking about Darius, if he gets 5 stacks of Hemorrhage, he's able to then get a massive AD boost, and if you can get that procced on all 3 people on that top side, there's a real big window for the GFU Academy composition to go off in the early stages of this game, and that's what they should be looking to do.
So you're looking at the Darius and you're looking at this Fizz as really the big centerpieces. Jhin, Janna, of course, are going to be really great supports, and Jhin later will be a relevant source of damage, especially against the relatively squishy composition that Carthage College have with things like Xerath, Veigar, and Seraphine. But as a Volibear, as Tectonic, we saw him alternating last game in between popping up top side and then popping into bot lane. This time, the choice seems to be more, do you go mid lane or top lane? Where do you expect more of that focus to be as a Volibear? Do you get your Darius rolling to unlock that side lane, or do you accelerate the Fizz?
I think that's up to player discretion. I fancy either role. You're playing jungle, you can go to top, you can go to mid, and you can play your top side very well regardless, right? You are, as you mentioned, leaving this Jhin, Janna on their lonesome, I suppose, but you are well within your rights to go feed a Darius, to feed a Fizz. Both have exceptional gank setup. I think that pre-level 6, maybe you're going to favor the Darius just slightly more because you've got a slow plus a pullback with your W and your E respectively, and then Fizz, you're waiting until you can use that Chum the Waters to get the CC going. But either way, it's a win-win really for GFU if they can keep those numbers high, and if they don't get outright counter ganks when they're not expecting it, having overcommitted and maybe gone a bit too far forward.
A lot of that counter power really does lie in Carthage College's court. Actually, now that as you said, sort of counter ganked, I was like, oh yeah, Kindred, and then I was thinking, well, we've got the cage from Vigar and the lockup from Seraphine. A lot of damage that you can be coming into with the ability to kite back. Things like the Garen, who has a lot of inherent tankiness and burst resist with the Xerath. So it really does feel like, for a composition that GFU have that isn't that well set up to actually find engages, that the soft counter engage, and sometimes even hard counter engage of Carthage College should find a lot of value here.
It will, and also quickly to mention, Firo is now jungling for Carthage College. I mean, game 1 was a while ago, but if we cast our minds back, was playing the AD carry role. Oh no, level 1, go!
All right, well, Clyde's in trouble already. He's going to get 3, make it 4 stacks of Hemorrhage. Not going to take that 5th one, but still a nice chunk early on. Clyde should be able to recover using his own passive, which is not something that Garen gets a lot of value out of in competitive normally, but I suppose that here we might just see it. I think it's also interesting, as you illustrated, with Firo playing Kindred. Well, they are playing a different role. They are still playing a marksman.
You're not wrong. But the jungle mindset actually sometimes can be very similar to an AD carries, dependent on said mindset, because when I've just had a actual sort of 2-week role swap back from jungle to AD carry, and when I was in my jungle bout, all I did was power bomb, and believe it or not, that's all I do as ADCs, so the playstyle may not alter all that much, but you're quite right. The role of the champions still stays the same. Quick note of what we saw on that top side. We actually saw Nomcakes walk into the brush, having taken aggro of the 3 melee creatures, attempting to keep the wave in his favor. Level 2 here.
All right, well, Nomcakes should actually win this right now. Conqueror is a lot, and, well, so is the Ghost going to be. Clyde Gets procced with
Nice.
that fifth, and now flashing
Oh!
forward. He gets the first
Triumph!
blood. Nice job from Clyde up here. Turn it around with the flash, the ignite, and the decisive strike.
Oh, Demacian Vice Garen wins out in the 1 versus 1. Ignite trumps Ghost, and an absolute Giga Chad top lane battle. There's nothing to be said other than that. They both brawled it out. They both went to the death, and they got themselves 1 death, 1 kill. But Clyde, you've ruined it. Goes back to base, buys a cloth armor. Now, I want to say, it's good. It is a smart buy. It is, however, not Giga Chad.
No. We'll see how Giga Chad Lightcore can be. Maybe turn it around for his team right
kill him.
now. Does hop away. Actually jumps right back on the field. The ignite going to be enough. Trading 1 for 1 in a 1v2 situation. I'm going to call that a win for Lightcore.
Yep, I think he will as well. Getting a kill on your Fizz early doors is obviously very enticing, very promising for the future. Buys a Dark Seal as well, so if those kills continue to come through, we're going to start stacking up that ring and maybe turn it into a book as well. But look at that top side of the map quickly, never mind, root bot lane.
It's going to be a small trade right here. Not a whole lot of damage stacked up in the Seraphine at this point in time, but with Alpaca extending this trade, Exhaust has to be dropped. Samoyed flashes away in a beautiful lockup from Puck is the one thing that keeps Samoyed alive.
Oh, I have to question second gatekeeper there. Has cleanse and flash available. Could have easily gone for the kill there, but not looking for it, and keeps those summoners to stay potentially alive in another time. Cakes though, once again battling it out. 5 stacks hemorrhage. Has been in this trap before. Doesn't want to go too far forward and doesn't end up taking a full-on engagement with it. But you can see that these top laners not shying away from any battles, and Firo as well wants to make their presence felt early on as well, with 1 kill already. For a second gank on this Kindred early on.
Now having been spotted, going to be able to continue that power farming that we know Firo really wanted to be doing the entire time. We'll be able to complete at least the, I believe, 1.5 clear on this Kindred, and likely be able to continue it as having hit the map. Does have that extra little bit of mobility and damage that comes with the longsword and cloth boots. What it does mean, though, is that GFU continue to stay in control of this bot lane push. Lightcore has gotten the push in mid lane as well, and that's giving GFU a lot of autonomy around this bot side. A big lack of information for Carthage.
Yeah, and as well, we got a quick little observer tool right there where we got to see double crabs secured by Tectonic. He's also been absolutely power farming his jungle, currently on his 2nd bot to top clear of the game. You know, living up to the Rudude full clear mentality in the jungle right now, taking his 2nd set of golems of the game. 48 CS he's going to be on when he clears this, doubling and then a little bit extra. Fero's CS totals right here. A very good start out for this Volley Bay, yet to take a base, but when they do, you can imagine there's going to be some big ticket items to come out very early on.
Very exciting. Bot lane continuing to be pushed, and top lane getting reverse carded there. GFU are actually on the receiving end of the push, with the teleport brings Samoyed right back in here. Seems like Carthage College are in control of a lot of tempo here, or rather retaining some semblance of it, even with the bot lane. So perhaps suffering a little bit in the push. Gatekeeper got a lot of value out of this Jhin pick, and Alpaca's been able to help him out pretty darn significantly. Now the Dragon is up, and the Rift Herald will be coming up in 2 minutes, though. We're going to see a lot of, well, picking what exactly you want to focus for these squads. Lightcore has already expended the invulnerability, does have Tectonic on the way, gets stunned, but Firo does as well, and Firo is burning down. Ignite's gonna take him out, and Lightcore ends up picking up the kill. Aussie guy not going to be able to answer this back, and, well, I am hearing something.
We're good.
Whispering to something.
We're good. Do not worry.
Okay.
Slight user error on my end right there, I won't lie. But Lightcore 2-1 up in the game. Fizz getting those stacks as we mentioned. The Dark Seal starting to pick up some extra bit of boosting there. Not going to be too bad for Lightcore when he hits that. You know, he's already hit that level 6 when he gets his ulti back around. You can see that Pawsey guy is actually paying a lot of respect, looking towards those potentially early Merc Treads, potentially toward a Verdant Barrier into the Banshee's Veil. Because that item versus Fizz, actually very, very strong, believe it or not. If you can block the ult, hey, it tends to do pretty good work. And that's one of the issues that I find with Fizz, actually. You know, I think that his biggest thing is he's actually so easy to itemize against because both Zhonya's and Banshees are so good versus Fizz.
Just really make it so that he can't play the game. I think the nice thing, and the thing that'll keep GFU in the driver's seat for now, as I drop my notebook for the 3rd time today, is that you can move around, much like Firo is doing, popping up towards NECC. Flash and Ghost available on this Darius. Should be able to get out of here. Ghost already utilized for the slow. Not going to be nearly as effective. Nicely played from NECC. And, well, we're likely going to see a Xerath die now, although Flash going to come up in just a second here. Palsy might be able to get away, hop underneath the tower from Light Core, and it just isn't enough. Now the Flash is up.
No, that's one of those. That's one of those where your jungler looks, your mid lane's just been solo killed, they ping the Flash is ready. You're like, I wasn't up, I promise I would have flashed if I could get out to safety. But it's not the case. And I don't even know if Firo wants a piece of this. 3 levels down, the base start's certainly very relevant. Oh, this is risky. Your mid laner just died. Don't know about this
Hero's
one.
Not level 6. This is really bad. NECC has spotted this out. Tectonic is about to Giga Dunk this. They know the Kindred is not safe, is so weak, and NECC picks up the kill, likely turning this into a Rift Herald for GFU as well.
Oh my word. Tectonic has the most farm in the game, by the way, by far ways in this early stage. 74, this jungler just hasn't stopped farming. Top to bot, top to bot, top to bot. We clear our camps, we do nothing else. Big fan of the gameplay, and you can see right there, it's strength. Firo has been trying to make plays happen around the Rift, and it's just not been going well for them. Okay.
Nice moves from Lightcore. I'm really liking that.
mind.
Stun does eventually connect, but it was looking fancy for a little while there. Now committing, not quite underneath the tower,
You
but
thought.
getting these small little trades, right? If I thought,
look at the ult,
Fonzie
look at
thought.
the ult. It's up, go, go, go.
There he goes. Oh, Fonzie has flash. Wait, the stun doesn't connect. Lightcore just keeps styling tanks. That extra tower shot. Firo on the chase. Does have the hop available soon, but Lightcore's going to be able to get out. You can only imagine. Jumps over right in the waiting arms of Clyde. Flash nets him the shutdown as the Garen Giga Chat in the top lane picks up another kill.
Get outplayed, Lightcore. I don't know what you want to say about that. Flash auto attack from Clyde secures 700 gold for the Garen in the top lane. Currently 2-0. A bit of the shining star of Carthage College. But NECC has got double buffs from Firo's previous sins. May not want to step too close. Boom!
Clyde. Oh, God. Clyde and NECC picking up I want to say, well-deserved kill.
That's why you don't step too close. That is the exact reason, in fact, as to why you don't step too close to the Darius with double buffs, particularly when they are full HP or half HP. Nevertheless, Clyde will learn that for the next time out. Hopefully, at least, I won't fall prey to the same thing again.
This is looking pretty darn exciting. I don't think the action is going to slow down, even if we don't see that same mistake, because with 2 solo laners that are completely unlocked at this point, and a jungler that is unhinged, GFU show no signs of slowing down, and I'm starting to see the style that they approached within Game 1 find some purchase again.
Certainly seeing some trends. Oh, I've seen this one.
No Banshee's Veil, no Flash now, and, well, just an auto away. Lightcore doesn't even break a sweat, picking up yet another kill. And this Xerath is starting to encounter some pretty significant difficulties, not just in the lane, but in the larger game state as well. There's not going to be a whole lot of wave clear that this Xerath provides, and Firo just simply isn't able to stand up to the task here.
Oh no! Dunk!
Got down on the turret. Tectonic's committing. Firo just has no effective health to work with, and this Kindred ultimate is going to be ceremonial. If anything, Lightcore jumps underneath the tower, picks up another kill, and flashes away just to make sure that Pac doesn't pick up any extra gold.
Yeah, and Predator as well coming in from some Oid means that Fizz Flash definitely warranted. Well played by Lightcore to get away and recognize what cooldowns needed to be expended. Risky to have gone for that dive right when your bot lane's on a reset, but they get away with it. And now Tectonic, just top to bot, he's going to take champions as well.
Well, I was going to say it does still have the Ignite as I check the summoners, but at this point, nobody's getting nearly low enough for it to provide the same value as it did in the early game. Yet another 300 gold goes over to GFU. They've got a 4k or nearly gold lead at this point. It's about to get even higher as first tower about to fall on this top side to NECC, no less. This is a massive injection of gold and a continuation of some incredible momentum that GFU have been able to pick up.
Yeah, and it really does come from Tectonic, really, you know, starting out and setting up his solo laners for success, making these plays around the Rift Herald. He's got 4 assists right now, so those solos have been gifted a load of kills at the hands of Tectonic, who's been, you know, more than happy to set up the pins for his solo lanes to knock down. And you can see that everybody on this top side, as I mentioned, skirmishes incredibly well. If you're GFU this game, they've really utilized that. They've punished the weak early game of a Kindred, of a Xerath. And now with this Rift Herald, they're looking to put even more plates, even more gold, even more resources into Lightcore, this Fed Assassin who's going diving once again.
As soon as that stun landed, you knew exactly what was happening. Tectonic tanks a little bit of CC, picks up a kill, and gets the Rift Herald charge. A single tower plate left on this mid lane, and Tectonic doesn't even seem to care, just walking through this mid lane. He's calling everybody. This is going to be a knockdown, drag out fight. NECC has shown up, gets that apprehend, and Firo surely is going to die. Jumps away, gets the heal. Somehow Carthage are hanging on to life, but GFU are trying to strangle it out.
Yeah, and they're almost getting away with it. A slither of health is the total for Firo to slip away on. Looks like the dragon is going to be given to GFU. Say that as Carthage was sort of toying with the idea, I'll say, of trying to contest for it, but a few curtain called bullets go through and Tectonic secures the Drake. While all that was going on, it is worth mentioning that second Gatekeeper was just collecting farm down in that bot lane, unimpeded by the presence of laners, was able to just take pretty much all the gold that they wanted down on that bot lane. A couple of plates went over as well. So there is a lot of gold being given to the carries of this GFU composition.
Finally overtaking your jungler as well. What a feat for second Gatekeeper.
well done, guys.
Close. Ooh, lordy. NECC almost took that blue buff away. Almost made the gap between Firo and Tectonic even larger. 2 levels is no small thing in the jungle, and I suspect that it's going to get even scarier as now that you've lost your top lane tower and that you're close to losing your mid lane tower, you're going to start losing control of those camps as well.
Yeah, the opening up of the map really does start to really get scary when that tier 1 mid goes down. We do have a pause at present. A little bit of time to recompose ourselves, but only a little bit of time to recompose ourselves here as we're straight back in.
All right, well, let's see if NECC can pull out the 1v2. Firo and Clyde are getting ready. Already starting off with the damage. There's that's most of the combo right there.
Yeah. 200 damage.
I'm
Firo still has
that
Conqueror stacking.
Okay.
So does Clyde. Ignite is down, so
Okay.
healing is going to be lowered.
Flash available for NECC. But Clyde has theirs as well. Ult's available for everyone. Let's see how it plays out. NECC splashes away, gets the blast code over the wall. Firo doesn't get the jump. And just like that, the play just slips out of their hands.
Yeah, and there is, you know, the presence of a Mythic versus not. There's plated steel caps plus a bonus chain vest there in terms of armor. And yes, Garen obviously deals his fair share of true damage. But you want to get that threshold low enough to use that ultimate effectively. Potential one shot there. Ooh, okay.
There we go.
Whenever you
I
find
feel like this.
Whenever you find that stun, by the way, this goes out to everybody. Stun like that, you follow up with Everfrost. Pock actually had an opportunity there to fire their ult through Samoyed, and then you layer the CC. Alpaca should have never been able to really experience League of Legends in that instance. Could have easily been CC'd and taken down.
Firo, what? Wait, what are we doing? Where are we going? Lightcore will take this. Firo doesn't get the chance to play League of Legends, gets deleted, and now Pawsey is almost surely going to follow it up. Flash goes out, and a nice sidestep from Lightcore as this guy's styling in the mid lane. Joins in the fun, gets that little bit of a lockup, but there's just not enough damage, and the stun not connecting as well means that Lightcore is free to continue with his dancing shoes.
Buy a Medjai's. Right now, Lightcore, I need it, I want it in my life. That Medjai Soul Sealer will have 25 stacks come the end of the game. I believe grab yourself a Zhonya's as well, just for good measure, and then this Fizz can take over the game. I mean, Lightcore's doing a pretty good job of that already. I don't want to discredit the lad too much, to be fair, because, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal at 16, 17 minutes into the game, certainly worth writing home about. But, I mean, GFU, they're just running around this topside jungle as though it's their own, but it technically isn't, but it is.
It's what we talked about earlier, right? When we said that the mid lane tower was going to fall soon, the top lane had already gone down, that slowly but surely you weren't going to be able to access the jungle anymore. And right now, having to use blue wards to make sure the top side is safe enough for Posy to step past the tier 2, says a lot about the state of the game, says a lot about the options that are available to Carthage College. The low percentage plays are just getting lower for them, and Viro's about to pop into the northern end of this jungle and discover that there is nothing there.
This is, we're rediscovering foreign territory right now. Put some vision down, try and reclaim a little bit of space. But unfortunately, that doesn't look to be the case, at least that Firo's going for. When you've got this ward, just stick it down in your jungle. Make sure that you know when people are coming down. Because you want to be playing defensively when you're this far behind. You need to start making sure that you at least see people coming into your jungle. Because if you know they're there, you're likely to not get absolutely wham-bammed by them on their approach. Now, minus 10 points to Lightcore because he didn't get the Magi Soul Stealer. Instead, bought safety to protect the stacks.
Tectonic, does he die here? That's the question. Does have ultimate, gets away it seems, but the last auto going to connect from Firo. The heal not quite enough out of Alpaca, and a big kill goes over. Firo gets almost 100 to 0'd by the fish. And now with the heal coming through from Seraphine, seems like things are going to be okay. Lightcore is recommitting to this player, playing with the idea of it rather, zoning out 4 people in a 2 versus 4 situation. GFU lose their jungler, but their confidence does not appear shaken.
Ooh, okay.
Lightcore?
He's fine.
Lightcore?
It's Fizz. Don't worry. Guys, stop panicking. Twitch chat, stop. He's fine. It's fine. No stress. Firo is greeting for the crab and has been sent back to the base. That mark is not for you. And in 25 seconds, I'm going to ask something very major of production. I want to know how many marks our Kindred has got, and if we can get that either fed through, or if we can see the marks, we can actually see the marks. I can see them for Vhagar passive. He's got 130 extra AP. So if we can get a quick toggle on how many Kindred marks we've got, because my bets are we're in the lows of Kindred despair right now.
It's looking like that, right? Especially if you're getting marks spawning on Scuttlecrab, that is usually not the best sign.
I don't even know if that's 1, honestly.
I don't think it is. I think it's nothing.
It normally has the number over it, and I don't know if the icon's just there to show some sign of, I don't know, support. But Firo has certainly struggled in this game. You want 4, being on 1 or 0, 20 minutes in, not it, Chief.
No, this is not the ADC dream from the jungle, the power farming champion that you would have imagined having grabbed this at the start in the draft. Instead, a lot of this sort of hyper-scaling dream is now falling largely on the shoulders of Samoyed, who doesn't have a whole lot of autonomy in this game either. Has just now started to experience the sort of trickle-down economics of the Rift, with GFU starting to rampage through the jungle. We'll see if this Vhagar is able to scale up, because the longer the game goes on, the better it gets for Vhagar, but chances are slim right now if GFU keep playing like this.
Yeah, that's a very... Yes, Vhagar gets infinite AP, right? And to that point does scale into infinity. But as a champion, getting the damage out certainly becomes more and more difficult, because your one-shot capability actually goes down a little bit, because skill shots become actually a little bit easier to dodge out on. The things like Dark Matter, the big W that does the large portion of upfront damage. Okay. Interesting place to curtain call.
Soft engage. It's the zoning one for the Rift Herald, and now all of a sudden it's
helps.
locked up a Vhagar. Oh lord! The ultimate takes them down, and Posy does not wait a second to join him. Lightcore committing underneath the tower, takes Firo down to just about 200 HP, and it's just Firo and Pak cowering underneath this mid lane. As, well, top lane's always been an island, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those where you burn the stopwatch, you're like, I've dodged the fizzle, but at what cost? It's the cause of not dodging the fizzle, unfortunately. You know, it's a well-timed stopwatch, unfortunately, just in the wrong place. So it's a work towards Zonya's angle, and we can see that already. Credit as well to the GFU bot lane for managing to stay, you know, whilst I say, you know, they've had a fairly boring game, honestly, but they have been able to generate their own advantage, right? 50 CS lead for second Gatekeeper in a laning phase where he had absolutely nothing to do. You know, good kudos for getting your lead passively as opposed to brute forcing an advantage.
Yeah, looking solid right now. And with the recalls as well, it's only going to get better. Keep in mind, 22 minutes into the game, we've got so many objectives taken by GFU already, and another one is emerging. Lightcore's popping down into the bot side, and Posy Guy instantly has to disengage, even calling for help from the rest of the team, because, I mean, this Fizz is 1v5 material right now. If this is a solo queue game...
We're calling go next. That's what we're doing.
I'm building tiers.
I'm building 6 of them, and I don't have the resources for it because I go into my jungle and I get killed. But I need to see where Lightcore goes next. I've been very critical of the build path because the gameplay has been nigh on impeccable, so there's something that I have to critique. I may have to hold that as Nomcakes now. Got Stride broken. Has a level up, and yeah, that's about the way I expected that to go. Pox here though, maybe they can make a difference.
Even with Pox, I'm not even sure who wins this fight. It honestly could go either way, depending on how Nomcakes uses their summoners, and for that very reason, we're seeing Carthage College play with exactly the same amount of confidence that I'm expecting them to. Very little. They're sitting back, they're playing defensively, they're keeping Clyde from dying, but they're not showing themselves or committing on a play. Nothing going past tier 2 towers right now for anybody on Carthage College. They're down 11,000 gold, and they know as well as we do that their only hope has to be outlasting, has to be letting GFU make mistakes that right now they're just not making.
No, they're not. And to talk a little bit about Poc as well, credit to her because she's currently the only one on the team that's not died. Now, that in itself, up against a 10 kill Fizz as a squishy immobile support mage, very impressive. Flash ults.
Nice. This is going to be another Dunkarino. Someone is not going to play the game. As soon as you hear that whistle go off, you know Nomcakes is about to. No, Poc needs to live. Half health, just above, still alive. She keeps it going.
Now Alpaca's in danger. Can they get away?
Alpaca's got fancy feet. Last one. Oh, doesn't quite take him out. Heal does get expended.
Cheater using summoner spells to survive Xerath ultimate. Absolute cheater.
Cakes is getting a little low on mana. This could get iffy right now. Has to make their way up underneath the tower. Takes down the tower instead, and with the exhaust ended up being used, Miro is going to pick up a kill. So I'm going to call that one worth.
Any paychecks? Plus 1,000 gold to the late scaling marksman. I don't mind if I do. 2 items on the Kindred. It's winnable. Potential comeback mechanics.
It's not the biggest misstep, but it is a misstep from GFU. They get the dragon, but they didn't have to give up that kill, and they did. It's a small little inch that gets given over, and if Carthage are able to convert that into a mile before the next 6 minutes elapse, then great for them. But if not, they're going to be facing down an Infernal Soul and a Elder Dragon. So, yeah.
The scary thing is they got that dragon, and that dragon meant a lot more than just a single Drake tends to. It meant that they got the soul as well. So they are now dealing, believe it or not, more damage than they were dealing before. Don't know that that's entirely possible, but with an Infernal Soul, clearly must be. Also one of the most high-value souls specifically for a Jhin, just because of the way your scalings work. You just get insane amounts of AD regardless. And, you know, we're post 20 minutes, we're actually 26 minutes into this game. Shockingly, the Baron hasn't been started before.
Oh, Firo stepping forward here is a big sin. And now, taken down to 200 HP, still alive somehow, drops that ultimate, and Lightcore is starting to make their entrance. This is a dance for the Baron more than anything. The one that, at least initially, GFU ended up winning. They're giving a lot of respect to Carthage College right now, though, and buying time for NECC to push in this bot lane.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Look at the lane states, actually. Very smart moves from GFU. They're not necessarily committing to these fights. What they are doing is making sure that their macro game is on point the second. There's a lot of members sent down toward this bot side. We'll start up the Baron. Now we get to see NECC's sort of split push prowess really in full force. Whether or not they get overextended and taken down, or if they can play safely enough to draw members, but get that Baron for free as well.
Tectonic genuinely may not take damage
Pharaoh
from this Baron, and Firo is playing a dangerous game. Remember, no ultimate here, and Light Core is on top of you. Had you not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like Light Core upon you. That was a sick kill in the jungle, and it's the ending to what is a sick game. Light Core gets taken out by Samoyed. It's a huge shutdown, but Rudude, it isn't enough right now.
True. It doesn't matter. That is 1,000 gold this time going into Samoyed's back pocket. But the bigger tragedy, honestly, is that Pog died. The deathless Seraphine support, no. Dear in shambles right now. Unfortunately, she couldn't hold that mantle for you for the entire game.
It's too heavy. Seraphine, you know. Seraphine unfortunately can't win every game. As much as I would like to think so. And well, you can't defend every tower either. Veigar going to go down now. 27 minutes into the game, 2 inhibitors are destroyed, and GFU are looking for a third with the wave that NECC set up earlier. This should be an unstoppable push into the base, though it may not be the finish of the game just yet. Carthage are trying to fight for it. They have no engage. Pac has no health, but Alpaca's going low as well. Watch that right of the arcane as it harasses the backline. Watch Firo as he goes down in the front. Pac now having to back off. GFU, too much effective health, too much healing, and honestly, just too much gold on them.
Yeah, they are so far ahead. Misplaying these fights won't even matter.
Ooh, Pausey!
He's dead.
There he goes.
One tornado. Credit Alpaca. You know, it's very rare, but okay, Samoyed just completely outplayed.
Yeah, this is looking like a farming the player's angle, taking down both Nexus towers and the Nexus. That's a quick 2-game lead and a best of 5 for GFU. They are looking untouchable right now.
You know what, dear? 11 kill Fizz. 8 kill Darius. It's a pretty well played game by GFU. And we didn't get to see the entirety of game number 1. We did get to see the start coming from Tectonic. And honestly, I think that top side of GFU is fairly hard to match. They did a very good job with Tectonic just setting up the solo lanes, and the solo lanes did a very good job at snowballing their lead.
They really did. I past the 5-minute mark had increasingly less to say about that game. I'm not sure how it goes.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm a little flabbergasted. I have a statistical update for you though, Rudy.
Oh, okay. Stats.
End of that game. Kindred had a 1 stack.
Oh, can we get some Fs?
Yeah.
We get some Fs in the chat.
I think they're required. I think they're obligated.
1 stack Kindred post end of the game. That is unfair. That is cyberbullying at peak form.
Yeah. It was decimation by GFU, and we got a taste of that momentum, right? We talked about this in game 1, which was ages ago at this point, but just talking about how they were getting going in the early game. I actually had questions about it going in here as to whether Tectonic would be able to keep the pace of the game up, given that we had transitioned from Talia into Volibear. Comfortability clearly was there. Fizz looked great in the mid lane, and coming out of this, 2 relatively different styles shown from GFU, but both unstoppable in the mid game. You're back to the drawing board for Carthage for your third and maybe final game.
Yeah, you have to start to turn it around now, unfortunately. You had that 1 game grace period. You've now had a second game, which, you know, albeit you did miss out on 2 bans, but you can only attribute so much of that deficit to having 3 bans out of the 5, and a really well-played format throughout for GFU in game number 2 led them to this point 2-0 up now, and they could very well just take a quick 3-0.
They very well could. This could be them finishing out the season with a bang, or it could be Carthage mounting the comeback of the century. We're going to find out in just a few more minutes right here back on the NECC for the Grand Finals.
Alrighty, welcome guys. I am here. I apologize. We've got some catastrophic bad news that we're going to have to end the stream here. The players are currently in game number 3, but unfortunately, we've been plagued by production issues, playing issues, and all manner of things. And unfortunately, this is something that we just can't bounce back from. So we're going to have to end the stream here. Send your luck, send your cheers in the chat to both the teams going at it, Carthus College, GFU. Give them your love and support because they're still playing it out, still battling it out as well to see who can take home the championship. But for now, this is all for us here on the NECC2 stream. I know that both myself and Dia and everyone behind the scenes are incredibly sorry about this, but this is unfortunately the only course of action that we've got left to us. So for this evening, we will have to bid you farewell and hope that you all have a wonderful rest of your weekends. Good night.